Why could life be so unfair? Was this the price the main character had to pay for his own strength? But he had something that could change his entire life. Could save him. After all, it was the Grail, the thing that could grant any wish. So he made a wish. Because the guy never wanted to be. He was blinded by the light radiating from the Grail. Soon, his wish would come true. He was just an ordinary guy working a regular job. Like all the losers, he had a really mean boss who paid a pittance. However, that evening, he was genuinely feeling unwell, and his boss let him go. The main character was heading home. The people who worked with him noticed that something was off with the guy. But when the boss heard them talking about him behind his back, he got furious. He was ready to fire anyone who dared to do that. After all, everyone in the company knew what the main character had been through. Besides, lately, the boss had been quite nice to Kim because he felt sorry for him. On his way home, Kim stopped by a flower shop since it was his wife's birthday that day. He also picked up some groceries to make dinner. After that, he decided to head home. But no one was there to greet him. He felt lonely in his own house. Kim started cooking dinner, and after a while, he set the table for the celebration. It was the first time he tried to cook something like his wife used to. It saddened him that he couldn't be with her. After taking a shower, the guy continued to work. Kim was tired after a long workday, but he couldn't fall asleep. Lately, he hadn't been able to sleep well at all, so he decided to do some work. His notebook was his diary, and it was the only place he could share his biggest secrets. Celebrating his wife's birthday together was their tradition. Every time, he would come home early and make her favorite vegetable soup. He really wanted to hear her voice again, but that was impossible. He could never cook like she did. And for his child, he bought a toy. His daughter wasn't there with him either. It was hard for him to write about it, but he tried to hold it together. Kim remembered all those happy moments they had spent together. The main character desperately wanted to see them, even if just for a few minutes. After all, everything had happened so suddenly. And he hadn't had time to do anything to try to save them. The guy missed them terribly. And because of that, he couldn't hold back and started to cry. His tears dripped onto the pages of his notebook. He felt really bad. He sat there until the early morning of the next day. The pages in the notebook were stained from his tears. Suddenly, something happened that he never expected to see. A bright light began to emanate from the notebook. It lit up the entire room in his face. What was that? Strange things started happening to him. All the entries in his diary had vanished. Before him lay an empty notebook, and in a panic, he tried to find something, anything. But it was all in vain. However, on one of the pages, he saw just one word. But how could it have appeared there? Was someone trying to send him a message? Again. He could meet them again. Kim had the chance to see his wife and daughter. The notebook told him so. The next day, he wanted to leave work early again. But the boss knew it was his wife's birthday the day before, so he let him go again. The man tried to cheer him up, understanding how hard it must be for him. That day, he canceled the meeting again because he really wanted to see the main character and waited until he felt better. When he got home, the man tried to figure out where his entries had gone. After all, he had been keeping a diary for over 6 months, and he was really sorry that everything had just disappeared. Moreover, starting from the first page, new notes began to fill it right before his eyes. And everything that had been written in his diary was coming to life. But the most important thing was that he could meet his loved ones again. And if this became true, he would have to venture into another world to make it happen. Because that's what was written in his diary. And it was supposed to happen that very evening at 10 o'clock. Kim began to panic. Realizing that time was running out, he literally had just a few minutes to prepare. And the less time he had, the more nervous he became. After all, what awaited him there, in the other world? Suddenly, the clock struck 10. Immediately, strange things began to happen to him. He started traveling through time and felt that he was about to enter a new world. And it happened. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was in an unfamiliar place. Moreover, he couldn't remember what had happened to him and tried to recall everything. He found himself in a forest, surrounded by many other people who had ended up there just like him. Kim understood that everything written in his diary was true. But this was just the first step into another world. Everything was just beginning. From that place, their training was supposed to start. But the guy already knew what would happen next and was ready for anything. To begin with, people had to envision the weapon they desired. Moreover, they were not allowed to use firearms. Those who thought of it were given bows and arrows. Meanwhile, the second part of the trial began as waves of zombies started attacking the people. No one could move when they saw those monsters in front of them. But the main character knew he had to fight. After all, he had nothing to lose. The world he lived in had been destroyed after the death of his loved ones. The battle began. Kim fought for the chance to be with his loved ones. To stop a zombie, you had to decapitate it. Moreover, for each kill, he earned experience points and achievements. He felt that with every new achievement, he was becoming stronger. So he started killing them with even more fury. His physical strength was also increasing. And he saw how other people were dying from zombies because they couldn't decapitate them with bows. However, he wasn't planning to help anyone, as he was only thinking about his own rank. He charged forward into a new wave of the undead heading his way. He had to become stronger. And when it was all over, he gained hundreds of experience points and many achievements. But he felt extremely exhausted. Additionally, information began to appear directly in his mind as his intellect level had also increased. The game was the foundation of that world, and immediately after the trial ended, a leaderboard appeared before the people. He saw that other people were also trying to fight to raise their ranks. From his diary, he knew that the most important thing was to level up magic, but at that moment he needed strength and agility. After the trial, only 198 people remained alive, but only the top 100 would move on. And all the others were simply doomed to die. At that moment, Kim realized that only he knew what would happen next, as he was the only one who had received the diary. There were two ways to earn skill points. The first was to kill monsters. The second option was to kill other people. For that, you could earn half of their points. At that moment, the second stage of training began. People started fighting among themselves. And the hero realized that it was possible not to kill monsters at all, as there was a chance to earn much more points. A real panic broke out among the people. No one wanted to die. But those who were weaker were doomed. And when people saw the main character and that he had the most strength and points, they were terrified for their lives, as none of them were a match for him. Kim tried to unite the people and wanted to stop the fighting among them. After all, they could join forces and continue killing monsters together. Moreover, he knew that they would need many more people going forward and they couldn't let everyone die now. But a new wave of zombies was approaching, and he went to keep fighting and survive in this brutal world. Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice. Turning around, he saw a woman he recognized. It was Jung Yu, and she wanted to go with him, as she couldn't defend herself alone. She also believed she could help him. But the hero refused. After all, she would only be a burden and would get in the way. Besides, she couldn't defend herself at all, as she had never killed. She only hid and watched as others killed to survive. And he left, leaving her behind. The main character had wasted his time talking to her. From his diary, he knew that a cave was very close. The path through the cave led to the mountains and was so narrow that only one person could pass through at a time. After a while, Kim managed to find the entrance to the cave. He also knew that there were many monsters inside, so he prepared himself. Moreover, the monsters were strong, and it was very dangerous in there. But those who could survive in the cave would become stronger than anyone else, as it would bring them a lot of points and power. The cave was incredibly spacious. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. He managed to defeat the monster attacking him and sliced it in half. Kim knew that this would attract even more creatures to him. So there was no time to relax. For killing the monster in the cave, he earned a whopping 10 points, while a zombie only gave 1. He also knew that at the end of the training, the rewards would correspond to the number of points earned and his level. Kim wanted to explore the entire cave and kill all the monsters inside. He was scared, but he wasn't about to stop. So he ventured into the dark, narrow passage filled with wicked and grotesque creatures. He constantly felt his body adapting to the fight, growing stronger. He also found some moss. And he knew that at this moment, giant ants were supposed to appear, and they were very strong. They were dangerous because they always traveled in groups. Suddenly, they appeared. There were a lot of them. And when they noticed the main character, they began to attack. They were drawn to the bread that Kim had. Realizing this, he threw it to the ants, which distracted some of them. He started killing the others that remained. For each ant he killed, he earned 8 points. But it was easy. They didn't resist and weren't as tough as the worms. They had no armor, so Kim could handle them with ease. After a while, there were very few ants left, as most of them were dead. And he kept fighting, not stopping. The last remaining ants were the strongest, and they were tough to deal with. But even that didn't help them escape. In the end, all the creatures were destroyed. When it was over, he received a huge number of achievements and an ant's skin. This was a special skill he could learn. He was overjoyed, knowing that gaining a skill during training was practically impossible. Because of this, he managed to increase 5 stats, and the more he had, the better he could master his skills. If the diary was to be believed, the next day other people were supposed to come to the cave. But when he tried to turn the page to see who they would be, he couldn't. He wasn't able to do that yet. Kim tried to remember and understand who could be sending him information through the diary, and he was very curious about what would happen on the next page that he couldn't turn. Moreover, it mentioned the Grail. But what could that mean? Meanwhile, the leaderboard updated and the main character was in first place. The man in second place was furious when he realized this. He had started killing everyone and was very strong, but even that didn't help him. Many people recognized the main character. They had seen that he was the one who had pushed ahead right from the start and separated from everyone else. The man understood who she was talking about, as he had seen with his own eyes how he had distanced himself from them. Meanwhile, Kim wasn't sitting still, he continued to kill monsters. Besides, the girl said she knew where he had gone. However, she didn't want to share that information so easily. In exchange for the information, Young Yu asked for the life of the poor boy. And then, the big guy agreed. But he also had certain conditions that she had to meet. She understood what he was hinting at. Suddenly, she grabbed a sword. She had been working towards this goal for a long time and wanted to seize the moment to kill him and take half of his points and power. Kim didn't stop. His level was so high that the ants were no longer a serious threat to him. After all, he had slaughtered hundreds of them. When the fight was over, he reviewed his list of achievements and points. His strength and endurance were at a very high level. It hadn't even been 2 days of trials and he had already managed to pull far ahead of everyone else. But his mana was low, and he wasn't planning to stop. He was trying to find a more serious opponent for himself. And he did find one, as after a while he managed to locate the Queen Ant, who was a true boss. But when he saw her, he realized he had made a huge mistake. She was gigantic, several times larger than the other ants. He tried to hide, knowing he wouldn't be able to win in an open fight. Moreover, there were many regular ants around her guarding her. He thought that by killing the ants, he could better prepare for the battle with her. However, he couldn't let her go and decided to try to defeat her the next day. He was starting to doubt. Suddenly, a leaderboard appeared before him. Because he was the leader, his strength and all stats increased and leveled up. His stats rose by 8 points. Also, he had plenty of bread for bait, so he decided to give it a shot. At first, he tried to distract the smaller ants from the queen and lured them with bread. And he began to kill them one by one. This allowed him to further boost his strength before the duel with the boss. However, there were so many ants, and he was exhausted from the continuous fights. Moreover, he realized he had angered the queen. But he noticed she wasn't attacking. Instead, a new wave of ants was approaching him, and with his last strength, he began to fend them off. Additionally, a new type of fly started attacking him, and they were very hard to fight. However, he was close and wasn't planning to retreat. He was confident that his strength was enough to take on hundreds of enemies. With each new kill, he gained experience points and grew stronger. But at the same time, he was getting very tired. Soon, his stats would grow and he would feel relief. But he couldn't stop because the enemies were closing in and had even started attacking him. He fought back. A bug bite was saved by the skill he had gained during the fight. He had to fight to earn a new D-class skill for defeating the Queen Ant. So he charged at her. This was supposed to be the decisive battle as he was confident he had enough strength. After taking down all the ants, he realized that he was left alone with her. And this moment was crucial for both of them. The queen prepared to attack. However, he was ready for it and wasn't planning to flee. He grabbed his sword and got ready. He was scared, but he believed he had enough strength. Suddenly, a strike. He had been waiting for this moment, and when it came, Kim managed to kill her with one precise move. Meanwhile, other people had found the cave and were already there. The villain was trying to find the boy to kill him and take his power. He knew that killing in the cave earned more points than killing zombies, but he was focused on destroying people. The man wanted to catch and kill the main character, but he understood that he wouldn't stand a chance in an open fight. However, he realized that the main character was tired, so he wanted to take advantage of that. After all, if he caught him, he would take the top spot in the leaderboard. When he killed the boss, he received a massive amount of points and experience. Moreover, he finally managed to learn another skill. Now, a powerful shell was forming on his skin, which would protect him. And in dangerous situations, this could save his life. This could be considered an achievement because he immediately had an advantage over everyone else. But that wasn't all. As a bonus, he was supposed to receive items. Points were the foundation. Thanks to them, one could gain true superpowers. Skills were something one could control. And the last were items which could raise stats and help learn new skills. It was through items that one could gain incredible strength. So this was the most valuable thing he could find. At that moment, he found a chest. Kim was able to acquire a bunch of different skills and points, and he wanted to check how they worked. The first thing he found was very strange, because it didn't resemble ordinary magic. The main character was satisfied and didn't regret risking his life to defeat the boss. Meanwhile, the people moved on, and by the number of corpses, they realized they were almost there. Suddenly, the villain stopped. Next, he wanted to go alone to check what was ahead. There, he saw something that shocked him the most since arriving in this world. Right in front of him lay the body of the dead queen. And he felt scared, because at that moment, he locked eyes with the main character for the first time. It became very quiet, and no one dared to speak first. But Kim couldn't understand why people had come to the cave, as the diary had said they would come much later. Did they all come for him? But when the boy saw Young Yu, he understood everything. She was the one responsible for them finding him. The future in the diary changed because he was doing things his way, not as it was written. The villain began to get angry. He couldn't believe that Kim could take down all the corpses by himself. And besides, he didn't look tired at all. Everything was completely different from what he had expected. Killing him wouldn't be so easy. He also knew that the main character's stats were greater than all of theirs combined. And even together, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. At that moment, the main character approached him and ordered him to back off. The bandit was frightened and, having no choice, stepped back. He simply allowed the main character to move on. After all, he had no chance against him. Kim was no longer an ordinary person. And then he realized that he needed to kill monsters to increase his own stats. Still, he promised to catch him another time. Meanwhile, people continued to kill each other. In their quest for points, they were so ruthless that they were ready to kill each other with their bare hands. A real slaughter was happening among them. The weaker ones were doomed, as they couldn't defend themselves. Suddenly, time was up, and out of the 148 people who were alive, only 100 could move on. In a panic, she started begging to be chosen. But most were doomed. After a while, a hail of arrows rained down from the sky. All the people outside were killed. Those who managed to survive found themselves in a new place. They were all locked in a cramped chamber. They had no idea where they were or what was happening. Few of them knew each other. And the main character was relieved that the bad guy and his gang weren't with him. It was at that moment that the third stage of training was about to begin. 3 doors appeared before the people. Only 10 could enter the red door, 5 the blue, and just 1 the white. Each of them had to make their own choice and move on to the new level of training behind the doors. The red door was the hardest, with no guarantees that those who went in would survive. The blue door was a bit easier. But what did the white door mean? As soon as someone entered the white door, their training would end right then and there. Suddenly, one of the men ran forward. He wanted to be the first to enter the white door. Others tried to catch him, but the door wouldn't open. The order of choosing doors depended on each participant's score, and everyone was supposed to choose in turn. So, the main character had to choose first. But for him, the choice was obvious. Without hesitation, he chose red. This surprised the others, as they thought he would pick white to finish his trial. Many wanted to go with him, believing he could protect them. They all thought they could survive if they went with him. Next was the guy in third place, and unexpectedly for everyone, he chose the white door. Immediately, the crowd started yelling at him for making such a choice. After all, he had no guarantees that he would stay alive after choosing the red door behind the main character. And he wanted to survive the trial and didn't want to pass up that chance. Other people also began to choose, and some picked the blue door. They were scared to go for red since they didn't know what awaited them. The decision was very tough, as so much depended on the team that chose the same door. However, the main character didn't pay attention to the others' choices. He believed he had made the right choice and wanted to see the trial through to the end. He had a conflict with the guy who chose the white door. But once everyone had chosen, the doors opened. One of the people who was last in line was terrified. As soon as he saw the white door open, He decided to force his way in and win the right to live for himself. He started running, but when he tried to enter, an invisible barrier stopped him. The others were angry at him for acting that way, and they wanted to punish him. But Kim intervened in the fight. He stopped the man who wanted to take revenge on the jerk for trying to enter his door. He was also very angry at the main character but understood that he had no chance against him. Besides, time was running out, as in a few minutes the doors would close forever. All those who didn't make it inside would be dead. Still, he went through the white door and vanished. The door closed behind him immediately, and it was unclear what awaited him ahead. The hero, along with his team, was left alone and was also preparing to enter their door. Meanwhile, the man who had been beaten lay on the ground. He didn't want to take the risk and was very scared, so he decided to stay. All the doors closed. The poor man didn't get up, but he didn't even know what awaited him ahead. Suddenly, he understood everything. Because when he felt the searing heat, he saw that the room was on fire and all those who remained outside were doomed to burn alive. This was the end. Meanwhile, the people who entered the doors found themselves at a new level. The main character and his team ended up in some strange place. After exploring it, he realized there were no people there. It also seemed abandoned. His teammates joined him, having decided to follow him. The boy wanted to get to know them. The girl's name was Kim Eun-ki and the other guy was Yoo Young-gyu. However, his clothes were stained with blood. It became clear that he might have killed people to gain more experience and points. After all, the blood on his clothes didn't look like monster blood. Immediately, he felt ashamed, because he did it to stay alive and not die. And for that, he didn't consider himself a coward. They were supposed to be informed of the rules for training at the 3rd level. It was to last 10 days. People listened carefully to the rules so they would know what they had to do. Twice a day, monsters were supposed to come to the village, and they had to defend it from them. Also, inside the village was a stone that they had to protect at the cost of their own lives. Because if it was destroyed, they would die too. Anyone trying to leave the settlement would be automatically moved inside to protect the stone. After all, it was safe outside the village and the monsters didn't bother people. The hero understood that he shouldn't count on their support and would likely have to do everything himself. To start, he wanted to head to the center of the settlement to see the stone they needed to protect. At that moment, he realized that defending the village alone would be a very tough task. Soon, the attack was set to begin, so they couldn't afford to delay. He immediately asked the people if they would fight, but despite being very scared, they decided to stay. It was supposed to be 10 people, but there were only 3 of them. However, the hero believed there should be many more people in the settlement and they were all outside, safe. So when the attack began, they would all be moved to the stone and help them defend it. And if one person left, everyone else would follow. So they needed to stick together and protect each other. After all, they were a team. Moreover, those who fled would sooner or later return to the settlement to protect the stone. So there was no sense in that, because their lives depended on the stone they needed to protect. At that moment, the hero realized that their small number could work to their advantage, because no one would dare to leave. Meanwhile, they managed to reach the center of the village where they saw the very statue they had to protect. Killing monsters at the 3rd level gave way more points. Moreover, they could increase their own stats and become stronger each time. And at the next stage, they would have an advantage over those who chose other doors. After all, the people who managed to go through the red doors were much stronger than all the others. However, Kim Eun-ki was angry at the hero because for him it was just a game. Suddenly she fell silent, because the monster attack was about to begin very soon. Suddenly the first one appeared. They were grotesque goblins. They were armed and there were a lot of them. The hero wanted to run forward while the others stayed by the stone to protect it at the cost of their own lives. He didn't have time to explain anything and was already running ahead. And he started killing monsters one by one. Kim realized they weren't very strong. However, there were just too many of them. Yoo Young-gyu panicked as he saw that even the main character couldn't handle them, because at that moment, one of the monsters lunged at him. This made him very scared, and he realized that at that moment, the life of his team depended on him. So he gathered his strength and began to defend himself. More and more monsters attacked him. The hero understood that they might not be able to handle them. But just at that moment, when he got distracted, he was nearly killed. At the last moment, he managed to dodge and miraculously stayed alive. And he continued to fight. Suddenly, one of the monsters appeared behind him. He realized he wouldn't have time to dodge. So he used his ability which he had gained after killing the boss. A hard shell appeared on his skin, and the monster trying to hit him didn't understand what was happening. Its sword broke, and at that moment it was left weaponless. Kim killed it with one precise move. However, a new problem arose. His friends couldn't handle the monsters, so he needed to go help them. Moreover, the girl was injured, and to keep their defense from falling, he turned back. Then he realized it would be much harder than he had imagined. When it was all over, they injured sat by the sacred stone. The boy was okay. Meanwhile, the girl had a serious wound. Blood was flowing from her shoulder, and the injury was very deep. Yu Youngyu wanted to help her and bandage her wound. The main character understood that if things got worse, he would have to fight alone. They needed to regain their strength and eat as another attack was imminent. It was already dark and the people were resting and preparing for the next battle. Suddenly, Yu Youngyu approached the main character and thanked him. He was grateful that the guy had helped him and prevented the monsters from killing them. And he decided to repay him in this way. But it seemed that wasn't all. He started to speak but immediately fell silent. Kim realized he wanted something from him. As it turned out, Yu Youngyu just couldn't forget his words. He felt very ashamed for killing people. But he had no other choice. He was only defending himself as they wanted to kill him. Because of this, he felt bad, burdened by his own guilt. Then he started to cry. He didn't want to die, and if he hadn't taken that step, he would be dead by now. The main character tried to comfort him and thought he had been very harsh with him. But he kept crying. Suddenly, he noticed that there was no one else around. It was just the two of them, and it was unclear where the girl had gone. They searched the entire area around them, but she was nowhere to be found. Could she really have escaped? Most likely, she was scared for her life, knowing she could die in the next fight. But she couldn't handle them alone, as it would be incredibly difficult. Even her smallest support could have helped them immensely. There was hope that the number of monsters would also decrease. However, the situation was very tough and they needed to prepare for the worst. The main character believed they should think positively. Besides, he was counting on Yu Youngyu's support as he couldn't protect the charm alone. But Yu Youngyu wasn't planning to run away. He was curious about what would happen to them if the stone was destroyed. But most likely that would mark the end of their training. And they would die. Yu Youngyu had to take on 10 monsters. The main character would have to handle all the others. It was tough as their levels weren't the same. But Yu Youngyu's task was simply to buy time while Kim took them down. Soon, the fight was about to begin. It all started. There were no fewer monsters. They were holding up much better than he thought. The hero activated his ability again, which saved him from death. Moreover, he was fighting back and taking down enemies by the dozens. On top of that, his strength was constantly increasing, and he felt much better than in the first duel. For killing one monster, he earned 18 experience points. But he saw how hard it was for Yu Youngyu. They began to surround him, so the hero needed to help. He knocked one of them out with a rock. It was unclear how long he could hold out like this. But he was also gaining strength and experience points, which helped him a lot. Compared to that time in the cave, his points had grown significantly. And he was satisfied that he had chosen such a difficult level. After a while, they managed to defeat all the monsters. Soon, they were supposed to receive food and other supplies. From his journal, he knew that training behind the red doors lasted the longest, and just completing it successfully could earn them a lot of points. Moreover, he would receive a reward and gain some skill. Suddenly, Yu Youngyu received one. It was called the Devil's Pact Plus, and activating it would increase strength and agility by 5 points. He gained the skill despite having killed very few creatures. The hero envied him as he had killed 98 and hadn't received anything like his partner. Meanwhile, the girl continued to hide outside the village. She had been sitting there for several days and was glad she had decided to escape. She was scared, knowing she wouldn't be able to handle the monsters. Moreover, she realized they were doing well if they could hold out for so long, and she didn't want them to be killed. After all, their lives depended on her own. So, she wasn't planning to return and help them. Meanwhile, the 4th day of their struggle was underway. Each day was getting harder, and Yu Youngyu was very tired. They were already fighting living trees, orcs, and rats. What awaited them next? Besides, he had an injury. The main character wanted to help him. To stop the bleeding, he pressed on the wound. Then, he began to bandage it. Yu Youngyu doubted he could hold out until the end as he felt his strength waning with each passing day. And this was only the 3rd stage. All the training was still ahead. But Kim tried not to think about that. He wanted to finish it all and just move on with his life. Moreover, His partner couldn't die, as that would doom the main character's life as well. He also had younger brothers whom he didn't want to leave without support. They were probably crying because he had been gone for so long. For him, this was especially hard. He started crying again. He was very scared. And then the main character remembered his wife and daughter. He recalled why he had participated in the trial in the first place. After all, it was his only hope of seeing them again. He also couldn't let his partner be killed, and he decided to protect him and the stone at the cost of his own life. After all, they had only a few days left, and then the training would be over. They would be able to become much stronger, and it would be much easier for them afterward. They needed to rest as another fight was about to happen soon. He remembered the birth of his daughter. He recalled how she turned over for the first time. With his wife, they were the happiest parents in the world, and they rejoiced at having such a beautiful child. They also loved each other, and they cherished every day they spent together. Suddenly, the baby started crying. It seemed she wanted to eat. The main character loved her more than anything in the world. He tried to spend as much time with her as possible. Moreover, she resembled his wife, and because of that, they constantly competed for her affection. After all, everyone wanted their daughter to look just like them. Yu Yoongyu noticed that he had become very sad. They had managed to survive 9 days, and the last one had arrived. The monsters hadn't appeared all day when suddenly, they heard a strange sound. A danger notification appeared before them. Right now, they were supposed to fight the level 3 boss. It was a giant, evil bull, and along with it came an army of skeletons. There was no time to hesitate or let them get too close. So, they needed to attack first. The main character was ready to take on the boss himself. Soon, the fight was about to begin, and everything depended on him. But he didn't stop. He charged straight at the bull. Blow after blow, he tried to injure it. But the creature was very strong and could resist. Meanwhile, Yu Yoongyu was also preparing to defend himself. After all, an army of skeletons in armor was in front of him. Before the fight, his strength and endurance had increased by a few points, and he believed he could help. Meanwhile, the battle between the main character and the boss continued. The creature had thick skin, but he managed to cut through it. But even after that, the bull continued to resist. It seemed the bull was about to throw him off. And that's when it started destroying buildings in the city. Everything was in ruins. However, the hero managed to survive. He was lucky, as he was able to leap off its back at the very last moment. But this wasn't the end. The creature was still alive and ready to attack again. Suddenly, he realized that the wound on his body had become smaller, and he watched as it regenerated. The creature was back to its initial level. The hero couldn't even imagine it would be this hard. Meanwhile, Kim Eun-ki was hiding in one of the houses. She couldn't understand what was happening in the city. Meanwhile, the fight between the main character and the boss continued. Yu Yoongyu was still dealing with the skeletons. The girl, who was watching from a distance, couldn't comprehend how they had become so strong. She was afraid to return to them, thinking they would want revenge for her escape. She was sure they wouldn't be able to forgive her and would seek vengeance. What was she supposed to do? Was the bull really immortal? After all, despite the massive number of blows the main character dealt, the boss remained unscathed. Suddenly, it struck the hero with its tail. But Kim dodged it again. In response, he struck back, and he chopped off the tip of its tail. But could it regenerate that lost part of its body again? And suddenly, it started happening. Its tail began to grow back rapidly. Did he really have infinite regeneration? And did it not drain his strength at all? His opponent was truly very dangerous. So all he could do was keep fighting to protect the stone. However, this time the monster was preparing to counterattack, and it met him with its own horns. The guy wasn't deterred and struck again, trying to crack its skull. But all his efforts were in vain. Yet he noticed a crack forming in its head, revealing a bright light. Could that be its weak spot? Suddenly, there was an explosion. But Yu Yoongyu managed to shield the hero with his own body and stop the flames. When Kim realized what had happened, he started screaming, and saw that his partner was injured. It turned out that among the army of skeletons, there were mages who began attacking them. Just as he was about to help Yu Yoongyu, he got hit by a tail. The blow was so strong that he flew several meters away. But this was not the end, because the bull kept chasing him. The only way to protect himself was to use his superpower, which the hero did. But even so, it was incredibly hard and painful for him. Using it drained a lot of points and mana. He found himself trapped, pinned down on both sides. The bull wouldn't let him go, and at this rate, the main character could just suffocate. He was lucky to have acquired the skill that could save his life. And at that moment, he used it. He managed to escape the deadly trap. Reaching the stone on its head, he struck, and it began to crack. When the crystal shattered, all the skeletons attacking them fell apart. Was this a victory? Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen in front of them declaring that the boss was dead, and his entire army had perished. The attack was halted. At that moment, the girl left her hiding place, and Yu Youngyu was trying to find the hero, who was trapped under the debris of bones. Had he died? But then Yu Youngyu heard his voice. He had already started crying, but felt immense joy when he realized his partner was alive. Everything was over. He tried to approach him to help him out from under the rubble when suddenly, he stopped. He was crying, unable to believe that it was all over and they were victorious. Then the worst happened. Yu Youngyu's face was filled with pain. The main character realized what had happened, because right behind him was the girl who had fled the village after the first attack. She had returned. The girl stabbed him with his own sword. The wound was severe, as the sword had gone right through. Kim realized he was in big trouble. He had lost his friend and couldn't help him. But when Kim Eun-ki realized what she had done, she was terrified. Why did she do it? She was convinced they wanted to kill her and was trying to protect herself. Because she just wanted to survive. And she wasn't planning on dying in a place like this. After she killed the guy, she intended to do the same to the main character. After all, she could gain their experience points and become the strongest in the trial. And at that moment, she saw the guy stuck in the bones of the boss and unable to escape. So, she lunged at him to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, she realized she had made a mistake, because she felt excruciating pain and saw blood on her own face. The main character had managed to sever her arm. He wasn't dying and had plenty of strength left after the victory. He had gained a ton of experience points and was able to restore his strength and heal his wounds. The girl had made a terrible mistake and he had no choice left. So he was going to kill her. Everything was over. He was the only one who managed to survive the grueling trial and move on. But he wasn't going to leave his friend behind and approached him. He was still alive and the hero didn't want to let him die. So he had a special weapon. In the cave battles, he had obtained a potion that could heal wounds. And that's what he poured on his injuries. Immediately, his wounds began to heal. He felt a sense of relief. Because the low-level elixir could save a person once. In dangerous situations, he could have used it for himself, but he chose to give it to his friend to save his life. And he didn't regret it at all because during the trials, he had become his friend. But Yu Youngyu was burning up and didn't understand what was happening to him. After a while, his wound completely healed. And that saved his life. The main character felt bad about wasting the potion, as he wanted to keep it for himself. However, he remembered how terrified his friend had been, and the incredible efforts he had made to help him. He was even ready to give his life for him as he had shielded him in a tough situation. He fought for him and never ran away. So, he believed it was the right decision. Yu Youngyu started crying again and threw himself into the arms of his savior. This deeply touched him and the hero started crying too. He felt a very strange sensation, but Kim reassured him that it was just a passing emotion, as he was feeling unwell. He really did feel awful. His head was pounding, and he was extremely tired. But then a new notification appeared indicating that their training phase had ended. Soon they would advance to a new level and receive additional items and skills. They also had the chance to earn extra rewards. The main character gained a lot of experience points and leveled up. And because of that, he was able to become the strongest once again. He also received exclusive items. And strange armor appeared on his arms. He wanted to check how they worked and what their true purpose was. But he couldn't figure it out for a long time. They could also move to the next training location by passing through the doors that appeared before them. Now, this was definitely the end, and they had to move on. The men didn't want to delay, so they headed for the doors that had appeared before them. They found themselves in the same place where it all began. Also where other people were returning, including the same guy who had chosen the white doors. For him, time had stopped, and it felt like he hadn't even entered the doors. The thing was, the fourth stage began for everyone at the same time, regardless of which doors they chose. And while they fought for 10 days and grew stronger, for others that time had stopped. People who didn't choose a harder level and couldn't earn more experience points could only regret their choice. But not everyone managed to pass the trial. Many people died. Suddenly, he saw his evil enemy, the same guy who had tried to take his life at any cost. But had they really survived, just the two of them? Their clothes were stained with blood, and it seemed they had just been killing their comrades and stealing their experience. At that moment, when all the people were in one city, the rules of the fourth stage were about to be announced. From that moment on, all players had to form groups, and a confrontation between teams would begin. The camp that could kill more monsters would earn more team points, and the group that won would be able to move on. But for those who lost, there would be no next stage. Team points were awarded if they killed monsters behind the white doors. The black doors could provide individual points and personal stats. Additionally, every night at the same time, people had the opportunity to earn various items. And even if a team lost, the 10 players with the highest individual points could still move on. Most players saw no point in going through the white doors since they were already at the top of the rankings. Suddenly, everyone witnessed that the main character and Yu Youngyu were the first to enter the white doors. But why they made such a choice, no one could understand. After a while, they found themselves in a new place. Everything around them was covered in greenery and grass. The monsters there were very strong, and most players couldn't handle them. Moreover, there were too many of them, and they always moved in groups. Suddenly, a group of monsters that had been chasing a man was wiped out. He didn't understand what had happened. However, when he saw this, he was overjoyed, because the main character and Yu Youngyu were killing them, and it wasn't a tough task for them. The man was amazed. How could they be so strong? And then he realized he had made a huge mistake by choosing the white doors. Because of that, he hadn't gained any experience and was now too weak to fight. And the guys were thrilled to see him in such a terrible state. Moreover, the bracelet he received as a gift was quite good and helped him a lot, because it was simply an incredible item. It reduced his strength expenditure by 20%, and now using his skills was much easier. Also, when he used it, his power increased significantly. They wiped out every monster that appeared before them, even the strongest ones. With their immense power, they handled them easily. The first day of the fourth training phase came to an end. When the team scores were tallied, it was clear that the main character was once again in first place. He had a significant lead over everyone else. However, it seemed that Kim Do-hyung, his biggest rival, was also venturing into the dark depths of the forest. It was also evident that no one else was earning team points besides them. Moreover, they had amassed a huge number of points, leaving everyone else in awe when they found out. Additionally, the main character received a reward for surviving the day, coins that could be exchanged for prizes after training ended. He knew that items bought with these coins were extremely valuable in the journals. Therefore, he wanted to save them and planned to use them at the very last moment. Furthermore, he was trying to negotiate with others. When he stepped forward to address them, everyone was frightened, knowing he was the strongest. The main character had a way for all of them to stay alive. Kim Do-hyung overheard their conversation. He criticized the hero for what he wanted to do, unable to believe that everyone could survive. Moreover, the main character's behavior infuriated him. And at that moment, he began to shout. Everyone started watching to see what would happen next. But Kim Do-hyung was scared. He realized he was weaker and didn't dare challenge him. Kim Do-hyung was against it and didn't want everyone to unite as a team and work together to survive. He believed he could survive by just collecting individual points. But there was the final stage, and no one knew what would happen there. Perhaps they would need to combine their strengths again. And this was a great opportunity to prove himself. He wanted everyone to first start pooling their efforts and earning team points, after which each could decide what to do. He also thought that earning 1,000 points a day would be enough to get by. Personally, he planned to earn twice as many points since he was the initiator. It seemed everyone agreed to his terms. And Kim Do-hyung realized that everyone had sided with the main character. And because he had no support, he was extremely angry. Suddenly, he attacked the main character. But the hero didn't want to argue with him, believing it would only drive them further apart. Moreover, the man couldn't believe his words without a single piece of evidence. It seemed they would never be able to unite. However, there was no time to waste, and the main character wanted to go hunting again. But he understood that people needed to gather together and help one another. And he did this precisely because it was written in his journal. But was it really necessary to save everyone? Besides, after this stage, the team that earned the most points could receive a prize. So, without even resting, he headed to the white doors to continue racking up team points. Immediately, a fight broke out, for before him stood a gigantic monster ready to crush him. The hero's bracelet helped him, making his strike significantly stronger. Therefore, he easily dealt with it, and the creature was dead. Moreover, for killing it, he received a massive amount of points and experience. But he realized that, with one swing of his sword using the bracelet, he had lost half his stamina. So, he needed to conserve his strength and be much more cautious. After everything that had happened, Yu Yongyu looked at himself and the others, wondering who among them was the real monster. Sitting on a tree trunk with his exhausted body, he hesitantly asked Kim if they had ventured too deep into this dangerous forest. It seemed to him that each step brought them closer to death. But Kim saw no danger in it, only a challenge. For him, risk meant progress. His confidence was unshakable. These words stirred something deeper in Yu Yongyu than mere surprise. He paused for a moment, gathering his courage to say something important. He began to acknowledge that for Kim, this had long ceased to be just a fight for survival. Kim silently continued his thought. His gaze was directed at the sky, as if the answer was hidden there. And indeed, what next? Just a return to the old, familiar world? Or something more? Yu Yongyu stood silently, feeling a wave of emotions rising in his chest. He tried to hold himself back, but everything he had bottled up burst forth. Kim just looked at him, saying nothing, but understanding was evident in his eyes. Suddenly, Yu Yongyu could no longer hold back. He rushed to Kim and hugged him tightly. This gesture was so sincere that Kim couldn't contain himself, tears welled up in his eyes. In that moment, he realized how important this friendship had become to him. And although pain and fatigue clung to his body, his heart was filled with warmth. But Kim felt something was off. His head was heavy and his body felt sluggish. His condition worsened with each passing minute, yet he tried to hold on. Inside, a strange, anxious voice emerged. Something was looming. The forest was enveloped in tense silence, broken only by the quiet voice of the boy who doubted whether they could win together. His thoughts were sincere, but uncertainty permeated every word. But their conversation was suddenly interrupted by an outside voice echoing from the darkness. People jumped in surprise. Someone unfamiliar was approaching the camp. It was Kim Do-hyung, the one who always appeared unexpectedly and left chaos in his wake. Smirking boldly, he assured them he didn't want to fight, though his blood-stained clothes told a different story. His words sounded calm, but something ominous, almost predatory, glinted in his eyes. People were on edge. Any move he made, they were ready to interpret as a challenge. Yet he responded with feigned sincerity, claiming he had come with a proposal. But no one believed him, for when Kim Do-hyung smiled, something dangerous always lurked beneath. Kim Do-hyung smiled as if the whole situation was part of his game. His voice, filled with self-assurance, only heightened the sense of danger. Meanwhile, the main character and his friend were trying to catch up to the fleeing figure. They raced through the underbrush, leaving a bloody trail from their wounds. Ahead, like a shadow, moved an unknown, fast, agile, and merciless monster. Its smile was twisted, as if it derived pleasure from this chase. But the pursuers were running out of strength, injuries, losses, fear, everything blended into one endless breath. Yu Yongyu stopped, breathing heavily, barely holding back his emotions. His fist clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his skin, rage consumed him. He realized they were being deliberately led to monsters to be destroyed. And now he had only one goal, to catch this freak, even if it took an eternity. It was clear this could be a trap, so they couldn't afford to take risks. Therefore, they decided not to risk it and turned back. Just then, doors appeared before them, through which they could enter and return. But he couldn't just let the goblin go, as he had read about it in his journal, so he promised to catch it at any cost. They turned back, and the second day of the fourth phase came to an end. The tallying of results for each participant and team began. Suddenly, the hero noticed that 6 people were missing. And it was clear that his opponent Kim Do-hyung had already begun executing his plan, killing everyone weaker than him. Moreover, he had managed to secure the support of others he had intimidated. And he realized that the opposing team had scored far more points than he had. But what had really happened, and why did they act this way? After all, they had agreed to earn 1,000 points each day. Yet Kim Do-hyung denied any wrongdoing. He, along with the others, didn't want to listen to him, believing that team points weren't that important. And then he accused the boy of not wanting to agree with him. It angered him that Kim Do-hyung could easily leave others to die. And then he began to approach him. The atmosphere grew tense as it seemed a fight was inevitable. Kim Do-hyung was furious with him, struggling to keep himself in check. Despite this, Kim remained calm. And then he challenged him. His friends stepped closer to him. Yoo Young-gyu tried to calm him down, knowing they couldn't fight against 10. Moreover, they couldn't force them to listen. At the same time, Yoo Young-gyu drew his sword and wanted to try to kill the main character. However, his partner stopped him. After all, they had indeed broken their promise and he shouldn't start a massacre. He explained that they wanted to earn team points on the last day, as individual points were far more important to them. However, Kim didn't believe a word he said. He had no choice, so he simply walked away. And his friend ran along with him. Yoo Young-gyu only allied with people to get rid of the main character and kill him. After all, he could never overcome him on his own. And everyone understood this. Moreover, his partner believed that without his death, they wouldn't gain any benefit. After all, they promised to save everyone and wanted to wage a real war. Because the main character knew how to sway people to his side. This could mean that the hero was deliberately avoiding conflict with them. And he was much smarter than they initially thought. All they could do was gradually move up and continue gaining experience and points. After all, it wasn't necessary to start with them, there were many others, weaker ones. The main character truly intended to fight them as he knew that sooner or later it would happen. So, he wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. But even despite that, it was too much, even for him. After all, he was the one who had been against killing from the very beginning. But there was still something else that bothered the main character. Everything was as written in his journal and he knew that one team of 6 people would disappear. And it was Kim Do-hyung who took their individual points and experience. This was Park Seung-soo's team and they were the biggest threat. And Kim knew that the killings would continue and if this wasn't stopped, he would have no allies left at all. But this was very dangerous. And then he asked Yoo Young-gyu if he was on his side. After all, it was now dangerous to walk alongside the main character and they might also have to kill people to survive. Hearing this, Yoo Young-gyu began to shout. Kim was silent. He was very tense at that moment. And then he began to speak very confidently and seriously. A new day began. The main character and Yoo Young-gyu were trying to catch the goblin that was fleeing from them. After all, he knew that a very valuable reward could drop from it. Moreover, they couldn't catch it just by running after it. So, the main character came up with a new plan. And the goblin didn't stop, continuing to flee, it was faster. The goblin tried to escape. He was running, but the guy was right on his tail. He attempted to chop down the trees the goblin was jumping on. But nothing was working. The nasty little creature managed to get away and stay intact. He also tried to slow down the hero by throwing dirt at him. It worked as he was able to break free. Grabbing onto a tree, he stopped. And he started laughing, mocking Kim. But even it didn't make the guy give up, he was determined to catch him at any cost. Suddenly, Yoo Young-gyu warned him about a threat from the other side. Because right in front of him, a huge monster appeared. It turned out he had guessed right and the wicked goblin had led them into a trap. But Kim realized this could be his chance to defeat him. He prepared for battle. The monster was incredibly strong, easily uprooting trees. But at that moment, the goblin relaxed, thinking the monster would take care of the boy. So, he had only one shot. Gathering all his strength, he began to attack. He believed he could win. Yoo Young-gyu tried to warn him, but the hero wouldn't listen. A new threat appeared, a tree was flying straight at him. And with a single swing of his sword, he split it in two. After that, he was ready to take down the monster. And he succeeded. The path to the goblin was clear, and he managed to wound him with his own sword. It seemed like it was all over and his plan had worked. He caught him at the moment he least expected it. Yoo Young-gyu was impressed by his strength and agility. How did he handle such powerful opponents so easily? He felt ashamed for doubting him. Meanwhile, the day was ending, and the returning people noticed that many had not come back. A team of people was preparing to take a risk and venture into a dangerous area as they were falling far behind in team points. It was risky, but they had no choice. Despite their fear, they moved forward. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound. And one of the kids felt a sharp pain, something attacked her. It became clear they had walked into an ambush. It was the enemy team of Park Seung-soo. And they were back on the hunt. They began to kill those who were weaker and couldn't defend themselves. Kim Do-hyung was taking them out because they had a lot of coins, and the man agreed to give up all the coins he would collect in exchange for his life. But Kim Do-hyung understood that if they survived, things would get even tougher. as he wouldn't be able to avoid a confrontation with the hero. The poor man started screaming, realizing he couldn't convince Kim Do-hyung not to kill him. Besides, he didn't want to wait. So he simply gave the order. After that, his whole team drew their weapons. And soon, a real massacre was about to begin. But why were they so brutal? Were they really that evil? People began to plead with them, but even that didn't help. And all the people caught in the trap were doomed. Suddenly, Kim Do-hyung stopped. He saw the hero moving in his direction. And that moment became pivotal as the tension was incredibly high. But everyone knew that Park Seung-soo's team had been killing everyone else from the start. And they would never stop, continuing until the very end. But the hero could put an end to all of this. And Yoo Young-gyu, who wasn't planning to leave his side, was with him. Yoo Young-gyu wasn't afraid, knowing that after the goblin's death, they would receive a very valuable reward. They got armor, potions, and many valuable items. The hero also tried to find a potion. And suddenly he spotted it. It was a liquid, yellow in color. And he was going to check how it actually worked. Luck was on his side as the liquid was very rare and hard to obtain. Yoo Young-gyu also started picking out different items for himself that he could use to become stronger. But Kim was the type to be satisfied with just the potion, letting him take everything else. He immediately drank it. After a while, all his strength was restored and his mana increased by 20%. He could also recover faster. He felt a pleasant warmth throughout his body, his wounds healed. There were also many other items. The things were truly valuable and they were lucky. Yoo Young-gyu wanted to try out the new weapon. He swung it and easily sliced a tree in half. He didn't expect to become so strong. After all, the skill he had gained was very rare and powerful. He couldn't believe that now they could be among the strongest participants in the trial. Moreover, they had rare weapons and armor. The hero also managed to gain additional power for his own sword. Yoo Young-gyu realized that his friend knew a lot about the world and all the monsters. After all, he never made mistakes and always made the right choices. It seemed to him that Kim could see the future. He didn't even understand how his words affected the hero. But they had one unfinished business. And at that moment, they were supposed to go hunting. But this wasn't an ordinary hunt, and Yoo Young-gyu understood this very quickly. They couldn't escape and had to fight against a larger number of enemies. Park Seung-soo's team tried to justify themselves, thinking that only by killing could they survive in a brutal world. The boy had never been this cruel in his life. And at that moment, he was ready to kill him. The poor people began to flee. But Kim Do-hyung couldn't allow that and started chasing them. But the hero blocked his path. This was the moment when the fight was supposed to happen. But Kim Do-hyung mocked him. He didn't think he could harm him because he had more people. However, Kim wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he was ready to take the risk. He wanted to do it for the sake of the others who would take his example. And then, he confessed that he had special abilities. His words made Kim Do-hyung nervous, as he couldn't even imagine that the hero could be that strong. And then, he ordered his team to attack. But the people were scared. None of them dared to go first. And after a while, some of them simply fled. Kim Do-hyung charged in and tried to injure the boy. He was very nervous and tried to give it his all. Kim saw this and remained calm as the man was no match for him. At that moment, he was ready to use all his abilities to win. Moreover, he had the advantage in strength, and he could easily handle his assault. Kim Do-hyung was shocked that the hero was able to resist him. Suddenly, he pushed him away, and Kim Do-hyung flew several meters away from him. At that moment, other members of his team began to attack him, but the hero was ready. So, he easily took them down. Additionally, Yoo Young-gyu wasn't standing still either. He was helping him. His opponent was the criminal's girlfriend, who had betrayed the hero. The fight continued and the enemy team was suffering heavy losses. One by one, people were dying. That's when they realized they had made a huge mistake. After all, they had no chance against the hero and his strength. Kim Do-hyung didn't understand anything, because this couldn't be happening. He couldn't believe that the hero could be stronger, so he charged at him again. Kim was ready for this and simply waited for him to come closer. And then he met him with a brutal punch to the stomach. Kim Do-hyung found himself on the ground. And the hero struck. He didn't want to kill him right away, so he first chopped off the man's arm. It hurt and he realized he had chosen the wrong path. Kim just stood there, watching his enemy bleed out. It seemed he was waiting for Kim Do-hyung to say something. And he began to plead for mercy. But it was too late. Kim wanted Kim Do-hyung to apologize to those he had killed. But the man refused and didn't want to do it. And then the hero was no longer going to hesitate. He killed him, brutally and coldly. He gained half of his experience and strength. His girlfriend realized she was next and tried to justify herself. After all, Kim Do-hyung had threatened her and forced her to do things she never wanted to. Her words made Yu Young-yu stop. He pondered. And the woman continued to apologize to him. But she didn't know that it wouldn't help her, as Kim didn't believe her and killed her too. He didn't feel sorry for her, as he knew what she had been like from the very beginning. He also noticed how nervous Yu Young-yu was. He yelled at him for stopping and not finishing her off. He needed to get a grip, as next time he could just die. Immediately, Yu Young-yu felt downcast. But there was one more man who managed to escape, and at that moment the hero wanted to find him. As it turned out, the man from the enemy team had fled from the very beginning. He wasn't about to give up that easily and was confident he could come up with a plan to defeat him. The thief wanted revenge for his team and his fallen comrades. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound behind him. And there it was, a gigantic monster standing before him. He had no chance of defeating it. So he planned to run. But then, blood from the monster splattered across his face. And he realized he had been sliced in half into 2 equal parts. But who could be strong enough to take him down so easily? Just as he began to fade away, he stopped, because he saw that it was the main hero who had found him. Kim wasn't going to let the man go again. He wanted to end this once and for all. His gaze was resolute and he looked incredibly dangerous. Immediately, the man began begging for forgiveness, pleading for mercy. He believed he could change and was ready to join Kim's team. However, the hero didn't give him a chance to finish. He killed him brutally and coldly, just as the criminal had done to others. After that, he turned back to Yu Young-yu. But he noticed that the hero's face was somber. It was all because of the people who had died, and he regretted what had happened. He immediately began collecting the stolen coins. But Yu Young-yu didn't want to do that. Kim insisted again, handing him the money because if they didn't take it, someone else would take advantage of it. They had to survive at all costs and get through this tough stage. The news that the strongest team of criminals had been wiped out quickly spread. Everyone knew that the main hero and Yu Young-yu had taken them down together and managed to get their revenge. However, as the numbers dwindled, most people became very frightened, as winning was now harder. At that moment, the main hero interrupted a conversation among one of the teams. He believed that such a gap could be closed quickly. Even the 20,000 points separating them didn't seem like such a big deal. But how could they rack up points so quickly? In reality, it was much simpler than they thought. They just needed to keep fighting and killing monsters, and the hero promised to handle everything else. The man continued to slay monsters, racking up individual points for himself. But what did Kim mean when he said they could handle everything themselves? Yu Young-yu couldn't understand his plans. Besides, they had been hunting monsters for over 10 hours, so they needed to rest. They were trying to catch up to their competitors and win, even by a small margin. So they left the room and were heading back to the hall with the others. Meanwhile, the 4th stage had come to an end and it was the last day of the stage. Soon, the results were to be revealed. Everyone was eagerly waiting for them, and they hoped their team would win and make it to the top. It became clear that only 10 would survive. So, most of those who participated in the training would perish. Kim had done everything he could, so he tried to stay calm. After all, he had killed the Golden Goblin and taken out the enemy team. Now, all that was left was to win the team competition and secure a prize spot based on points. Suddenly, a message appeared announcing that the points for each team were being tallied at that very moment. The main hero took first place in individual points. Yu Young-yu was in second place right behind him. But the team points for all the opponents were equal. And everything happened just as Kim had wanted. Because no one had died and everyone received notifications that they had advanced to the next stage. People began to rejoice as it seemed his plan had worked. Because there were no losers, everyone had won. Immediately, the crowd started celebrating. They had all managed to survive and escape. And they did it. Suddenly, strange things began happening to the people and many of them started to simply vanish. The same was happening to them. Yu Young-yu panicked. But the main hero promised they would meet again soon. And then he disappeared. The 4th stage of training had come to an end. Moreover, Kim's team had scored the best in team points. For that, he received a reward. He also found himself in an unknown place and couldn't understand what was happening to him. All his stats increased by 4 points. He hadn't worked so hard for nothing. Additionally, he received a lot of coins, and from that moment on, he could spend them on things for himself. He had a total of 162 gold coins. Immediately, a terminal appeared before him. It was a device through which he could spend money and buy various items for himself. However, there was nothing valuable there, just items he already had. But his attention was drawn to skills that could also be purchased. One of them was particularly interesting and caught his eye. And this skill seemed to be related to his bracelet, because they had the same name and seemed to complement each other. So, the hero didn't hesitate and chose it. Moreover, the skill was really good and could be leveled up. He bought the skill and then moved on to study it. Immediately, strange things began happening to his body and he felt a warm sensation. Furthermore, another bracelet appeared on his left arm. He examined it and realized it was just like his old one. From that moment, his 5th stage of training was about to begin. The reward for the next stage would also be determined after its completion. He also knew that the next level would be very tough even for him. Suddenly, large doors appeared before him. They were meant to take him to the next level. Without hesitation, he walked through. It was hard to imagine what awaited him ahead. He was breathing heavily. There was no turning back, so he had to keep fighting. He didn't care what monsters lay ahead. He was ready to do anything to see his family even just once. After a while, he found himself in a new place. Other people approached him, surprised by his sudden appearance. The boy had ended up in the middle of a medieval castle. At that moment, a battle was underway and many soldiers were trying to defend the castle from enemies. They also asked him for help, as they couldn't handle the enemy army on their own. And then the hero remembered that this was exactly what was written in his journal. Before him stood a massive army of the undead, relentless and unyielding. They wanted to break through and kill everyone inside the castle. This was what the main hero was meant to do. It was his mission. The people were trying to hold the gates to prevent the undead from breaking in. But there were so many of them that the defenders simply ran out of strength. Moreover, the dead felt no fatigue or pain, they had no fear. Suddenly, a sword flew into the head of a skeleton that was almost squeezing through a gap. It was the main hero ready to take on the fight. At that moment, he charged toward the undead, preparing to battle an entire army by himself. Immediately, he began to take them down by the dozens. It was tough, but he didn't stop. Many enemies fell and he managed to buy some time. The people had the chance to close the gates and prepare better. Suddenly, one of the skeletons managed to get close to him and grabbed his armor. After its touch, his gear began to melt and burn. Kim killed it. But he realized he couldn't let them get too close. After all, their bodies were made of poison, but they were very slow and weak. And if he was careful, he could easily defeat them. He also understood that the monsters might fear sunlight. So he just needed to hold on a little longer. And he managed to do it. When the sun came out, the monsters began to vanish. They burned in its rays. And that was the only effective weapon against them. After the battle, an unknown warrior approached him. It was Max, and he was responsible for the defense. The man thanked the main hero for his help in the fight, as without him, the undead would have taken the castle. He also didn't understand who Kim was and where he had come from so suddenly. But the hero didn't want to talk about it and promised not to interfere with the people in the castle. Max agreed and allowed him to stay, as he needed skilled warriors like Kim. He also had a request for the main hero. He explained that the castle had been under attack by the undead for over 10 days and they could constantly resurrect and appear in even greater numbers. The people only knew that they disappeared at dawn and were very afraid of the light. But where they came from and why they were trying to take their castle was unknown to anyone. However, they needed to hold out for just 10 days as reinforcements were supposed to arrive then. But the hero understood that holding out for 10 days against an army was far too simple. He knew this was not the end. Max pleaded for his help, realizing they couldn't handle the undead alone. In return, he promised to reward him generously. But suddenly, the hero stood up and walked out. Before starting his new task, he had some matters to attend to. Soon, evening arrived. And the undead were approaching the castle again, but now there were many more of them. Max tried to figure out where the main hero had gone, but he was nowhere to be found. For a moment, he thought the boy had simply run away out of fear. But they had to fight, and he gave orders to his soldiers to prepare and take their positions. Suddenly, one of the archers pointed down at the enemy army. He had seen someone fighting the undead alone. It was the main hero who had been one of the first to charge into battle and was trying to win. He was very focused, ensuring that the undead couldn't get close to him. However, there were too many of them and he decided to retreat to regain his strength inside the castle. But this was not the end. As the undead began to break through, they were trying to smash down the doors, forcing the people to hold them back. Suddenly, Max managed to find him. He yelled at the hero for fighting them alone. But Kim discovered the real reason they were appearing. He found a group of shamans hiding in the woods, summoning waves of the undead every night. So, the people and the bravest warriors set out to find them, ready to punish the criminals. However, the main character wanted to go alone, believing his strength would be enough to handle the enemies. He knew this was a training exercise and anything could happen, so he wasn't sure if he could protect the people walking alongside him. After a while, they managed to reach the very spot. They caught the shamans, but they said nothing and didn't confess to their crimes. By doing so, they only hastened their own deaths as Max and his soldiers were furious. But the other shamans were confident that the soldiers wouldn't be able to stop them. After all, it was about to get dark. And with the arrival of darkness, they felt completely different. Suddenly, the main character struck, hitting right at the center of their sacred circle. The ground beneath their feet began to crack. At that moment, the shaman realized that Kim was no ordinary soldier, and he wanted to take his power for himself. They needed to hurry. They began chanting spells, trying to summon monsters to aid them. At the same time, the people charged forward, trying to eliminate the mages. But could the mages really summon the undead even when the sun was shining? The main character had a very bad feeling, sensing that something terrible was about to happen. The shamans covered themselves with a protective dome, but the man managed to break through it. Soldiers eager for blood and revenge tried to slip through the breach. But suddenly they felt sick and could no longer control their own power. The shamans managed to invade their minds. Kim tried to do everything possible to save the soldiers and ordered them to retreat. But it was too late. Right in front of them appeared an incomprehensible creature summoned by the shamans. It was a true demon, beginning to devour the trapped people who couldn't move. The hero had never seen anything like it before. Was this really his training? It was incredibly hard to resist when he suddenly saw strange shadows in the woods. But the scariest thing was above. The creature that appeared could communicate with the shamans and was listening to them. They gave the order. The target of the monster was the main character. And then the demon got angry. He nearly crushed his master as he didn't consider the boy a worthy opponent. The monster didn't let him finish speaking and simply crushed him. The soldiers were terrified. After all, the monster was truly horrifying and dangerous. It was gigantic, had wings, and wielded deadly sharp weapons. The hero wanted to fight it one-on-one while the others dealt with the mages. Max didn't want to let him go, but he understood they had no chance. The demon mocked the boy, not believing he could be a real challenge. But the hero didn't back down. He was ready for what might be the toughest fight of his life. The moments before the battle were the hardest he had ever faced. He didn't feel fear, but he was trying to find the weak spots on its body. But this was truly a dangerous creature. He hoped that, by using all his strength, he could slice it in half with one blow, just like he had done with the orc and other creatures before. But the demon was much stronger, and it wouldn't be that easy. He had to wait, but the demon was already charging at him. The boy managed to dodge the powerful attack. It was as if the demon teleported toward him, moving incredibly fast. Another strike. But the boy managed to escape this time too. At the last moment, he dodged again, realizing there was no time to hesitate anymore. So, gathering all his strength, he struck. After all, he had to win before the sun set. Somehow he managed to sever its arm. And it worked, as he realized the demon could be wounded, especially since he hadn't been fighting at full strength. Suddenly, the demon stopped. He noticed the boy's bracelets. And then he understood that the boy was indeed not an ordinary human. At that moment, the hero also began to mock him. Suddenly, another strike. This time, Kim didn't manage to dodge and felt the full force of the demon. Was this the end? The people watching began to scream. However, the main character continued to stand his ground. His hands trembled as he exerted tremendous effort to resist. The demon couldn't understand why he was so strong, and he tried to crush him with all the strength he had. Suddenly, the boy's sword began to lift him up. It had developed many cracks. Still, he couldn't hold on and let go. But at the last moment, he jumped back. This time, he was incredibly lucky. Again. However, his weapon was broken, and he was left nearly defenseless. Kim was prepared and always carried another sword with him, which he intended to use. Suddenly, the demon was already behind him. He was indeed very fast despite his size. The hero didn't expect this at all and managed to shield himself at the last moment. However, the blow was strong, and he was sent flying several meters away. When the boy stopped, he tried to continue the fight, but he was exhausted, and his body ached. But the demon, despite its injury, remained very strong and was ready to tear him apart. It seemed the demon had exhausted all its strength and could no longer use its power or teleport as quickly. This was what the boy had been waiting for, and he immediately charged at it. The decisive moment of the battle had arrived. The demon tried to stop him, but it didn't succeed. Once again, the hero managed to dodge. Putting all his strength into it, he severed another limb. However, he wasn't planning to stop there. He wanted to keep fighting, taking advantage of the moment while the demon was weakened. But this time he aimed carefully. The strike had to be precise and powerful, right at the throat. And when he waited for that moment, he wanted to put all the strength he had left into it. The demon tried to resist. It wanted to throw the boy off of itself. But the hero waited. He continued to look for the right moment to attack. And he waited for the demon to expose its neck. Suddenly it happened. He was ready, and he struck. The blow was incredibly strong. With one sweep of his sword, Kim severed the monster's head. It was all over, and he rejoiced that he managed to handle it before night fell. The boy had won again, but it seemed the demon continued to breathe. Even without a head, it could still move. But this quickly passed, and its body fell to the ground. The boy exhaled in relief, realizing he had been a step away from death this time. Immediately, his new friends rushed to him, having watched the battle from a safe distance. The soldiers wouldn't have won without him, so they were grateful. However, the hero understood that he had just been lucky. As if it had been night, none of them would have survived. Suddenly, the severed head of the demon began to speak. It mocked the boy and the soldiers but acknowledged its own defeat. Kim wanted to put an end to this. So, he simply finished it off by stabbing his sword into its eye. At that moment, he received a notification that his training was complete. The hero gained a massive amount of experience and power. Max explained that the demon he had defeated was the god of death and could command an army of the undead. Then the boy realized that after completing his training, he would have to fight it again, but then the demon would be much stronger than now. Max didn't want to hold the hero back and intended to repay him for helping them win the war. But the boy refused. He simply thanked him and walked away. At this point, he was about to enter the very doors that had appeared before him, and move on to a new, much tougher stage of his training. He hoped that behind the doors, his beloved and daughter would be waiting for him. More than anything in life, he wanted to see them again. However, the place he found himself in was shrouded in fog. Because of this, he couldn't see anything and moved blindly. Suddenly, he saw a strange structure ahead. Most likely, he needed to go there, so he walked. On his way, he encountered a strange man who asked who he was and how he had found this place. The stranger looked like a god, as he wore very unusual clothing and was of gigantic stature. He also recognized the item on the boy's arm. After all, it had once belonged to him until he lost it himself. Moreover, the man knew why the boy had come to him. Kim wanted to find the king, and the man was his vassal. The boy explained that he had wandered in the thick fog until he saw the temple and decided to enter. Furthermore, the man didn't think he could lie to him, so he believed him. But he pondered. His eyes became fearful. He looked up at the sky. It seemed he heard someone. He began to speak with his king. The king liked the main character. Kim could gain great power from him, but it would be very difficult to handle. It could become a curse rather than a gift. Moreover, a person with such power bore immense responsibility. The boy thought deeply, but at the same time he immediately agreed. He didn't understand how powerful the force could be, but he knew he needed it, and it was only for one reason, so he could meet the people he loved dearly, for whom he was willing to do anything. It seemed the man understood him, but suddenly he touched him, unwilling to let go and relinquish that powerful force so easily. He had to understand the price that came with wielding it. Only those who could endure it would be able to claim it and become invincible. Suddenly, the boy felt unbearable pain and couldn't keep himself on his feet. The pain felt lethal, and this was just the beginning. He needed to do everything possible to endure it and survive. And he tried. Tears streamed from his eyes, but he persevered. The boy attempted to rise, but he couldn't manage it. Overwhelmed by pain, he lost consciousness and couldn't get back up. The man began to doubt whether he could withstand it when suddenly the boy came to and tried to stand again. The man silently watched, not intervening. The boy crawled. He continued to fight against the pain, but it wouldn't relent. Blood flowed from his mouth. He was bleeding heavily. He was incredibly stubborn and ready to do anything to gain this power. He wasn't going to give up, as this was his only chance to reunite with his family. However, he realized he could no longer endure and wished for someone to just end it, as it was unbearable. Just then, he heard a voice. The voice was very familiar. The spirit reminded him why he had to keep fighting and survive. But he wasn't listening. His eyes began to close. It seemed he was dying. Suddenly, he saw his wife and daughter before him. He didn't want to leave them and tried to reach out, but they were drifting away. Kim understood he couldn't just give up, as he had promised to meet them again. Instantly, he managed to calm himself. The pain faded and he felt much better. Moreover, he hadn't died and couldn't understand how he managed to see his wife, as it was because of her that he was still alive. His body housed the heart of a king, despite being just an ordinary boy who accidentally stumbled into their world. The heart of the king was a reward for his training, but the protagonist felt that it wasn't that simple. Who was that king, really? He had so many questions. The man was about to answer him if he could. The boy asked who that king was, the one he had heard about. But the man couldn't provide an answer. And when Kim asked again, he stopped him. Because time had passed and the boy had to leave his world, taking with him the gifts the king had left him. After a while, he simply vanished. The man understood that the king believed in the boy's potential. Because he wasn't like the others. There was something special about him. The boy gained a wealth of experience and new skills and suddenly found himself in a new, unfamiliar place. Among the people, there were many foreigners, and he couldn't understand what they were talking about. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. It was Yu Youngyu, who was overjoyed to see him and rushed to hug him. Suddenly, armored figures approached them, looking like soldiers. But why had everyone been gathered in one place, unable to escape, surrounded by walls? Just then, the guard's voice made them quiet and everyone stopped talking. The man began to introduce himself to the newcomers. He was one of the training participants who had been trapped in this world for over 7 years. His name was Walker Alvin. Kim realized that among them were not just people who had come with him to participate in the trials. But why could mysterious individuals have entered this place much earlier and remained here? There were so many of them. They were also trying to escape the dome that surrounded them all. And they thought Walker Alvin might be responsible for trapping everyone. They wanted revenge on him once they managed to break free. The man couldn't stand their bickering and chatter, so he yelled at them to shut up. It seemed people were very afraid of him, so they didn't want to anger him. They had no idea what he had done for them, so the furious man was ready to take them all down. He drew his sword but quickly managed to calm down. He tried to explain that the wall was created for their protection, as this place was so dangerous that any step could be their last. And the newcomers, who lacked sufficient strength, could easily perish. So he promised to let them out, but for now they had to stay inside the dome. Besides, he wasn't afraid for his own life, as he was strong enough to handle all of them even if they banded together against him. The place they were supposed to go was the Village of Beginnings, and soon they would have to deal with the troubles and dangerous monsters that infested the area. For that, they needed to bypass the mountain range a few miles away. Beyond it lived real monsters who were incredibly strong. For there was an angel and a demon, and they were the most terrifying foes of humanity. They far outmatched all other monsters and would be very powerful. So, he warned the people to be more cautious and to stay away from the demon and the angel. However, the protagonist understood who they were talking about, as he had previously faced a demon and managed to defeat it. After a while, they reached the settlement where they were to live. The people were astonished when they saw the magnificent city and were impressed by its scale. From this place, the city was to become their home and everything was free for them. But only for 10 days. After that, they would have to find food for themselves and take care of their own safety. Moreover, they needed to remember that their safety depended on a very strong clan. After some time, the people settled into their own homes. They were all placed in very small and uncomfortable rooms that didn't resemble the other buildings in the city at all. But they had no other choice, as the dome surrounding them prevented them from going anywhere and forced them to stay with the others. So, Kim had no idea what to do. And in those 10 days something needed to be done, as it was unclear how they were going to survive moving forward. Besides, he understood he needed to stay alive, knowing that this level was one of the toughest. And he remembered his most important mission and that he wanted to reunite with his family. Meanwhile, Yu Youngyu decided to take a shower. Taking advantage of his absence, the protagonist pulled out his diary. and he began to hope that the information in it had been updated. After all, he managed to find what he wanted to see the most. On one of the pages, it was written that they would soon be able to meet. Moreover, he noticed that pages that hadn't been accessible before were now opening, and he could read their contents. That's exactly what he began to do. But he didn't rush and carefully read every detail. The information was very important to him, and he tried not to miss anything. He had to read the pages several times as there were moments he didn't understand at all. Additionally, he did this very cautiously as he didn't want anyone to see him. However, after reading, he had many questions. Could it be that his greatest enemy was also in this place? Just then, his friend entered the room. The boy quickly closed his diary in front of him. But at night, he continued to read. Now, he finally understood how to survive in the new city, but there was no information about the demon and the angel and how to defeat them. Even in his diary, there was a lot of unknown information, and he realized he didn't have enough strength to fight them. Suddenly, a suspicious voice was heard outside the door. It became clear that people were looking for the protagonist. The boy stood up and was about to open the door, but he didn't know what would happen next, as nothing in the diary mentioned it. The voice outside asked him to open up, as she wanted to tell him something. It was Yu Yungyu who had woken up. He thought it was the owner of the house they were living in. However, the person began knocking on the door again, asking him to open it immediately. This all felt very suspicious, and Kim got scared. He grabbed his sword, ready to use it if danger arose. He froze and asked what the unknown person wanted from him. As it turned out, it was Dean from the clan in the city, and he had come to recruit the protagonist. The man assured him that he didn't need to worry so much and that he was under the protection of a powerful clan in the city. He also warned him that he was safe, as conflicts among the settlement's residents were forbidden, and he couldn't harm him in any way. The boy believed him and decided to let him into his room. Before him stood a polite and smiling guy who was happy to meet him. And when he saw that Yu Yungyu was in the room, he asked to be alone with the hero. He introduced himself again, stating his name and who he was. The protagonist also introduced himself and introduced his friend. He tried to find out how Dean had heard about him and why he had chosen him. In fact, everyone knew that the protagonist was very strong and had performed well in training. The clan needed people like him, and they were offering him to join them. Moreover, the clan leader wanted to meet him personally and discuss all the details. He also apologized for coming to him so late, as it was an urgent matter. But why was everything happening at night? Why couldn't it be done during the day? He didn't know what his clan was about, but he didn't want to go anywhere because he thought it was a trap. His words made Dean nervous, as he didn't want to return without him. At that moment, he became very angry and ordered the protagonist to follow him in a different tone. Yu Yungyu understood everything. Kim also drew his sword, as the situation was very tense. He understood everything and knew who Dean really was and what he wanted from him. He also knew that their clan was a lie from the start and that it was filled with ruthless killers and thugs. And he learned this from his diary, so he was very lucky. They were scum who lured people like him and forced them to kill others, innocent people. They could be responsible for his family's death, and he would never forgive them, let alone work with them. Dean couldn't believe the boy understood everything. So, he planned to take all their belongings, and if they didn't agree to hand everything over, he would kill them. As expected, the protagonist refused. He ordered him to leave, but Dean wasn't going to back down so easily. He didn't consider the boy a worthy opponent, but he didn't want a direct confrontation with him. To avoid drawing too much attention, he simply left, leaving them alone in the room. Suddenly, he reappeared, but now behind the protagonist. At that moment, he intended to stab him with his knife, but the boy managed to block the attack. Moreover, the enemy was very strong. After that, he vanished again as if he had teleported. Now, he was trying to attack Yu Yungyu. And at that moment, Kim noticed him and was ready to deliver a strong and precise blow. He missed as the man disappeared again. His house was in ruins. He was filled with powerful energy, making it very hard to stay on his feet. Dean's mana and strength were incredible. It was hard for him to resist. Moreover, the enemy understood that the main character wasn't weak and his power level was very high. Killing him would be much harder than he thought. So he vanished again. But did he really just give up and retreat so easily? That wasn't all. Dean could turn invisible, which is why the men couldn't spot him. All they saw was his shadow darting around the room, ready to strike at any moment. Dean was invulnerable, so he was planning to take them out. First, he wanted to kill Kim. However, something happened that no one expected. Because the hero stabbed him with his own sword. It hurt, and he couldn't believe he had been seen. Immediately, he disappeared again. Due to his abnormal level of mana, the main character could sense him. This only made him angrier. It became very dangerous, so he wanted to leave the house as quickly as possible, where he could die. But Kim wouldn't let him just walk away. And he finished him off with a blow to the back. Dean was gravely injured and couldn't breathe. Weak and bleeding heavily, he collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. When Yu Youngyu saw that Kim had managed to defeat him and was able to see him, he couldn't believe it. After all, he hadn't seen anything. They needed to figure out what to do with the guy's body, as it was clear they would be searched for soon. They didn't have a solid plan, so they had to think and act fast. But the hero calmed down. He didn't want to hide the fact that he had killed a man. The next day, news of this spread throughout the city. A warrior in armor approached the house where the main character lived. It was Max himself. He was trying to find Kim and Yu Youngyu, who were likely the killers. Finding nothing on the first floor, they began to head straight up to his room. The hero understood what was happening and calmly waited for him, while Yu Youngyu was extremely nervous. When he entered, he saw the body of his acquaintance in the room, and he knew that the deceased was a thug from a rival clan. However, he couldn't believe that the main character had managed to take him down and defeat such a strong opponent. Kim confirmed that he had beaten him in a duel. Then, he realized that he was standing before a very influential man, and he was quite important in the city, yet he didn't get angry over the murder. On the contrary, for the killing, he was planning to reward the guy with 30 gold coins. After all, the man was wanted, and only the main character had managed to deal with him and kill him. When Yu Youngyu heard this, he was overjoyed, as he hadn't expected things to turn out this way, especially since Max thought something serious had happened and that Yu Youngyu and Kim might have been in trouble. Suddenly, he turned to them with a proposal. He wanted the men to join his clan and become his comrades and warriors like him. This news shocked them greatly. Kim doubted the truth of his words, but the man was confident in his decision as he had never seen a rookie like the main character. Moreover, this offer was a great opportunity for him, because their clan was very strong and popular, and anyone would want to join. However, Max's partner thought he was rushing with his proposal. After all, first they needed to deal with the body of the dead criminal, and besides, the men were inexperienced. Moreover, they couldn't just take newcomers into their clan. But Max was really angry after hearing those words. It was hard not to notice that they were very strong and skilled warriors. And despite being newcomers, no one had ever defeated the dangerous criminal who was incredibly powerful. He wanted to recruit the main character specifically, since his friend wasn't as experienced as he was. He knew the guy was very strong and had performed well in the trials. When they returned with the offer, Kim turned them down, and that surprised them greatly. After all, being a clan member was a dream for everyone. It was a huge honor for him. However, the guy didn't even listen to him. Did he have much better options? Was he a newbie who had just entered their new world? Then he asked Yu Youngyu if he intended to join their clan. Yu Youngyu didn't respond. He just silently looked at the main character and also declined. They were impossible to convince, and the soldier resigned himself, promising to send them their reward in the evening. Besides, they needed to pay for the damages in the house. He also gave them some time to reconsider and accept his offer to join the clan. After all, he wanted to see them by his side and fight alongside them. After a while, their reward was brought to them. For the first time in their lives, they saw such a large sum of money. If they could get this money in real life, they would be very rich and wouldn't have to work for the rest of their lives. Yu Youngyu also wondered why Kim didn't accept their offer and didn't want to join the clan. But it seemed he had his reasons which he didn't want to share. As it turned out, the main character had an idea and was unsure whether he should join the clan. In fact, he wanted to meet the Supreme Mage, and he wanted the guy to go with him and help him. While walking, the men managed to reach the central square of the city. It was there that they encountered a strange man. He allowed them to use the portal for 50 gold coins. But they had a completely different proposal for him. They had come for something else entirely and had an offer for the mysterious man. Kim promised to find the location of the laboratory. But after those words, the man looked at the guys suspiciously. As no one knew about the laboratory except for him, the guy offered him his services and promised to find the lost laboratory so he could work there. It seemed the offer intrigued the old man. After all, having his own laboratory was the dream of his entire life. Moreover, he realized that the hero was not an ordinary soldier, as he had rare items and armor. The bracelets on his arms looked very familiar. Abram pondered over his proposal. Still, he agreed, but due to his oath, he couldn't leave the portal and go with him. However, if they managed to find something, he promised to reward them. He also warned that if they tried to deceive him, they would feel pain worse than death. Those words scared them, but the hero agreed. Yu Youngyu couldn't understand how the main character found out about the secret laboratory. Moreover, by searching for the laboratory, they could no longer claim membership in the clan. It was known that the laboratory once belonged to the old man, but he lost it. There was a legend that he killed people and used their bodies for his magical experiments. He even had a nickname, and scary tales were told about him to children. Yu Youngyu began to feel in danger, but Kim reassured him. After all, the man was bound by his oath and couldn't leave the square, so he couldn't harm them. Cool, he found a strange place in the mountains. He saw a huge opening that could be the entrance to an underground laboratory. So they needed to climb up to take a closer look. If the words from his diary were to be believed, the laboratory had caused a lot of trouble in the city. Moreover, it was located near the settlement and was very well hidden. Also, the laboratory concealed a huge reward within it. And the effect of the materials he used during his experiments could be very powerful. Upon entering the underground, the guys saw a notification that they had discovered a new location. Also, by exploring the underground, they could unlock a new reward. And he understood that if he joined the clan, he wouldn't be able to claim the trophy. They moved on, trying to be as careful as possible. After all, there could be terrifying monsters in the cave and they couldn't draw attention to themselves. Also, Abram couldn't find his laboratory because he remembered nothing. There had to be some reason for this, but the hero didn't know what had really happened to the man and why he had forgotten everything. Perhaps it was related to his oath. Or he could have lost his memory due to some powerful spell and ended up becoming the guardian of the portal. It was also very strange that the man had been trying to find the laboratory for many years but hadn't told anyone about it. Suddenly Kim stopped. Yu Youngyu did the same and was very frightened. After all, in front of them were the bodies of slain men from the skyscraper clan who had tried to find the laboratory's treasures many years ago. There were also many bodies of ordinary people and they could be the ones Abram had experimented on. Because of this, Yu Youngyu was very angry. So he realized that the man was a true criminal. Suddenly, an earthquake began in the cave. The bodies of the people started to come to life. And after a while, all the dead rose and were ready for battle. Now it was clear why no one had managed to find the laboratory and why it was so dangerous. Kim prepared for battle. Yu Youngyu also drew his weapon. Suddenly, the monsters charged at them as they had to protect the secret place. The fight began. The monsters were very strong and hard to defeat. Moreover, they were almost immortal. All of this was due to the magic cast on them by the mage, as it was his magic that made them so powerful. The guy tried to fend off the monsters surrounding him. But there were too many. Suddenly, one of them managed to sneak up behind him and bit him. However, Kim used his skill and saved himself from death. Moreover, he was about to kill the monster, which he did immediately. Besides, the skin of the creatures was tough, so cutting through it required a lot of strength and energy. Still, they managed to win and all the enemies were dead. Yu Youngyu examined the bodies of the slain people, and he was shocked by the torture they had endured. Moreover, he noticed that in the body of one of them was a strange stone that shimmered. Kim tried to extract it. However, when he realized what it actually was, he couldn't believe his eyes. After all, it was an impulse, but how could it end up in the body of a monster? This was the very stone the mage used when he tried to create chimeras. So he decided to take it with him as a trophy and hoped it would come in handy in the future. Several days had passed since they entered the cave. However, their search yielded no results. They tried to rest and continue searching, wandering through its endless labyrinths. Each time they had to fight with monsters which kept multiplying. Still, they found a door and hoped it would be the entrance to the laboratory. That was where the reward they had been searching for so long was supposed to be. However, they realized that the door was locked. Yu Youngyu was about to chop the lock with his sword. And with a strong blow, the lock shattered, the door was open. Now they could calmly enter inside. The doors were very heavy, so they had to open them together. And still, after a while, they succeeded. A bright light shone from the laboratory room. What secrets did it hold? That was what they were about to find out. Upon entering, they saw a huge room filled with tools the man used for his horrific experiments. Inside a shell, there was the body of a man who had mutated. This was how the monsters were created, which then killed people. Meanwhile, events shifted to the main building of the skyscraper clan. Walker Alvin received a letter with important information. So he read it carefully, trying to make sense of everything. But after analyzing it all, he couldn't believe the information was true. After all, there wasn't a single word about the mysterious laboratory and the secret of the old man. It became clear that they were also searching for the laboratory and had spent a lot of their own effort on it. And the information they brought was just trash, completely useless. The letter mentioned an approximate location of the laboratory, which they had been searching for 2 whole months, but their search had been fruitless. The man simply couldn't believe that the solution had been so close to him all along and that it was actually very easy to find. He was furious at his servant for not being able to do his job and bringing him a false letter. In fact, the soldier just couldn't believe he had been wrong all along and searching in the wrong place. He also wondered if the main character had reconsidered joining his clan. He also asked about his friend Yu Yungyu's decision, but there was no information about them either. When the workers entered the new office, he exhaled heavily and leaned back in his chair. Could he really be mistaken? Meanwhile, the main character continued to examine the mysterious laboratory. It became clear that the laboratory was a place for research and the most terrifying experiments. Moreover, they reached the main room of the laboratory, as there were no more doors ahead. So, the hero carefully examined and began searching for what they had come for. Immediately, his attention was drawn to a huge cabinet filled with books. So when he approached it, he tried to open the doors to find what he needed. Additionally, he saw a huge number of test tubes and equipment used for conducting experiments. It was there that he found a mysterious potion that could come in handy. After all, this potion was the result of the scientist's research, and it could be very useful to him. Furthermore, his attention was caught by a purple bottle containing an unclear liquid, as nothing was mentioned about it in his diary. To be safe, they decided to take everything, and with that, their goal was complete. Suddenly, they noticed that the person in the test tube was no longer moving. It seemed he was alive. To check this, they approached him and began to observe, waiting for any movement. However, the unknown man did not move. But unexpectedly, after a while, he opened his eyes. After looking around for a bit, he closed them again. When the heroes realized that the creature was alive, they didn't know how to handle it properly. They decided to leave it as it was, since they weren't sure if it was a person or a mutated monster. At the last moment, Kim decided to break the glass with his sword because he wanted to find out who the mysterious creature really was. After a while, they returned to the old man, who was still sitting in the square, guarding the portal. He didn't expect it at all and was very surprised when he realized that the guys had found his laboratory. He just couldn't believe it. How did they manage to do that? The man was eager to learn about the whereabouts of the laboratory. But the main character wasn't in a hurry to tell him everything. He wanted to hear what the old man had actually been working on and how he was involved in all the experiments conducted in the lab. Abram didn't want to share and tried to deny his guilt. It seemed he didn't even know what was happening in his own laboratory, especially about the man in the vial, since it was unclear how long he had been there and how his body and mind had changed during that time. Moreover, the man remembered nothing and didn't know what specific experiments he had conducted or how long ago it was. But then why were they trying to find the laboratory? The reason was that the old man considered the lab his home and wanted to return at any cost. But how could he return? He was tied to the square and forced to guard the portal. As it turned out, he could leave it for a short time, and that was enough for him to find the laboratory. Then the main character began to speak. He described the place where he found the entrance to the caves in detail. It seemed the man started to remember everything. He could now recall in detail how he tried to disguise the entrance. The boy continued to speak, and the man kept recalling more information and details. Still, he rewarded the boys for their work. They received very valuable attributes and a sacred ring. With the attributes, the boys could teleport anywhere at any time. The ring given to him by the man was also very valuable and was under special protection. Moreover, the items were several levels above all those they had received at this level. It became clear that they had received a very good reward for their efforts and didn't regret risking it to find the hidden place. Just then, the old man laughed and was about to leave them. He promised to meet them later. And at that moment, he headed back to his laboratory. The boys were happy to have received such a valuable reward, but worried about letting him go so easily. However, they hoped that the old man wouldn't remember anything and would lose his memory again. Still, they hid from him the fact that they had stolen the most valuable items from the lab. After all, those potions could be the reason the old man was trying to find his base. When Abram teleported, his eyes sparkled with joy, and a wide smile spread across his face. Back in their own place, the boys talked about what had happened to them. They were pleased that they had managed to obtain rare items and were living in much better conditions. Besides, they planned to go to the Skyscraper clan and inform them about the underground laboratory, as they could be generously rewarded for it. They also needed to decide what to do with the potions they had stolen. After all, they had no idea what was in them and what would happen after they drank them. Moreover, the system couldn't recognize the potions or tell them about their properties. The only way to find out was to drink the potions one by one and see what would happen to them. The main character was sure that this could enhance their strength and help them survive. Yu Youngyu didn't trust him, but he had no choice and began to drink. First, he drank the blue vial, just as Kim had instructed. After that, he immediately started on the red one. He quickly noticed an incredibly strong energy spreading through his body. Suddenly, they felt an excruciating pain and burning throughout their bodies. The pain was so intense that they could barely stay on their feet. But gradually, their stats began to rise. It became clear that they couldn't drink it all at once, as its effects were incredibly powerful. The boy felt like his body was burning from the inside, yet his level was gradually rising and he was becoming stronger. He also remembered the suffering he had gone through in the past to increase his strength, and this effect was much weaker than what he had to endure before. His entire body was racked with terrible spasms, but he could control it and endure the incredible pain. Meanwhile, Yu Youngyu was having a much harder time and was screaming in agony. After a while, it all passed, and they exhaled in relief. They managed to survive the ordeal. Yu Youngyu didn't realize how much time had passed. The boys regretted drinking all the potions at once as it nearly killed them. They also noticed that after drinking the red potion, their health stats immediately increased and restored. Their stats and other attributes also grew several times. The scientist who developed these potions was a true genius. But why hadn't he drunk them after preparing them? He would have become incredibly strong. The boys had very little time left and were planning to head to the Skyscraper clan's house. They were going to go despite it being very late and dark outside. But after thinking it over again, they decided to wait until morning. Also, to ensure the correctness of their decision, the main character took out his diary to find out what awaited him next. He carefully began flipping through the pages, searching for new lines that might have appeared in the diary. Suddenly, he found another page that hadn't been turned before. The boy read each line carefully, going back, when suddenly he began to panic. But after a while, his face changed completely and he looked very frightened. After that, he grabbed his sword and rushed outside, urging Yu Youngyu to run with him. Yu Youngyu was shocked by his behavior, but he had no choice and ran along with him. After a while, they stood in front of the Skyscraper clan's house. The main character tried to knock, but no one answered for a long time. He realized that everything was going wrong and that there was very little time left. So he started shouting, hoping that one of the soldiers would hear him and open the door. Suddenly, a servant appeared before him. The hero insisted on seeing Walker Alvin, but the servant assured him that it was impossible. He needed to schedule a meeting in a few days, but when the hero mentioned the location of the laboratory they had found, the servant's expression changed. So he insisted again that Walker Alvin come out to him. Upon learning what was happening, the soldier appeared immediately. He thought the men had decided to join his clan and wanted to inform him of their decision. He also heard the hero's terrible scream and came to his voice. But when he found out that the boys had managed to find the laboratory, he couldn't believe them, as how could two novices find what he had been working on his whole life? Then he realized that the boy before him wasn't an ordinary person and possessed an incredible strength that no one else had. Moreover, he believed it wasn't a coincidence. Kim explained Abram's plans and what he was trying to achieve by finding the laboratory. After all, he was preparing for an attack on the city and intended to kill all its inhabitants. Furthermore, the old man was about to acquire a new body, the very one he had been growing in the vial for so long. The servant couldn't believe what he heard. Suddenly, a stranger approached them, interrupting their conversation. No way. Could it really be Abram? But how could he move into a new body so quickly? There was no doubt about it. It was indeed him. There was no doubt that it was really him in a new body. Kim realized he had made a huge mistake. After all, at the last moment he had hesitated to destroy the laboratory. And that decision played a cruel trick on him as his enemy stood right before him. Suddenly, he began to attack the main character, trying to deliver a fatal blow. Walker Alvin couldn't understand why the stranger immediately began to attack. But Abram wasn't interested in the soldier. He wanted to deal with the main character and his friend. The boy understood everything, but he had already drunk the potions and had no intention of returning them. Therefore, the opponent wanted to take his magical items and promised to kill him if he resisted. After all, he immediately noticed that the boy wasn't an ordinary person and he was intrigued by his personal belongings. Suddenly, strange things began to happen, as the creature started pulling all nearby items toward itself. Suddenly, a bunch of stone swords appeared in the air. They immediately flew toward the main character. However, Walker Alvin wasn't going to stand by and decided to join the fight, realizing that the unknown was very dangerous. He understood that this was the old man who had been chained to the square, but how had he managed to lift his own curse? Abram remained silent. However, the soldier didn't expect to hear an answer from him. Right now, he was preparing to fight him and he promised to talk to the boys later. But Kim rushed forward, ready to confront the enemy. The soldier couldn't believe he was capable of winning and tried to stop him. Abram began to use his own power. He directed an electric charge at the people, thinking it would be enough to stop them. Walker Alvin stopped, realizing he could die. However, the hero continued to move forward. He had a special weapon that Abram knew nothing about. With the help of his own ring, he could use his weapon against him. He managed to redirect the electric charge and send it back to the opponent. But the lightning passed by and only grazed the enemy. And then he realized what a huge mistake he made by giving the main character the ring. Walker Alvin understood he was wrong. After all, the boys weren't novices, they were experienced warriors. Taking advantage of the moment when the enemy was distracted, his servant circled around him. He delivered a powerful blow to his back. The hit was so strong that the ground beneath them cracked. However, there was no enemy there. At the last moment, Abram managed to escape. He realized that without the elixirs the boys had stolen from him, his body was too weak and he hurried to engage them in battle. Suddenly, he found himself trapped as a chunk of ice covered his body. It turned out to be a girl who had come to help. She couldn't believe that the old man she had seen guarding the portal was right in front of her. Very soon, a huge crowd gathered outside, along with the entire skyscraper clan. Abram made a huge mistake when he decided to go against all of them. After all, each member of the clan was a very dangerous warrior with special abilities. Therefore, he needed to retreat to prepare better. This wasn't the end, and very soon he planned to return again with new strength. And just like that, he simply vanished, leaving a mountain of ice floating in the air. The woman couldn't do anything as the man had the ability to teleport and even her strong magic couldn't hold him. Still, Walker Alvin wanted to figure out what was really happening. So he ordered the boys to follow him, as he wanted to talk to them. Kim explained that they had managed to find the laboratory and drink the magical potions made from hundreds of human lives. The man realized that all this time they had been mistaken as the solution was so close. They also realized that the guys weren't skilled as they had drunk the potions that the scientist had made for himself. The potions could elevate a person to an incredible level. If a thief drank them, he would be unstoppable. Now everyone understood the criminal's plan. It became clear why he had been trying to find his own laboratory all these years. It was also known that the old man had always hated people and was trying to unleash his aggression while gathering the necessary ingredients for his magical potion. But how had the old man managed to lift the curse and return to the laboratory? The main character had no idea. They realized that Abram would now try to make new potions for himself, so they needed to stop him. Besides, Walker Alvin knew the old man and understood that he wouldn't be stopped easily. He also knew that, without the potions, the criminal wasn't that strong. He wanted to thank the main character because it was thanks to him that they had a chance to stop Abram. Suddenly, he stopped. He couldn't understand how the main character knew about the oratory and that the man would seek revenge. Then Kim realized he had revealed too much and feared that Walker Alvin might start to suspect him. He didn't know what to do. Should he tell him about the diary? Just then, a soldier burst into the room and ordered Walker Alvin to follow him immediately. The soldier was terrified and couldn't explain what was happening. But after catching his breath, everything became clear. At that moment, a wave of monsters was rapidly approaching the city. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the city. All the people who could hold a weapon took up arms to defend themselves. They tried to stop the wave of monsters that had begun to break into the city and were killing people. But there were too few of them, and they didn't have enough resources. Suddenly, a massive barrier covered the city, preventing the monsters from getting inside and killing people. People realized that the skyscraper clan had taken up the defense of the city. The situation was extremely critical. A girl was putting in tremendous effort to protect the people. She also sent out a warning and ordered everyone to grab weapons and defend themselves. Yu Yongyu protected her while she held the barrier, but he knew he wasn't strong enough. Meanwhile, the main character and other clan members were outside the city. They had to take the brunt of the attack and try to stop the massive wave of monsters. The main character charged into battle first, starting to take down everything in his path. One by one, he destroyed the monsters. However, he realized they were very weak. Could the potion have affected him? But soon he saw another massive wave of monsters. It was moving straight toward them, and it was a real army. At that moment, the hero decided to try out his powerful weapon. But Walker Alvin beat him to it. With a single sweep of his hand, he attacked the beasts and unleashed an explosive wave. The entire army of monsters was wiped out in one blow. Kim had never seen such power before. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was as if the man had sliced through the air with a single motion of his hand. Walker Alvin was an incredible man and very strong. The boy didn't want to fall behind and started to move after him. They were trying to find the entrance to the laboratory to stop the criminals. Meanwhile, Abram was in his own laboratory. He was trying to brew a potion, but the ingredients were coming together very slowly. Thanks to the main character, his plans had been thwarted and he couldn't become strong so quickly. He hoped to create at least one potion and knew he needed to hurry, because they would be showing up very soon. The main character had spent weeks searching for them to lead them to the laboratory. They needed to finish in 2 days, and on top of that, they were constantly being attacked by waves of monsters. There were so many that they just wouldn't stop. But the people could quickly handle them with their own magic. With a single wave of their hands, they could destroy dozens, if not hundreds, of creatures. Watching them, Kim realized that all these people were at a much higher level than he was. And he was confident they would definitely win. Moreover, they noticed that the monsters contained strange crystals inside, just like the special stone the boy had found the day before. It was a special gem that allowed the creatures to live and move. But it was unclear how it had gotten inside the monsters and who was behind it. However, there was no doubt that it was the work of the criminal, who had been preparing all along and had created a real army for himself. But how he managed to do all this remained a great mystery. They needed to move on, as they were wasting too much time fighting the creatures. Meanwhile, the boy continued to keep his stone, thinking it might come in handy in the future. Meanwhile, a battle raged in the city. One by one, Yu Yongyu was taking down the monsters, protecting the girl. However, one of them managed to sneak past him and attack from behind. He didn't even notice it. But he was lucky, because if it hadn't been for the woman and her magic, he would have died. She also noticed how exhausted he was. But Yu Yongyu dropped his hands. He understood he didn't have enough strength and couldn't help them stop the villain. He tried to be better, but nothing was working out for him. He constantly compared himself to people who were much stronger than him and progressed much faster. So he made a decision. He dropped his weapon and walked away. The boy didn't want to be a burden to them. Understanding how hard it was for him, the girl felt very sorry for Yu Yongyu. Meanwhile, the skyscraper clan and Kim managed to find the laboratory. They entered and saw Abram, who was busy brewing potions and had managed to recover. He had indeed managed to brew a potion, and now he was much stronger than before. This was his laboratory, and he felt especially powerful there. Soon, a tough battle was about to begin, and the boy could already feel his incredible strength and that it wouldn't be easy at all. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was taking place in the cave. The sounds of fighting and screams reached the outside. All the clan members felt an incredibly strong dizziness. Their ears were ringing. They simply couldn't resist and stand up to the power of the unknown criminal. Walker Alvin was trying to hold on, but he couldn't take it anymore. Unlike his comrades, he remained conscious, but he couldn't get to his feet and continue fighting. The criminal smiled, knowing that his plan had worked and the potion had taken effect. Then, the people realized that such a criminal was only a chance for the city to gather more ingredients for brewing potions. After all, he wanted to take human souls, which he needed to transform them into monsters that could become his army. Walker Alvin understood that the man was indeed a very serious opponent, as he could take human souls and use them for his own purposes. Very soon, he was going to brew a massive amount of potions for himself and become a true supreme mage. Then, no one in the world would be able to stop him. The first to die was supposed to be Walker Alvin, as he was the one Abram wanted to kill the most. And then, he used his own magic. He was already starting to say goodbye to the man, and Walker Alvin accepted that he was going to die and couldn't believe that this was how his life would end. He braced himself, because he understood that it was going to hurt a lot. There was an explosion and the whole room was engulfed in flames. Suddenly, the main character managed to sneak past his enemy and attack from behind. He struck and was able to seriously injure the man. It was so unexpected that the enemy was even frightened. His wound was very serious, and he couldn't believe that his magic hadn't worked on the main character. This was supposed to be the final battle. The boy understood that the opponent was very serious, and he prepared himself. He was also shocked that Abram's magic hadn't affected him. Could it all be because of the potion he drank? After all, he felt nothing at all. Maybe it was because of his ring or the armor that protected his body from the magical force. Suddenly, he noticed that Walker Alvin was still alive after such a strong blow. Walker Alvin was conscious and trying to get up, but to no avail. Kim realized that Walker Alvin was just trying to buy him some time, as he noticed he could still move. So, he had a chance as the enemy wasn't looking his way and he couldn't miss this opportunity. He had one more potion that he planned to use at that moment, fearing he wouldn't be able to win. Suddenly, the enemy noticed him. He also realized that he hadn't noticed how the boy had managed to get close to him, and it was because he had spent all his strength on the Skyscraper clan. He also understood that he was in a trap as the two men could attack him simultaneously and he couldn't afford to be distracted by either of them. Suddenly, the main character lunged at him. He managed to hit the enemy, but at the very last moment, the enemy managed to teleport away and save his life. It was the same moment when he found himself behind him, and he tried to deliver a powerful blow. The boy was thrown back by the explosive wave, but in the last moments he managed to use his protective shield. Walker Alvin, who had managed to get to his feet, realized he didn't have the strength to continue fighting and decided to leave as he wanted to save his own life. Moreover, his people were unconscious and couldn't help him. He couldn't believe that the main character was still standing and continuing to fight as now their lives depended on him. Still, the battle continued. Kim was trying to kill his enemy. To speed up, he had to use his own magic. Because of this, he was expending a lot of energy and could tire out soon. He had to keep running as he could use his own power and was trying to hit him with lightning. However, Abram was just waiting for his strength to run out. Suddenly, chains appeared around the boy's legs. Because of this, he couldn't move and found himself trapped. He began to panic, trying to shake them off. But nothing was working. Now he had no way to dodge the man's attacks. At that moment, he unleashed his main weapon and wanted to launch sharp stones at him. Was this the end? Abram was delighted, as he considered it his victory. Suddenly, he noticed that his spell had stopped working. The chains around the boy's legs were broken and he could no longer control him. Moreover, he collapsed to the ground, feeling an unbearable headache. He understood that his soul had been consumed by the magical circle, but how could this happen to him? In fact, it was the potion that the main character had managed to drink before the battle that had worked. Abram didn't understand anything. He was stunned by this turn of events. But Kim simply threw an empty potion bottle at his feet. It was the most dangerous potion the criminal had ever possessed. It was thanks to him that he could control the minds of others and steal their souls. This was his most powerful weapon. Now the man could not resist. He understood that this was the end. Moreover, the boy had coated his own sword with poison, which was meant to return the old man to his own body. However, the criminal tried to fight back. First, he planned to stop the magic circle and attempt to return to his old body just to stay alive. But he couldn't move at all. The boy approached him and was about to strike. He had managed to invade his consciousness and control all his movements. He could easily kill him and take his soul. Suddenly, he struck with his own sword. As a result, the criminal lost his own hand, the one with the ring. With it, the man could control his own power and was planning to attack the hero after he stopped the magic circle. Kim noticed this and knew the man wasn't going to give up easily. So he struck him again. As a result, the criminal lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the boy was preparing to help his friends regain their senses. He also planned to destroy the entire laboratory of the man to prevent him from continuing his work. For a while, he managed to pull everyone out of the lab. But they didn't come to their senses and remained unconscious. Only Walker Alvin could speak and understood everything. He felt terrible that they were powerless against the mage. But Kim could handle it himself and promised to return very soon. Walker Alvin felt very bad for not being able to help. Meanwhile, the boy decided to conduct an interrogation. He was curious how the man had managed to regain his memories, knowing it was impossible to do alone. He wanted to find out who that villain was who helped him recover his memories and find his own lab. But he quickly realized that it was thanks to him that Abram was able to find his old home. He struck again. And this time he severed the other hand. Only after this did Abram start to talk. He spoke of a stranger who had given him a piece of paper long ago and left quickly. It seemed Abram was telling the truth, as he had no reason to lie anymore. Next, the boy wanted to know how he had managed to brew potions and how he had hidden it for so long. Suddenly, Abram began to talk about the armor and bracelets on his arms. Because the person who taught him magic wore the same. It could be the king himself, as only he had the same armor as the hero. Then the hero realized that all the legends about the king and his treasure were true. But he didn't finish, he still had many other questions. He was curious why the man had created an army for himself. Was he preparing for war and wanted to kill everyone to become an invincible criminal? This question surprised Abram, because in reality he was pursuing a different goal. He just needed to find many subjects to conduct his own experiments and brew potions. From the very beginning he hadn't intended to use people for his experiments, but the emergence of the clan forced him to do so. After these words he began to scream and curse the hero and the skyscraper clan that had interfered with him. Kim silently watched him. He understood that the man was insane and there was no helping him. Moreover, by killing people, Abram gathered the necessary ingredients for his potions. And then, he enjoyed it so much that he began to kill for pleasure. After these words, the boy struck him again. The blow was so strong that the ground cracked beneath him. It was very sad for those people who died and became part of his experiments. After all, each of them had a family and they all wanted to live. He saw no reason to keep such a villain alive. So he decided to kill him. This would rid the world of one more bad person, and he hoped that this decision would save many lives. Meanwhile, on a hill, people in black cloaks were sitting. They knew that Abram was already dead. It happened much faster than they expected. They knew how powerful the Archmage was, but realized that someone was much stronger than him. So, they needed to return as they could be next. They began to flee to save their own lives. After all, opportunities would arise for them in the future, they just needed to prepare better. Meanwhile, the wave of monsters didn't end, and Yu Youngyu stood on the city's defense. He had very little strength left, but he continued to fight. Suddenly, the monsters stopped. They turned around and began to flee from him. Yu Youngyu didn't understand anything. He had never seen anything like it before. What had really happened? The next day, it was all over and the people managed to survive. There were many casualties, as about 20,000 people had died. Moreover, most of them were recruits, so they couldn't defend themselves. Additionally, they were extracting crystals from the bodies of the chimeras to sell them to another district of the city. Furthermore, the people from the skyscraper clan couldn't recover after the battle in the lab, as even the next day they had headaches. However, physically, the people were unharmed. Unfortunately, some of them never regained consciousness. The woman who had been with them couldn't come to her senses, and it seemed that the mage had taken her soul. Walker Alvin realized he had made a huge mistake by bringing people with him. However, he couldn't even imagine that their enemy would be so powerful. Walker Alvin understood that they had managed to survive thanks to the hero, and he couldn't even fathom what would have happened to them if it weren't for him. When it was all over, Kim and Yu Youngyu were planning to go somewhere else. The clone in jeans didn't want to let them go, hoping that with their strength, they would join him. However, the hero again refused their offer. He wanted to go his own way. They could change their minds at any moment and return, as they were always welcome in the clan. Everyone in the city knew their names, so they could feel safe and not fear being turned away. But where were the boys supposed to go next? Next, they had to head to Darkmium. And when Walker Alvin heard where they were planning to go, he got scared. After all, it was a place that had thrived just a few years ago. But now, there was no life there, as a particularly dangerous clan ruled. A clan of assassins, the city was lawless, filled with murders and constant crime. But even this didn't stop the hero, and he didn't reconsider going. Moreover, he knew well what was happening and how dangerous it was there. The risk was too high, but he simply couldn't turn back. He also didn't want to put Yu Youngyu in danger, so he suggested he stay behind. But he refused and promised to stay with him until the very end. After all, this was now his life too, and whatever happened to them, he wanted to experience it with the hero. Even the skyscraper clan couldn't dissuade him. Suddenly, a soldier mentioned their reward, which he was going to present for helping them save the city. He pulled out 2 rings, which were the most valuable among what they had. They were teleportation rings. They were needed to restore the portal. The clan couldn't give them more as all other resources were needed to restore the portal. Kim began to examine the ring closely. It was of very high quality and the master who made it was none other than Abram himself. Moreover, the ring could regulate time and he didn't know what that really meant. For the first time in his life, he saw such a valuable A-rank item and was very pleased. So, as a farewell, the Skyscraper clan wished them luck and didn't want to hold the boys back any longer. They hoped that one day they would be able to meet them again. It was already time to hit the road, so the boy pulled out the specifications to teleport to another city. Reading the incantation, he began to move. And after a while, he and his friend disappeared. Walker Alvin felt sad when the boys left him. Suddenly, a woman grabbed him by the ear. After all, he was supposed to give the boys only one ring, while the other was the property of their clan. Those items were very valuable, and he made a big mistake by giving them away so easily. But he thought he had done the right thing, as it was thanks to the boys that they managed to survive and defeat their greatest enemy. After his words, the woman blushed, realizing she had made a mistake. Meanwhile, the boys found themselves in a new place. However, there were no houses or streets around them. The weather was terrible, yet they were exactly where they needed to be. But when they entered the settlement, they realized that this place was much larger. It was quite frightening, and Yu Youngyu asked why they had really come here. The hero had been searching for that very man for a long time, and he believed that the culprit might be in this settlement. It was the man who had killed his family, and he was ready to do anything to find him. This was what he had seen in his diary, and he understood that the time had come. He was ready for revenge. That very night, he had a terrible dream. He was working at his job and living a normal life. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his beloved. He was running late from work but promised to come home soon and finally meet her. But in response, he heard her begging him to save her and come help quickly. The boy tried to shout back to her, but she didn't respond anymore. His hands trembled as he thought the worst had happened. Immediately, he left his office and rushed home. He was in such a hurry because every minute counted. Suddenly, he woke up. It had all been a dream. He was in his own house and went to check where his wife and child were. But when he entered the room, he saw their bloodied bodies lying on the floor. They were dead, and his dream had been reality. He constantly thought of his wife's friend in various places, and it wouldn't let him live in peace. Nightmares haunted him constantly, and he could never calm down. He knew his wife had pleaded for mercy and begged the killer not to do this to her. He also knew that the killer had taken pleasure in killing them. He remembered that day for the rest of his life, as it was the worst day of his life. The death of his loved ones was a true shock to him. He would never forgive this. The horrors tormented him constantly. And even that day, he woke up again as he saw the terrifying scene before his eyes once more. The hero's hands trembled violently from the sweat. He tried to pull himself together, but Yu Youngyu noticed something was off with him. Yet, Kim didn't want to share anything. Yu Youngyu began to worry about him, especially since strange things had been happening lately. He also spotted a mysterious note under his door. The note revealed that all members of the assassin clan were supposed to gather that very day. It became clear that the guys were invited to the town square and that their presence in the city had been discovered. Therefore, they needed to pass their entrance test and try to capture their leader. After a while, they arrived at the town square. Among the crowd were many dangerous individuals, all contenders for joining the clan. The leader of the assassins noticed that a large number of people had gathered. Finally, the event began, and he stepped up to give a speech to all the hopefuls. He was thrilled that his clan was still popular and that so many people wanted to join. But the crowd wasn't listening to him. Furious, he ordered everyone to shut up. When they ignored him, he demonstrated his own power. At that moment, everyone realized he was not someone to be trifled with. Anyone who dared to challenge him would be killed. This terrified everyone present, and they began to listen attentively. He started explaining the clan's rules, revealing that members of the same clan could not kill each other. Moreover, a person's life meant nothing in this context, and the commander didn't care about his comrades. After a brief introductory speech, the test was about to begin. It was quite simple, and everyone was handed flyers. They needed to bring back the head of the person shown in the photograph, and only those who brought the head along with the photo would pass the test. This person was located in a huge city, and while it seemed straightforward, there was a catch. Besides the test participants, the photo featured faces of people living in another city, so they had to search very carefully. With that, the task began. The clan leader disappeared, leaving the people to fend for themselves. The main character suggested they withdraw and no longer wanted to stay in such a place. He couldn't imagine how to find the right person among such a massive crowd. Suddenly, Yu Youngyu noticed one of the participants starting to snatch flyers from others, robbing them of their chance to pass the test. This made him furious. Yu Youngyu thought the test was unfair. It just wasn't right. Perhaps the man the main character was trying to find was also participating in the test. But it all felt very strange. How could anyone emerge victorious from such a large group? The guys moved calmly through the city streets, completely unaware they were being watched the whole time. He recounted how after the death of his wife and daughter he had quit his job and was searching for the culprit. But at some point he gave it all up and returned to the company. Now he wanted to catch the killer again, even at the cost of his own life. Besides, he still had memories of the killer and knew that the culprit had entered this world and was also taking the test. He also knew that the killer carved the letter X into the bodies of his victims, which was how he could be caught. The killer was truly evil, committing his crimes with particular brutality. Yu Youngyu believed he absolutely had to pass the test to find the murderer. After all, their targets could be innocent people. Especially the woman featured on the main character's flyer. She looked so sweet and didn't seem like a criminal at all. Just then, they were surrounded by unknown individuals. They pulled out sharp knives and blocked their way. The men thought they were dealing with rookies, so they figured it would be easy prey. But the main character was ready for this and prepared for a fight. When he drew his sword, the criminal was taken aback, not expecting him to resist or show no fear. The head of the assassins was at his own house. After all, he was the one behind the ambush planned against the main character by armed thugs. He was simply curious to see who would win in a deadly duel. He didn't actually know that the hero was no novice. The woman thought it was impossible for them to win, as they seemed more suited to the assassin participants. The clan leader was eagerly waiting to hear who would be the first to complete the tasks. Meanwhile, the clash in the street continued. The main character asked if the guys had encountered the killer who left his mark on the bodies. But this angered the thugs, and they decided to attack him to kill him. The boy prepared to defend himself, yet he remained calm. He easily dodged the first strike. The thug thought he was lucky and became even angrier. He tried to injure him, but each time the boy evaded. Still, this couldn't go on forever. So, his partner threw his own sword to help him. But even that was something the main character anticipated. He simply blocked the attack. They couldn't believe their eyes. They hadn't expected the boy to be so skilled. Next, Kim was ready to punish them and swung his weapon. He managed to hit one of the thugs. The thug immediately flew back several meters. The other, realizing what was happening, gathered himself and tried to kill him. This was the main thug, the most experienced of all the criminals. However, the boy didn't even try to dodge his strike. He simply unleashed his superpower, making his body invulnerable. With the help of his ring, he could control time and saw all of the man's movements in advance. For him, everything slowed down, making it easy to dodge the thug's blows. However, the use of the superpower was limited to just a few minutes. Due to the excessive use of power, he couldn't rely on it for too long. So he struck back. His attack was so powerful that it immediately stunned the attacker. After the strong blow, the enemy flew back several meters. Yu Youngyu also dealt with them easily, as the thugs were true amateurs and posed no threat to him. After the fight, he approached their leader, who lay on the ground unable to get up. He asked again if he had encountered the killer who left his mark on the bodies of his victims. After all, the boy knew that the thugs were also searching for this man, as he was the reason for the real series of murders in the city. He began to choke him, wanting the thug to spill everything. The boys helped him with threats. The man revealed that the serial killer left a letter on the bodies of his victims, but he had come to the city only to take the test and become a member of the clan. He didn't know anything more and hoped that Kim would let him live. The boy agreed with him and promised to spare his life. With disbelief, Macbeth looked at him. He continued to speak, for he knew that the maniac could also be taking the test. And he was hunting the main character, which is why he hired assassins to save himself some time. The thug was at the location where the serial killer had stopped. There was a mountain of corpses marked with his symbol. The boy listened intently. And after the man finished speaking, he ordered him to take him to that place. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the serial killer's house. In one of the rooms, he was torturing his victims. Terrified people screamed in pain and agony as they endured their torment. They begged the man to let them go and allow them to live. However, he didn't listen. Murder was a true pleasure for him, and now he simply couldn't stop. His victims were ordinary people who couldn't resist or defend themselves. He killed the man's daughter right before his eyes, making him weep. It was a horrific death, and he never felt remorse for anyone. The poor man screamed but couldn't save his own daughter. The killer left his symbol on her body. He did it with brutal precision. After that, he did the same to the man, killing him just as viciously. Blood splattered across his face. From this, he felt truly happy. He was a sick individual who killed for pleasure. He reveled in his victims, and he had no intention of stopping. He also examined a photograph of the main character and was already planning how he could kill him. And that would be the day they could finally meet again, at last. Meanwhile, the thug was leading the people to the house where the maniac might be hiding. Yu Youngyu, the main character, was extremely tense and felt unwell. He didn't want to talk to him and was very serious. They continued walking in silence. After a while, they arrived at the house, and the killer lived on the 3rd floor. Kim felt that this moment was very special for him as he had been working towards this goal for years. So, he was ready to enter the house. But just as he was about to open the door, something unexpected happened. He couldn't afford to make a mistake. So, he opened the door and tried to step inside. That's where he hoped to confront the criminal. Suddenly, he heard a strange whistle behind him. He noticed the thief attacking him, trying to stab him with his own knife. But the main character's reaction was quicker, allowing him to dodge and strike first. However, the thug grabbed his arm. He began to fall, pulling Kim down with him. Moreover, there was an unsettling energy within him, and soon he was about to explode. Kim realized this, so he ordered everyone to lie on the ground. He intended to shield the man with his own body to prevent a larger part of the city from being destroyed. After all, he had a special superpower and hoped it would save him. Soon, a loud explosion rang out. A fire broke out in the city and the flames quickly spread to other buildings. All of this was observed by the participants of the trial. Among them was the very man who had been hunting Yu Youngyu. He was thrilled to have found him, but now realized that he probably wouldn't survive, as he was caught right in the explosion's epicenter. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. It was the same serial maniac who had invited him to join his team. He was the one who had set the fire and planted the bomb in the man's body. Moreover, he didn't want to stop, and the guy drew his own sword. He understood that he was in danger. Immediately, a bunch of other people appeared behind the killer who were his guards. However, they didn't attack, as the killer could clearly see the boy's power level and knew he was strong. But his strength wasn't enough to defeat him. So, he decided to handle it himself and didn't want to risk the lives of his mercenaries. He lunged at him, grabbing him by the neck. He used his magical power to force him to obey his commands. Now, the boy was one of his servants and would remain loyal to him until death. Besides, the criminal watched the fire. He couldn't even imagine that killing the main character would be so easy. After all, the mercenaries' attack had been meticulously planned, and he was behind everything that had happened. He wanted the man to lead them to the house where a trap awaited them. He began to regret killing them so sneakily, as he wanted nothing more than to look him straight in the eye, just like he once did with his wife and child. However, for a moment, he paused. Then he started laughing. He sounded deranged. His laughter was hysterical. He had seen that people managed to survive after the explosion. Yu Youngyu and the main character were trying to escape the flames. But how did they survive such a powerful blast? However, Kim was severely injured. He had lost too much strength and could no longer move without help. Thanks to him, Yu Youngyu had stayed alive and was now helping him. Moreover, the hero remembered something. They entered the house across the street and were planning to regain their strength there. The thug didn't want to let them go so easily, so he followed them. After all, they knew the hero was weak and this was the best moment to kill him. They drew their swords and began to enter. He also wanted Yu Youngyu to become his servant and planned to absorb his soul. The man thought it would be very easy. He would be the first to pass the trial so quickly. But it turned out that the main character and Yu Youngyu were waiting for them. They had understood everything from the very beginning and knew they were being watched. And then the thug realized he had made a mistake. He had trapped himself and the wounds on Kim's body had vanished. He was completely unharmed. Finally, the hero could confront the killer of his family and now he wouldn't let him go for anything. In fact, the main character had suspected from the start that he was being watched. So when he entered the house, he understood he had little time. He needed to regain his strength urgently, so he began to use his own skill. With this, he could quickly heal his wounds and restore his body. But he was using too much mana. In any case, they were relieved to have survived the massive explosion. It was all thanks to the main character's skills. as they had saved their lives. Moreover, after the explosion he had gained something valuable. When everything was happening, he had shielded Yu Youngyu with his own body. At that moment he realized that his power might not work and he was taking a huge risk. However, he couldn't abandon his friend. Suddenly he gained a new skill and his defense improved by several levels. So it could be said that this was what saved him and Yu Youngyu. Moreover, Kim didn't know why he had gained these skills, but it pleased him. It wasn't just a magical defense, thanks to it he could change his form as he wished. Additionally, the hero revealed that he could remember something. In fact, there was a picture of a person on his letter, the same one who had been hunting him. Moreover, he knew that he was the killer of his family, there was no doubt about it. And he was his main target and he had spent many years searching for him. But Yu Youngyu didn't understand how the main character had figured this out. After all, such things were impossible to forget. Yu Youngyu was confused, it seemed Kim was hiding something from him. Could it all have happened because they had leveled up? In a new world? Moreover, the boy had already encountered him before. After all, after he left the company, he dedicated his life to finding the culprit. Just a few weeks later, he finally managed to find him. Upon seeing him, the killer began to flee, but he chased after him. He managed to catch up and throw him to the ground. He called the police. At that moment, he took his knife. Kim craved revenge, he desperately wanted to kill him as brutally as his family had died. But at the very last moment, he was stopped. It was the police who had arrived at the crime scene just in time. They saved the killer's life. After that, he heard nothing about him. But the funniest part was that no one but him believed in the existence of a serial killer. His crimes were extremely brutal. But everyone quickly forgot about them, and even his colleagues and friends paid no attention. And he simply returned to work and began living a normal life. Moreover, he tried to forget about it, but the killer was constantly in the news. Hearing about new murders, he immediately remembered him, and now, seeing his photo on a flyer, everything came rushing back. Yu Youngyu decided that they had to catch him at any cost. He drew his sword and wanted to set off in search of him. But the boy stopped him. After all, Kim knew he would try to find them himself as he had seen his wounds and would use that moment. So they just needed to wait. And when the thugs came to the house, the serial killer realized that he would never be able to kill the main character. What happened to his wounds? Why was he healthy and unharmed? Kim wasn't going to answer his questions. He just wanted to kill him. But the man didn't take his words seriously. He couldn't believe that the goal of the entire trial was his death. Kim felt his fear. After all he could do was kill those weaker than himself. It was much easier. The killer never took risks and carefully chose his victims. They were his wife and daughter. After those words, the boy couldn't keep his composure. He wanted Yu Youngyu to deal with the other thugs, as they were all weaker. And he intended to kill the main one himself, as this was solely his revenge. Moreover, he planned to do it slowly to inflict the most suffering. As soon as the criminal sensed danger, he wanted to flee, leaving his servants to fight them. He thought the men would be able to distract him. But Kim couldn't let him get away so easily. Next time, there wouldn't be one. He wanted to end it right here and now. So, he managed to quickly close the distance to the man and deliver a powerful blow. The thug couldn't believe that the boy could be so strong and teleport to him. And then, he tried to shout to his servants to help him and stop the main character. Immediately, they obeyed his command and rushed to confront the main character, trying to stop him. However, Yu Youngyu wanted to hinder them. He began to kill them, one by one. Moreover, the thugs were ordinary people and had no abilities, so it was very easy. Then, the thug realized that it was all over as the boys were much stronger than he had thought. When he tried to get up, Kim struck him again. Now, the blow was much stronger. And finally, the criminal understood that it was a trap. After all, the boy knew he would come to him. However, the thug tried to resist. He tried to save himself, and when he was about to strike the boy, he managed to teleport again. After which, he continued to beat him. The thug dodged again. He understood that each blow could be his last, and he was very close to death. But where did he get such incredible strength? After all, he knew that Kim had only been in his world for a month and couldn't believe he had become so strong in such a short time. Kim understood that the thug had nowhere to run, so he was going to use his greatest power. That blow was meant to be decisive. The man understood this, so he tried to shield himself. But even his sharp sword broke. He had no chance. Suddenly, a powerful strike. From this, he was guaranteed to die. The main character prepared himself. And now he had managed to hit the target dead on. After all, he struck him right in the face. The impact shattered his skull. The man had no chance of surviving. He begged him to stop because the pain was unbearable. He didn't want to die so soon and started pleading for him to let him go. But the hero just laughed. He had no intention of stopping. This was just the beginning. His hands trembled. He was avenging not just his loved ones, but all those who had fallen victim to this monster. Each of them had wanted to live and had begged for mercy. He vividly remembered the day his wife, terrified and in tears, called him for help. He ran, but he didn't make it in time. The criminal never let his victims go. He even killed children and never stopped. Another blow even stronger than the last. The hero didn't stop. Tears welled up in his eyes. And Yu Young-yu silently watched what was happening. He understood how hard it was for the hero, and the criminal's screams echoed throughout the city. When the man was dead, the boy broke down, staring at the bloodied face for a long time. Finally, he had found him and could atone. However, he couldn't waste any more time on this. He needed to move on and finish the trial. The boy also carved a letter into his body. After what had happened, he couldn't calm down or collect himself for a long time. Even Yu Young-yu couldn't help him. He could see how hard it was for him. Suddenly, he noticed a strange notebook in his hands and realized it was the hero's diary. It had been a gift from his own wife. So it was the most precious thing to him. Yu Young-yu left him alone so Kim could have some time to himself. He began to read, hoping that after killing the culprit, the entries in the diary might change. Finally, he had taken his revenge and wanted it to bring him closer to his own family. Killing the culprit had been a long-held dream he couldn't fulfill in real life, and now that it had happened, he felt truly happy. After this, things would be much easier for him. But it wasn't so, he cried. All the memories of the deaths of his loved ones began to haunt him again. Because even killing wouldn't bring back his wife and daughter. In reality, his death changed nothing. He didn't see any new pages in the diary. But he hoped that eventually they would appear. After the hero calmed down, Yu Young-yu dared to enter his room. Even though he wasn't crying anymore, Kim remained angry and didn't want to talk. Still, the boy smiled at him, unsure how to support him. It seemed he felt better as he smiled back. That day, they were very lucky. They had taken down a dangerous criminal and had also completed the task. So a reward was just around the corner. The boys had no idea that the hardest part was yet to come. The next day, others also began bringing in the heads of their victims and received rewards. Many people tried to activate the system, but they failed due to strict checks. The man responsible for evaluating the tasks was barely awake, as there were very few who managed to succeed. Suddenly, the boys approached him, holding packages with the heads of their victims. He couldn't believe his eyes. Could they really have completed such a tough task so quickly? But he decided to check their letters. And when he looked inside the bags, he realized they had indeed completed the task. Moreover, they were the strongest, and he was very surprised they had done it. He had no choice. Everything was above board. So, they passed the trial. To become full-fledged members of the clan, they had to take some pills. Besides, they couldn't verify if it was safe and had to rely solely on their instincts. However, there was no turning back, so they decided to take the plunge. The man assured them it would give them a surge of strength and energy. After they swallowed the pills, they became official members of the assassin clan. Suddenly, Yu Young-yu spit out his pill because it tasted terrible. Moreover, it had a special name and was considered the seed of the devil. They were given special tokens that indicated their full membership in the clan. Kim didn't want to become one of the killers, but there was nothing he could do. It was part of the trial. Suddenly, strange things began happening to his body. He didn't manage to swallow the pill as he noticed Yu Young-yu hadn't done so either. When he held it in his hand, he felt an enormous surge of energy release from his body. Also, his sacred armor began to break down. He tried to stop it, but nothing worked. Moreover, it caused him intense pain, as he couldn't remove the bracelet that was constricting his wrist. It seemed his bracelet was starting to transform. He tried to take it off because it hurt so much. Suddenly, he saw a system notification and received a new characteristic of demonic energy. His bracelet was enhanced and he gained a new superpower. After a while, the pain subsided and he felt better. Furthermore, the bracelets had fused into his skin, but his strength and abilities had improved. Yu Young-yu breathed a sigh of relief as he had been very worried about the hero. Additionally, he noticed that the seed had changed color, indicating that his body had absorbed its energy. Now he wasn't sure everything was okay. After all, he couldn't understand anything. But he hoped that soon everything would become clear. His seed could be considered spoiled, but they still had one left that belonged to Yu Youngyu, and he was ready to give it to the hero. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the skyscraper clan. The clan leader was very anxious as he read the latest news. However, he was pleased that the evil scientist and his monsters had been destroyed and the city was saved. Moreover, the woman in his office had managed to deal with a serious problem. Walker Alvin tried to remain calm but couldn't hide his excitement. Suddenly, a knock at the door. He allowed them to enter. A servant announced that Kim and Yu Youngyu had come to see him and wanted to talk. Walker Alvin was thrilled to hear this. He hoped the boys had changed their minds and were ready to join his clan. They began to talk. Recently, the fate of the skyscraper clan hadn't changed. Everything was just as it had always been. Then the girl asked why they had decided to return. At that moment, the boy startled them with his words. He showed them his badges, and that meant he had joined the clan that was their greatest enemy. Walker Alvin couldn't believe his eyes. Immediately, he thought the hero was a traitor and had been deceiving him all along. Moreover, he was furious that the boy had rejected his offer and joined another clan, one that had always been their enemy. He also explained the mandatory rule for those who joined the mercenary clan. They had to consume the seed, which could boost their strength and skills, and thus the strange seed spread throughout the world. It was believed that it was the key to becoming strong easily and quickly. Because of this, everyone began hunting for it, consuming it, but the seed took root in the human body. A slow person would turn into a monster and no longer resemble themselves. After a while, their body would start to mutate, and they could never control themselves again, becoming a demon. Walker Alvin tried to calm down, as he couldn't believe the boys had taken this step. He also knew that his victim was the killer of his wife, and by completing the task, he could obtain the seed. Walker Alvin felt sad. He didn't even know about the hero's difficult fate. Suddenly, he pulled out the seed of the devil he had brought with him. Walker Alvin examined it closely to understand what it was made of. Then he realized the boy hadn't eaten the seed and everything was fine with him. Suddenly, he took it in his hand. After that, he crushed it. Demonic energy began to emanate from it, quickly filling the room with bright light. Inside was a small creature, a demon's offspring, and this creature occupied the body of the person who had swallowed the seed. Then it devoured its host's body. Walker Alvin suspected that his enemy's clan might be involved in something like this, but he never thought it was actually happening. But how had the hero managed to find out all this? He understood that the boy wanted revenge, and passing the trial was the only way to do it. However, he couldn't figure out how he had managed to gather all this information. Then the hero prepared to tell him his biggest secret. Mana began to emanate from his body. But what did he want to do? Walker Alvin couldn't understand his intentions and watched in surprise as things unfolded. The hero demonstrated his demonic energy, something they had never seen before. He had never seen anyone control energy like he did. On his wrist was a special bracelet that absorbed his demonic energy, preventing it from entering his body. Could it be that the hero had absorbed demonic energy and could now control it? After a long conversation, Walker Alvin was convinced that the boys were not traitors and didn't want to harm him. Moreover, the situation was very serious, and what was happening could lead to war with the clan. All the while, Yu Youngyu was extremely anxious and couldn't breathe easily. However, when he returned to his room, he finally managed to relax and rest. He worried about the possibility of a future war, as they were officially members of the assassin clan, which meant danger was looming over them. But the hero wanted to reassure him and tried to explain that they were not in any danger. He also promised to protect him at the cost of his own life. After all, he had never left him in trouble and was always ready to defend him. Meanwhile, the woman from the skyscraper clan headed to a meeting in the capital. This was very important for her, as a huge number of influential people had gathered there. She entered the room last and swung the door open loudly. Everyone was already gathered and looked at her in surprise. They were discussing important economic issues and contemplating the future of the country. There were also representatives from various clans presenting their interests. She thanked them for coming such a long way, and she wanted to get straight to the point, as everything was very serious. At that moment, she presented evidence that the killer clown had allied with demons and was preparing for war. No one could believe her words could be true. But when she showed the seed and what hatched from it, no one had any doubts that it was real. But when she showed the seeds and something hatched from them, there was no doubt left in anyone's mind that it was real. Everyone braced for the worst, as it was clear that a war with the criminals was unavoidable. The girl had no intention of explaining how she had come by this information. She didn't want to put the main character in danger. She understood that it mattered, but she wasn't going to say anything. She was expecting an urgent decision as war could break out at any moment. No force would be able to stand against the demons that would slaughter innocent people and destroy their cities. For a moment, the room fell silent. Everyone listened intently, but no one dared to speak. At that moment, she announced the start of the military operation. During the state of emergency, the main character was to be under the protection of the Skyscraper clan, to keep him and Yu Youngyu safe from enemies. But he wasn't afraid, he was ready to fight alongside everyone else. However, battling demons was vastly different from fighting ordinary people, and the main character couldn't let himself be revealed. Yet Kim wasn't listening to him. The man had no idea that he had already defeated a demon in a duel before. He recognized that the boy was a strong warrior, but he hesitated to take him into battle. Suddenly, the main character asked him for a favor. In truth, he wanted to test how strong the head of the Skyscraper clan really was. So, he challenged him to a fight. He gladly accepted the challenge, curious to see for himself. Moreover, they planned to set some rules to ensure their duel was as fair as possible. Walker Alvin didn't see him as a serious opponent, so he promised to use only his right hand, while allowing the boy to use all his strength. The boy was confident in his abilities and believed he could easily defeat him. However, Walker Alvin was no ordinary soldier. Immediately, Kim charged into battle. Meanwhile, the woman continued her speech at the meeting, trying to persuade the men to join the war and help them fight. Their mission was to destroy the enemy clan, and they couldn't know how many people had consumed the seeds. Besides, she knew that people who had eaten the seeds could have infiltrated the assassin clan. However, others couldn't believe they had enough strength to wipe out the entire clan. They also couldn't just attack them, and they couldn't skip the preparations for war. They needed to surround the enemies and eliminate every last one to ensure no one escaped. No one had any objections, so everyone agreed and began preparations. The operation they were about to undertake was highly classified, and everyone needed to keep quiet. The military actions were set to begin in a week. In the meantime, the main character continued to fight his opponent. But the man easily deflected his attacks, even with one hand. He also attacked Kim, not wanting to spend the whole time just defending. Moreover, he tried to hit with full force so the boy would understand who he was dealing with. One such blow was incredibly powerful, and Kim found himself on the ground. He needed to pay attention to controlling his mana and using his skills. That day, they finished up planning to continue training the next day. But that wasn't enough for him, and he decided to try again. After all, during the fight, his skills and strength had increased, especially his defense level, and he hoped that would help him win. Walker Alvin agreed, but this would be the last fight of the day. Yu Youngyu was exhausted and just watched what was happening. Walker Alvin tried to give the main character tips as he wanted to teach him. He needed to think through every step, as he was using his mana heavily and risked losing against a serious opponent. So, Kim listened to his advice and began to move erratically, making it hard for him to be hit. It worked as he managed to get closer to the man. Suddenly, he jumped, trying to strike in midair. But Walker Alvin anticipated it and calmly blocked his attack. Yu Youngyu realized that in midair, the boy was vulnerable and it was very risky for him. Suddenly, the boy used his skill and a shield appeared before him to protect him. He tried to close the distance with his opponent. However, the man easily destroyed his defense, and the boy found himself airborne again. Kim tried to rise higher, and when he succeeded, he pushed off and lunged at the man. He attempted to use his passive defense skill to become faster and push off. However, even this time, the man managed to block his powerful attack. He dodged. Then he delivered a new, much stronger blow. The main character found himself on the ground once more. He understood that Walker Alvin was a true monster and that he had no chance of defeating him. However, he was glad he could train and use his skills. Walker Alvin praised him, recognizing how hard he was trying and how much he wanted to win. Moreover, for the first time, Kim managed to use his enhanced defense skill and could now control it even better. Suddenly, Walker Alvin replied that this wasn't the end. He wanted to fight Yu Youngyu. But as soon as he heard that, he started to run away. He was terrified of fighting him, having seen how strong he was. The man continued to train until evening. They needed to rest as the next day they would continue doing the same. The soldier was curious why the main character was so eager to join the battle. But he had personal reasons for it and he felt a special anger towards the criminals. He also believed he needed to avoid all the bad things written in his diary. After all, he hoped that this would help him reunite with his family. This was his only chance, so he was ready to risk everything for it. Walker Alvin also asked what the main character planned to do after the war ended. He learned that the boy intended to go to a city that was constantly attacked by criminals and try to protect it. It was very dangerous, but his decision was unchangeable. Suddenly, everyone fell silent and it became very quiet. Yu Youngyu didn't understand why the war hadn't started earlier and why the criminals had been allowed to live for so long. However, the situation was much more complicated than he thought, as the assassin clan ranked among the top 5 clans on the entire continent. They had tried to back out several times, but nothing had worked. Walker Alvin believed that the war could unite all clans against a common enemy. He believed that only war was the way to change things. And he left, promising the guys he would meet them the next day. Soon, a great battle was about to begin. All the assassins were to be destroyed. Meanwhile, the main character and Yu Jungyu were in the city. They moved along with the other soldiers. But the men didn't trust them, as they were newcomers to their clan. They tried to speak quietly so the boys wouldn't hear them and understand their terrible plan. Yu Jungyu couldn't hide his anger, but the main character tried to calm him down. The man was acting very arrogantly and didn't believe that the newcomers could be of any use. But the main character shut him up. Although Jekyll was too rude to them, the man understood he was right and that their skills were indeed too weak. After all, there were many people who wanted to join their clan, so he didn't want to show that he didn't like the main character and his friend. He suspected that the boys might participate in the war, so he needed to be careful with them. Also, he didn't see them as a serious threat and hoped they wouldn't bother him. Kim tried to calm the boy down. They didn't need to stir up trouble or act rudely. They couldn't reveal their secret, so they had to endure. After a while, they entered the territory where the assassin clan's domain began. They needed to proceed very cautiously and stay calm, as danger lurked at every turn. Once inside the territory, they began to move further toward their goal. The leader also sensed an unpleasant odor. This could be dangerous, so he ordered the group to stop. They needed to carefully examine the intersection before them. They split up and went in different directions to reach their goal faster. 2 boys went with the leader, and Jekyll was even happy when he realized he didn't have to be near them. Yu Youngyu was also glad he wouldn't have to endure him any longer. He had a particular anger towards this criminal and wanted to kill him personally. Meanwhile, they found the building from which the strange smell was emanating. So, very cautiously, they decided to go inside. And upon opening the door, they realized what was causing the stench. There was a huge number of bound people in the room, begging for help. There were also gas bombs, and soon everyone would suffocate. The leader realized this was the work of his enemies, who were using drugs to kill people. So he began to destroy the gas bombs. After all, they were releasing toxins into the air that everyone was breathing. The boys had to get the victims out of the assassin clan's territory and provide them with all the necessary help. But when he was about to go up to the next floor to check if anyone was there, he saw bloodstains in the room. Turning back, he understood everything. Right before his eyes, the main character had killed one of the women. He couldn't understand why he did it. He rushed at the main character and grabbed his clothes. The leader was furious and didn't notice the women preparing to attack him. But at the last moment, he managed to use his power and block their attack. In fact, these weren't victims. Kim had saved him, knowing it was a planned operation. The people waking up were trying to kill them. The leader hadn't anticipated this and realized he was mistaken. Suddenly, a massive number of soldiers appeared before him, hiding and watching him. They couldn't understand how the criminals had figured out their ambush. Now, they would have to fight a strong enemy. Yu Youngyu and the main character charged into battle, trying to overcome the mercenaries. The leader realized he might be experiencing hallucinations. After all, he had also inhaled the air from the candle and could be under the influence of drugs. So, coming to his senses, he prepared for battle. He easily fended off the attack from 2 mercenaries. He also realized that the main character had saved him, and he wondered if he really was a newcomer. Then he recalled Walker Alvin's words as he had advised taking them along. He understood everything. But why hadn't the smell of the candle affected the main character? Did he have some special abilities? But right now, the most important thing was to figure out how the criminals had learned they would come to the house and set their traps. He understood that the clan members were in danger, as the criminals already knew about the war looming over their country. Suddenly, they heard a strange scream. The city was not at peace. Everything had begun. But not at all as expected. Walker Alvin realized their plan had failed, and they hadn't managed to win so easily and quickly. Returning to his own city, he saw a massive pile of human corpses. These were the villains from the assassin clan who had taken advantage of their absence and attacked the city. Then Walker Alvin understood that there was a traitor among their clan, as the criminals had learned about the attack they were preparing and managed to kill all the people. Moreover, this could be happening in other cities as well, so the number of victims was much higher. It didn't seem like the criminals had been preparing for their attack for just a day or two. It seemed they had been preparing for a long time and wanted to engage them in war. Moreover, they could expect even more supplies, so they needed to attack quickly and be as cautious as possible. It was incredibly dangerous, but they had no other choice. From that moment on, the members of the assassin clan became the greatest enemies and a threat to all humanity. Walker Alvin was ready to take on the city all by himself, but the other clan leader agreed to fight alongside him, wanting revenge for all the innocent lives lost. So, they began preparing for battle and devised a new attack plan. The leader understood they were trapped, so they urgently needed to leave the danger zone. The newcomers started to run, but they continued to fend off constant attacks from the criminals. They tried to escape the danger zone as quickly as possible and wait for backup. Moreover, their other teammates might be in danger, they needed help. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice. It was a cry for help. It became clear that the men from the other group were also under attack. So, they rushed to help. The guy was injured and surrounded by a massive number of mercenaries. He had been hurt and was preparing for death, unable to fight back. He never expected anyone would come to save him and thought the same fate awaited the others. Was this really the end? He closed his eyes and awaited his own death when suddenly the hero appeared before him. They arrived just in time and there was a chance to save the man. The bandits were taken aback when they saw them. Thinking they were easy targets, they also wanted to kill them. The injured man couldn't believe his eyes. How had the newcomers managed to survive? They readied themselves for battle and drew their weapons. The bandits began to attack. There were just too many of them. It seemed the odds were stacked against them. Meanwhile, the leader tried to hide, knowing he had no chance of defeating an entire army of mercenaries. This was a planned operation, and the bandits knew they would come to their city. There was no doubt someone had betrayed them. He had already lost hope of seeing anyone else alive. However, he heard the sound of battle on the next street. He felt a surge of hope, thinking it was reinforcements. In reality, a brutal fight had broken out between the hero and the mercenaries. He managed to hold his own against the overwhelming number of enemies with surprising ease. And Jekyll, who was watching, couldn't believe his eyes. He realized he had been gravely mistaken. The guys were not newcomers as he had initially thought. On the contrary, they were swiftly taking down a large number of foes. Moreover, the hero moved through the air and the enemies couldn't reach him. When it was all over, he stopped right in front of Jekyll. Kim was very serious at that moment, remembering what Jekyll had said about him. Jekyll panicked, thinking the guy would want revenge on him. But there was no time for that. He was the only one who had managed to survive. The bandits were closing in, so they needed to leave the city. There were just too many of them. A new plan was needed since Kim was quickly running out of strength. He ordered the injured man to leave the city and call for backup. But at that moment, there was no one left to defend their own city. The hero also understood that this was a trap. Their entire army had long been wiped out as it had also fallen into an ambush. Kim wanted to buy some time and try to stop the criminals. He wasn't afraid. He was ready to face a massive number of strong enemies. Jekyll was frustrated because the guy wasn't listening to him and was going to do what he thought was right. But he had no choice. So, he agreed with him and promised to do everything as he instructed. Jekyll started to run while the others stayed behind, preparing to fight. They couldn't just flee, as it depended on them whether the reinforcements could reach the city. All they needed to do was try to hold off the criminals for a little while. Jekyll needed to leave the city and get to the support. And when he prepared for battle, he realized he simply couldn't move. The guys were stuck in a hard shell of super strength. Then he understood that there was a much more serious enemy among the mercenaries. They needed to come up with something immediately, as they had become easy targets for the attackers. Suddenly, he spotted a man in the crowd who began to approach them. It became clear that it was him. The man in the suit was a very serious opponent and an incredibly strong warrior. His name was Jeffrey, and he was ready to kill anyone who stood in his way. A fierce battle had begun. The guys were trying to dodge his attacks because the enemy was incredibly strong. He used a very dangerous sword dancing tactic, and the boys had never fought such a powerful foe before. Moreover, his attacks were nearly invisible. Even the main character's defense wasn't helping him, so he had to retreat. He couldn't fully block the enemy's strikes. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the leader appeared and joined the fight. He tried to unleash his strongest weapon to attack the criminal. As a result of his powerful blow, the nearest buildings on the street were destroyed. He wanted to wait for reinforcements, but he realized he didn't have time to hesitate. However, he saw that the guys were engaged in battle, so he couldn't just stand aside. Despite being weak, he joined the fight. The enemy realized this was very dangerous. At the last moment, he managed to dodge an attack and understood that there were still survivors in the city. But the man had exhausted his last strength on his attack and didn't expect the enemy to evade. He was astonished that the main character could stand up to such a dangerous criminal, as legends were told about his strength. He was a well-known figure in the assassin clan, not to mention a formidable warrior. The man would eliminate those weaker than him and then devour their bodies. They had to catch him because if they fled now, the people who would come in their place could get hurt. However, Jeffrey no longer wanted to hesitate. He was eager to start the fight, confident in his abilities and thinking he could easily win. Plus, he was hungry and dreamed of eating human flesh. So he immediately began attacking the men. They didn't see it coming, but at the last moment they managed to dodge. They needed to unite to try to defeat him, as none of them could do it alone. With his last ounce of strength, the Skyscraper clan leader tried to use his superpower to defend against Jeffrey's powerful blows. But it wasn't enough, and soon he could die. He realized he couldn't manage without the guy's help. But gathering his strength, he attempted to attack him. He wanted to get close to try to wound him. But Jeffrey met his strike with his own weapon. With one strong blow, he managed to stop him. The man felt a sharp pain all over his body. Jeffrey was satisfied with his work. However, he realized this wasn't the end. The warrior managed to hold onto his weapon with his own hands, saving his life in the process. At that moment, Yu Youngyu was preparing to attack him. Despite being terrified, he couldn't stand aside and tried to do everything he could. Jeffrey realized he was in a very tough spot as he was being attacked from all sides. The boy also used his superpower, and his sword became gigantic. However, that still couldn't break through Jeffrey's defenses. Jeffrey put in great effort to protect himself, and he managed to do it. But he didn't even notice how the main character had crept up behind him. With one swing of his sword, he ended their confrontation. Because Jeffrey was dead. His defense had weakened and his headless body fell to the ground. After the battle, the city was left in ruins with piles of dust swirling in the air. Meanwhile, reinforcements arrived. They tried to save the leader, but he had lost too much blood and couldn't move without help. However, with his last strength, the man replied that it wasn't his merit and he would never have managed without the newcomer's help. But Jekyll didn't believe his words. He couldn't accept that the boys could handle him. Yet it was hard for the man to believe that too. After all, it was the first time Walker Alvin had made such great sacrifices for the newcomers. These boys were true monsters. Despite having spent only a short time in their world, their level was much stronger than those who had been there for years. And he couldn't even imagine what they would be like in a few years. However, after the battle, they disappeared, and he wondered where they had gone. He wanted to discuss a few important things with them. Jekyll decided to find them as it was thanks to them that he managed to call for help and stay alive. But they were nowhere to be found. He felt ashamed for having had a low opinion of them as it was impossible to tell from their appearance that they were good fighters. The man ordered him to find them immediately as he urgently wanted to talk to them. He didn't want anything to happen to them, as Walker Alvin would kill him afterward. He prayed, desperately hoping they would stay alive. Meanwhile, the boys had entered an underground labyrinth. There lay the greatest secret of the assassin clan, and they wanted to unravel it. Yu Youngyu had never heard anything like it, but he trusted the main character and went into the cave with him. There was no evidence of the treasure's existence, but he wanted to find it. The main character knew that something terrible had happened in the cave, so he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He could no longer allow a tragedy to repeat itself. Suddenly, Yu Youngyu struck him with his sword. The boy felt it, but he was too scared to turn around. At the last moment, he managed to dodge. Yu Youngyu struck again, but this time he managed to leap back. Kim couldn't believe his eyes as he had only escaped by a miracle. But why did Yu Youngyu do this to him? Was he a traitor? Why was the boy trying to do this? However, when Kim looked at his face, he saw that something was wrong with him. It seemed he had gone mad, and his eyes had turned white. Yu Youngyu was having hallucinations and lunged at the main character again. Kim tried to defend himself, but he didn't want to hurt him. He also saw an incomprehensible smoke in the cave. But could it be because of him? This was very untimely, as they were losing precious time, and there was very little left. To bring Yu Youngyu back to his senses, the boy slapped him. However, nothing worked. He got back up and continued to fight him. They needed to come up with something else. There had to be an effective way to bring him back to reality. Suddenly, he heard the real voice of Yu Youngyu pleading for him to save him. He was trying to fight against the hallucinations and the effects of the strong drugs that had taken over his mind. But he began attacking the main character again. Blow after blow, Kim blocked his attacks. Suddenly, he remembered their training. He knew that Yu Youngyu got tired very quickly and needed more time to rest. However, Walker Alvin didn't give him that chance, as he wanted to make him a true warrior. He saw how hard it was for him, but he was preparing to attack again. And Yu Youngyu was ready for anything, as he couldn't afford to stand aside. The soldier praised him for his efforts, as he and the main character were very good warriors together. This motivated him, so he raised his sword and was ready to continue the fight. He impressed the man with his endurance and behavior. After a while, he charged forward, determined to defeat him. The main character understood that he couldn't keep dodging and running from him for long. Sooner or later, he would land a hit, and he didn't know how to bring him back to his senses. Suddenly, he remembered that the smoke contained demonic energy, and for that, he had a special ring that could completely absorb it. This was his last chance, so risking it all, he threw Yu Youngyu to the ground. After that, he pressed the bracelet to his neck and hoped it would work. The boy resisted, but his strength wasn't enough. Suddenly, everything began to work, and gradually, the demonic energy started to leave his body. Slowly, Yu Youngyu began to regain consciousness. Very soon, he opened his eyes. Rising from the ground, he couldn't remember anything. Suddenly, Kim slapped him on the forehead. He began to remember how he had almost killed him and tried to stab him with his own sword. His face was bruised from the numerous blows and strikes. He became very angry at the main character when he realized it was he who had beaten him. But after a while, he managed to remember everything. He felt very ashamed of himself and almost cried, realizing how lucky he was that his friend had survived. Suddenly, he asked the main character to kill him, not wanting to be a burden and complicate his life. He broke down in tears, considering himself weak. Suddenly, Kim hit him again. He didn't think it was the right decision and would never kill him. After all, they were friends and had to protect each other, even at the cost of their own lives. And he didn't care what Yu Youngyu thought, as he wasn't going to abandon him and was ready to go with him to the very end. The boy was the only close person to the main character, who had always supported him and stood by his side. So he forbade him to consider himself a burden. Moreover, he had a special bond with Yu Youngyu. He treated him like a member of his own family. Suddenly, the boy started crying again. The main character's words had touched him deeply. He realized he had been wrong, and Kim had become like a brother to him. Took him a long time to calm down. The situation in other villages was the same, as the assassin clan was everywhere and had already destroyed a huge number of people. A few months remained until the new batch of seeds, and he knew their greatest secret had been revealed. He also knew the names of the main characters who had managed to uncover his secret. Suddenly, everything around him changed. The man who had informed him of this began to gasp for breath. This was his punishment for not keeping an eye on the main characters and allowing them to pass the trial peacefully. He tried to fix everything, but it seemed too late. Still, the main bandit took pity on him and allowed him to live. The man understood that with each passing moment, the situation was getting worse, as he didn't understand why there were so many sacrifices. However, the criminals were not satisfied, and he was planning to head to a new city. He had a bad feeling, so he wanted to check everything as soon as the situation became clear. They would move on. Meanwhile, the main characters had been wandering the caves for about 15 days, and they were lucky that the monsters there weren't very strong. Moreover, he was no longer tormented by hallucinations and realized that this effect was a one-time thing. They didn't know if they were heading in the right direction, but they could no longer turn back and leave everything behind. Suddenly, they stopped, as there were a huge number of possible options before them. They saw a large number of doors of different colors, but the main character was sure they needed the red one. The boy was amazed that he knew all the information and knew what to do. But as soon as he opened the door, he immediately stopped. Yu Youngyu turned back, as what he saw there frightened him greatly. He suggested that Kim take a look at what was happening there. In the room, a massive beast that resembled a bear was sleeping. Moreover, it looked incredibly dangerous and strong, and they were lucky it was asleep at that moment. So, they didn't have to fight it. Instead, they could quietly make their way to the door behind it. Therefore, they needed to move as quietly as possible to avoid drawing attention. The guys started to move. Step by step, they began to approach their goal. Suddenly, the creature started to stir. It seemed like it was about to wake up, so the guys stopped right in front of its nose to avoid waking it. However, everything passed and the beast settled down again. Taking advantage of the moment, they rushed past it. And they began to approach the door. Yu Youngyu carefully opened it and stepped into the next room. He was extremely nervous but relieved that they had managed to get through unnoticed. Suddenly, he saw a true wonder before him. It was a gigantic tree growing right in the underground chamber. In all his life, he had never seen such a massive tree and couldn't believe it was alive. Moreover, according to the main character, the tree wasn't sacred. On the contrary, it was demonic, as it was where the seeds used by the assassin clan for their evil plans were cultivated. And when Yu Youngyu looked closely at the trunk of the tree, everything clicked. Because these were the very seeds they had been given before their initiation into the new clan. It was demon seed. So, to prevent thousands of hatchlings from emerging from the seeds, they needed to try to destroy the tree. Given the tree's enormous size, this was going to be very difficult. However, they had no choice, and the lives of thousands of innocent people depended on them. The main character assessed the scale of the task ahead. He had never seen anything like it before, but that didn't stop him. Yu Youngyu was scared and didn't know where to start. Suddenly, the main character began to absorb the demonic energy of the tree. He did this with the help of his bracelet, and despite the plant's massive size, he managed to do it. Very soon, his skills and strength began to grow. He was able to absorb the power of the seeds, and as a result, he became much stronger. His demonic energy rose several levels. However, along with that, his health level began to drop and he soon started to feel it. It felt like his arm was about to break, but he didn't let go and kept holding on. And when it was all over, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He needed to rest for a while since he had absorbed too much demonic energy and his body couldn't handle it. Yu Youngyu wanted to help him. He hoped he still had enough strength left to chop down the tree by himself. Kim didn't interfere, he just watched what he would do. He wasn't worried as his health had only dropped temporarily and would soon recover. Meanwhile, Yu Youngyu approached the tree and prepared to strike. For this, he needed to exert a lot of effort as this was no easy task. So he used all the strength he had. Yu Youngyu wielded the power of his gigantic sword. The guy swung with all his might. Blow after blow. It was incredibly tough, but he didn't stop. The tree began to sway. But would they be able to chop it down? Meanwhile, in the Skyscraper Clan city, a new meeting was taking place. Despite suffering significant losses, the operation could be considered a success. They still needed to deal with the other bandits who had managed to escape and stay alive. The only one with enough strength to embark on a new mission was Walker Alvin, so they wanted to send him again. However, Walker Alvin had left the city to rescue his friends who had been defeated, so he couldn't be counted on. Suddenly, a man burst into the room with urgent news. He announced that the main criminal had left his city and was heading to war. But for them, Schiffman's absence was very good news. It was a new opportunity to strike, but where had he gone and what were his true intentions? Also, the captured members of the assassin clan were in bad shape as they all had some mysterious illness with the same symptoms. They were severely nauseous and feverish. But that wasn't all. Along with the nausea, devil seeds were emerging from their bodies. So, they didn't understand what had really happened and what the cause of it all was. In reality, this happened because of the chopped-down tree which had given life to the seeds and demons that hatched from it. To chop it down, Yu Youngyu exerted an incredible amount of effort. Blow after blow, he spent his own strength. But he didn't stop, and after a while, he managed to do it. And the enormous tree fell to the ground. The main character was thrilled that he had succeeded and that they were able to accomplish what they had worked so hard for. Yu Youngyu's sword was badly damaged and had suffered more than he had as he had been striking the tree for almost the entire day. As a result, he needed a new weapon as his old sword was completely out of commission and unusable. Suddenly, he noticed something strange happening. His friend had just fallen through the ground right before his eyes. The earth beneath him collapsed and he found himself in a deep pit with no way to climb out. Yu Youngyu needed to descend to help him get out. Below ground, there were many valuable items. It was a true treasure that the guys had stumbled upon. They considered it the biggest secret of the assassin clan and couldn't believe so many precious treasures could fit in such a small space. Among everything there was a weapon, and the guy chose the best sword for himself. Additionally, the new weapon was enchanted and had immense power, and it was incredibly sharp. But to become even stronger, it needed to absorb human blood. The main character also chose a new weapon for himself. Its enchantment level was also very good, and it could be powered by demonic energy. But that wasn't all. Right in the chest before them lay a magical liquid. It was an elixir that had appeared during training and which the head of the skyscraper clan had mentioned. It couldn't fall into the hands of criminals as its power was immense. With it, any wound could be healed. This find became a true jackpot for them, as the potion was legendary and could even resurrect the dead. After they collected all the valuable items, they needed to head back. But they didn't forget about the bear and hoped it was still asleep. But as soon as the guy decided to check and open the door, he saw that the creature had woken up. He quickly closed the door to prepare for an attack and come up with a new plan. Besides, the main character's strength hadn't recovered and he couldn't effectively fight it. Fortunately, they had new items and armor that they could test right now. So, they entered the room with the bear and tried to defeat it. The creature looked much larger and stronger than they had initially thought. It was an unusual monster. With every attack, the beast released a massive amount of demonic energy. The main character couldn't understand what could be causing such a strong effect. Was it because of the cave? But they had no choice and had to fight it. They planned to use their regular attacks to wear it down until it got tired. Their new weapons were supposed to help them significantly, and they tried to make the most of them. They also didn't forget their old skills and did everything they could to win. But the creature was incredibly strong, and even after they set it on fire, it didn't die. On the contrary, they only angered it more, and the beast tried to injure them. Yu Yongyu was very scared, but he understood that he couldn't just give up. He tried to do everything within his power and didn't want to get close to the enraged creature. After a while, the beast's speed and reaction began to slow down. If they kept going, they would soon be able to defeat it. The main character wanted to figure out how best to use the demonic energy he had absorbed. It seemed this weapon was very effective against strong creatures. Suddenly, they noticed that the beast had stopped. Something very strange was happening to its body. It began to swell to incredible sizes. Additionally, a massive amount of light and energy radiated from its mouth. And then there was an explosion. Kim managed to grab Yu Yongyu and saved him from the flames. It became clear that the beast was trying to attack them. But where did it get such a huge and powerful weapon? It seemed the beast had been storing up energy all this time and was now using it in battle. It didn't stop and began preparing to shoot flames from its own mouth again. The guys had nowhere to run, so to stay alive, they needed to use enhanced defense. Outside, an earthquake began, and the ground near the city started to collapse. The evening began to cave in, and the guys risked being buried under a massive pile of rubble. But at the last moment, they managed to escape outside. Their faith was very powerful, and they survived only thanks to the main character's enhanced defense. They finally managed to climb up, as the beast's attack had pushed them back. They could only hope that the beast wouldn't be able to reach them on the surface, as they thought it had perished under the rubble. Suddenly, someone approached them. The stranger asked what they were doing down underground. Moreover, it seemed he had seen them somewhere before. As it turned out, it was Shiftman, who sensed that something had happened with the tree. The main character panicked when he saw him, as at that moment he had very little strength left to try to defeat him. The main character didn't want to talk to him and didn't answer his questions. Shiftman knew they were newcomers in his clan working for him. The guys were extremely nervous. They couldn't come up with answers to his questions, and Shiftman just waited. Suddenly, Kim had an idea. He replied that they had been sent to monitor the situation in the underground. Furthermore, Shiftman realized that they were aware of his injuries. And then the main character understood that they wouldn't be able to deceive him and needed to come up with another plan. So he replied that they had accidentally woken the beast. The thief asked if everything was all right with the tree, but he decided to check it personally. So he went straight into the cave. The situation became very tense. It seemed Shiftman hadn't realized anything, and while he was in the cave, they could simply escape from him. The guys watched every step he took. They didn't dare to say a word and prepared to flee as soon as he started to descend. Suddenly, the man remembered where he might have seen them. After all, they were the ones who killed Dean and betrayed his assassin clan. Now, they found themselves in a very difficult position, as the criminal wouldn't let them go so easily. Meanwhile, the soldiers launched an attack on the criminal city. continuing to eliminate all enemies in their path. The absence of their leader presented a golden opportunity they simply couldn't ignore. Mr. Turner had personal matters to attend to, so he had to leave his army behind. However, his soldiers were grateful to him for standing by them since the war began and fighting against their foes. To them, he was a true hero and a role model. But he never shared his secret plans with anyone. Suddenly, he found himself entering the bandits' hideout. The bandits needed to hide because if the demon seed had truly been destroyed, they risked losing the war. They also hoped that the leader of their clan could fix everything. After all, he had gone to personally check on the tree and hadn't returned. It seemed like something had really gone wrong. Turner was dissatisfied with his work. His job was to conceal the existence of the tree with the seed to prevent anyone from finding and destroying it. But only the leadership of the assassin clan knew about the tree, and they suspected there were spies among them. Turner didn't like the guy's tone, so he threatened him. But Kim Tae-han didn't back down. He suspected the man was the traitor. He also felt that the clan leader's deal with the demons was about to go into effect, and they would soon take action. So, he needed to wait for the leader's return and discuss everything with him in person. Meanwhile, the main characters were preparing for battle, as they had nowhere to run. And Schiffman wasn't about to let them go easily. He hadn't expected to find them in the cave and realized they were among the few who had managed to navigate the labyrinth and come back alive. But he didn't need them to tell him anything. He was planning to extract information by force anyway. Immediately, a bloody fog enveloped them, capable of killing them even without weapons. The guys felt it was getting hard to breathe with the overwhelming concentration of blood in the air. But thanks to their high level of self-protection, they managed to endure it. Meanwhile, the enemy tried to attack them, but they managed to dodge. Yu Youngyu wasn't as quick, so he got injured right away. The man realized that these guys were unusual newcomers as they were the only ones who could withstand his bloody fog for so long. Yu Youngyu was in severe pain, and due to a serious shoulder injury, he couldn't stay on his feet. The main character found himself alone against a powerful enemy, but wasn't about to reveal what had really happened with the tree. He needed to distract the man, so he started talking. Kim claimed that the tree was gone and that he had killed a bunch of his men who tried to take the city. At that moment, the enemy got furious and tried to strike him again. Schiffman delivered a powerful blow. However, at the last moment, Kim managed to dodge. Only the tips of his hair were singed. But that wasn't the end of it. Because at that very moment, a massive barrage of sharp arrows was flying toward him. With tremendous effort, he managed to evade the danger and stay unharmed. He realized he needed to take advantage of the time stop. Moreover, even his magical armor couldn't protect him from the injuries inflicted by the sharp arrows. The enemy managed to get behind him and was preparing to strike again. Kim didn't even notice how he had done it. But at the last moment, he was able to block the attack. It was incredibly difficult to hold his ground, but he tried. Yet his strength wasn't enough, and he was sent flying several meters from the powerful attack. The enemy sensed the demonic energy radiating from his body. Schiffman couldn't understand how the kid could be so strong, considering he was a newcomer in his world. The main character was much stronger than anyone he had fought before. Schiffman wanted him dead and wished for him to die in agony. The battle raged on, and neither man wanted to stop or give up. The main character continued to dodge all of Schiffman's attacks. He was exhausted, and he had almost no strength left. But he wasn't going to stop as his friend's survival depended on him. Schiffman saw that he was tired and wanted to take advantage of that to finish him off. Time control wasn't helping the hero, and his magical armor couldn't withstand Schiffman's powerful attacks. None of his powerful skills were effective against him, and the fog wasn't dissipating, making it hard for him to breathe. But he still had one last hope. He knew that his new sword and demonic power would only be effective when he used blood. He tried to distract the enemy and bombarded him with questions. Meanwhile, he prepared for one last attempt to strike. Schiffman chose his side and would forever remain loyal to the demon's power, worshipping it. Kim was ready. He took a deep breath. In that decisive moment, he recalled why he had come such a long way. And he understood that he simply couldn't give up and had to keep fighting until the very end. But the bandits were tired of fighting him and were planning to end it all very quickly. For that, they put all their strength into one final blow. It happened so suddenly that the main character didn't expect it and couldn't dodge in time. Drops of blood appeared in the air. But fortunately, he wasn't injured. Opening his eyes, he saw that Yu Youngyu had saved him once again. He arrived just in time, as the hero was on the brink of death. Schiffman was astonished that the kid could still move after such a severe injury. He realized he needed to put in more effort to kill him. But the kid managed to activate his sword's ability. He did it with his own drop of blood and finally understood how to use it. This match was perfect for battling a strong enemy like Schiffman. Absorbing blood, the sword became sharper and could cut through any armor, even the strong one Schiffman wore. In his hands, it was a very dangerous weapon as the sword could absorb the blood present in the bloody fog. Now, the heroes had a chance at victory again. They wanted to combine their efforts to finally defeat him. But the enemy wasn't giving up. On the contrary, he became even angrier and didn't want to stop. He began attacking them again. They needed to prepare for defense. The guys were exhausted, but they couldn't retreat and had to do everything possible to protect themselves. They covered for each other. However, they didn't have enough strength to launch attacks. The hero was especially fatigued, and his mana level had dropped significantly. Suddenly, there was an explosion and they found themselves at its epicenter. Meanwhile, soldiers from the skyscraper squad were trying to locate them. A lot of time had passed since the search began, and the leader was worried, fearing something terrible had happened to them. But he noticed a strange glow behind him. He knew it was the bloody fog and hoped they were still alive. He ordered Jekyll to contact the squad immediately and call for backup. Meanwhile, the fierce battle continued. The guys were so exhausted that they could no longer stay on their feet. After the attack, Yu Youngyu couldn't get up. Moreover, he was struggling to breathe and collapsed to the ground. The hero couldn't understand what had happened to him, but he didn't respond to Kim's pleas to get up and keep fighting. Kim tried to shout to Yu Youngyu, but he realized it was all in vain. Yu Youngyu could no longer hear him. He was dead. His sword had also absorbed its master's power, leaving the kid with insufficient strength to survive. Schiffman approached him, preparing to kill him too. For the first time in a long while, tears appeared on the main character's face. He recalled all the moments that connected them. He also remembered the killer who had brutally tormented his wife and child. He knew he couldn't die. He also knew that Yu Youngyu had a family and wanted to see them again. He had to save him at all costs and bring him home. After all, he was the only one who could do it. He remembered his promise to keep him safe and protect him. But now he looked at his face and lifeless body. He felt an immense pain inside, realizing he was powerless and had broken his word. However, the hero wasn't going to give up and managed to gather his strength to keep fighting. This became his motivation, and he was able to unleash his demonic energy. As a result, he became much stronger and was able to restore his endurance and health. His mana and demonic energy mixed, making him far stronger than before. Kim felt that this moment had to be decisive as it was his only hope of defeating Schiffman. He looked into his enemy's eyes. Demonic energy continued to emanate from his body, and even the thick fog wasn't as dangerous to him anymore. At that moment, he finally managed to gather himself and his strength. His power and regression increased several times, and the opponent didn't understand what had happened. Suddenly, the kid found himself right behind Schiffman. Schiffman couldn't foresee this, but at the very last moment he managed to turn around and block Kim's powerful attack. Kim continued to strike. However, the man blocked all his blows. But the hero didn't stop. He was behind him again. His teleportation skill worked perfectly in this fight against Schiffman. So, he managed to graze him with the tip of his sword. Blood appeared on Schiffman's body. He was astonished that the kid had not only gotten close to him. He had managed to hit him and pierce the armor protecting his body. But despite that, the wound wasn't deep enough. Blood flowed from his mouth and he couldn't comprehend what was happening. This didn't penetrate Schiffman's physical defenses. His strike was blocked. Even though he had wounded his body, the internal organs remained intact and unharmed. There was a vast difference between their levels, and even using all his strength, the kid couldn't get close to him. Schiffman wanted to hear his last words. But Kim had no intention of giving up. So, Schiffman wanted to continue. But suddenly, everything changed. Out of nowhere, reinforcements appeared that the main character definitely hadn't expected. It was a man who wielded the power of heavenly thunder and managed to pierce the thick fog. Seeing him, Schiffman was taken aback. The main character felt joy upon seeing him, as he couldn't believe he had managed to find him. But Guan Jiahuang wasn't alone. He had come with others, and when Schiffman saw them, he was filled with fear. After all, standing before him was his greatest enemy and the only one who could defeat him. It was Walker Alvin, and for him it was an honor to face off against a criminal. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and launched an attack. The enemy managed to dodge the first strike. He proposed that they leave the main hero out of it and fight one-on-one. This made the bandit pause, as he had dreamed of this moment his entire life. Moreover, the man refused help and ordered the others to tend to the wounded and leave the battlefield. Shiftman didn't want to fight him, but he couldn't admit that he was simply scared, so he had no choice but to accept the challenge. Meanwhile, Guan Jiahuang was trying to assist the main hero. He also alerted the skyscrapers as soon as he noticed they had disappeared, which is why they were able to arrive at the battlefield so quickly. Kim thanked him for that, but at that moment he was worried about something else entirely. He needed to try to save his friend. When Walker Alvin saw his lifeless body, he realized that the worst had happened. Therefore, he steeled himself, wanting to end this as quickly as possible. Shiftman wished for the same. So, the strongest must prevail. The battle began, and Walker Alvin was ready to unleash all his power. Wings sprouted from his body, transforming him into an angel. His enemy didn't want to hesitate either, so he began to transform as well. In no time, he morphed into a true bloodthirsty demon. Their power was so immense that the ground beneath them began to crack. Everything for miles around turned into hell. However, neither dared to strike first. They were evenly matched in strength, making it hard to predict who would come out on top. The main hero and Guan Jiahuang hoped that Walker Alvin could win, as he was the only one who could. Everything kicked off, and the two incredible forces charged at each other. When they collided, an explosion of unimaginable force erupted. The bright light and flames could be seen for miles. A few days later, Walker Alvin sat in his castle. All this time, he couldn't calm down and was deeply worried about the fate of the main heroes. With each passing day, the casualties of the bloody war grew more and more. He understood that this needed to end as quickly as possible, but they didn't have enough strength. It was hard for him to watch his people suffer. He knew that everyone was struggling right now. He didn't know how to put an end to it. Moreover, it was the day when the newcomers were supposed to arrive, and it had already been a year since their last visit. That same day marked exactly 9 months since he had left. The woman knew that he would have to go through a long and difficult journey before they could achieve the long-awaited victory. But they had no other option, and the war needed to end quickly because people were dying. Besides, they hoped that the guys would stay alive, as it had been a whole year since they appeared in the city, and a full 9 months since he had left. She spoke as if he had died and would never return to them. But, in reality, no one knew what had truly happened, as he had ventured into the Devil's Forest. The woman desperately wished for no one else to die or suffer serious injuries. But that was impossible in any life. The war raged on endlessly with no end in sight. Yet, she still wished for situations where people died to never happen again. Meanwhile, the wounded were brought into the city, and efforts were made to help them. The men had severe injuries, and it was unclear if they would survive. She tried to find out what had really happened. She was terrified when she realized they had fought the head of the assassin clan. Everyone had sustained serious injuries, and it was uncertain if they would even make it. After a few days, the men began to feel better. The best doctors were tending to them, trying to heal all their wounds. However, they were in a lot of pain, but they managed to stay alive. She was furious that Walker Alvin had been so reckless and hadn't avoided direct combat. But she couldn't stay angry at him for long, nor did she regret what had happened to him. Walker Alvin was truly in pain, but she didn't want to dwell on it. The woman was genuinely scared for him, and when she saw him lifeless with such terrible wounds, she broke down in tears, not knowing if he would survive. Suddenly, the guys walked into the room, feeling better but still bearing serious injuries. Walker Alvin had saved them from death, and it was thanks to him that they were still alive. They came to check on how he was doing. But the man had been unconscious for 2 days and had only woken up a few days ago, so he needed a lot of time to regain his strength. The main hero and Yu Youngyu also felt much better. Kim worried that they wouldn't fully recover, but now everything was okay. For the first time in his life, he thanked the man for saving him, as it was because of him that he was still alive. He also apologized for not listening to him and deciding to act on his own, which had put many lives in danger. He also apologized to Yu Youngyu. However, Walker Alvin wasn't angry with them and was just glad that everything had turned out well. But he warned that the main hero should never take on such a huge responsibility again and try to win the war alone. Moreover, Shiftman had also survived. He was shackled with massive chains and his magical powers were sealed. He was allowed to live because he knew valuable information that could come in handy. In any case, they managed to deal with the devilish tree and captured the main enemy, so now they could rest. Suddenly, the heroes exchanged glances. Kim understood that it was all over, but he couldn't rest just yet. The guys needed to leave for a while as they were heading into the Devil's Forest. His decision was final. He couldn't be convinced otherwise, and it was also a good opportunity to hide. Walker Alvin couldn't believe his words as he knew that no one had ever returned alive from that forest. It was a true hell and it was extremely dangerous. The forest was a tangled maze where finding an exit was impossible. Plus, powerful monsters appeared constantly, immune to superpowers. Even considering the hero's strength, the man believed they had no chance of surviving in the Devil's Forest. However, the hero believed that by defeating monsters, they could become much stronger than they were now. Walker Alvin was very angry, but he realized they were speaking the truth, as in the Devil's Forest they could indeed become much stronger than they were now. However, the guys weren't sure they would survive, but they simply had no other choice. Still, they weren't planning on dying without a fight. Walker Alvin liked their line of thinking and he agreed to let them go. They also knew that the Skyscraper clan had an item that could help them return from the Devil's Forest. So, they wanted to ask him for it, as it would greatly assist them. Walker Alvin agreed and promised to keep their venture into the Devil's Forest a secret, but the woman didn't agree with him. But for that, they had to promise something. They absolutely had to return. He promised to take revenge if anything happened to them. Kim and Yoo Jung-gyu were satisfied. They promised they would come back. However, a whole year passed without a word from them. People were very worried, as they realized they could have prayed for allowing them to go into the Demon Forest. But Walker Alvin hoped that they were okay, as he knew well what they were capable of and what strength they possessed. Moreover, it was beneficial for them, as the appearance of the two guys in the city could raise a lot of questions. Meanwhile, the guys continued to survive in the Devil's Forest. They tried to kill the monsters that appeared every day. Over time, they managed to become much stronger and their power level increased several times. At first, it was very difficult for them, but then it became routine and any monsters posed no threat to them. Still, the forest was dangerous. Danger lurked at every turn and there remained one beast they couldn't defeat yet. That beast was death itself, but still, they managed to overcome it each time. They tried to help each other and covered one another's backs. Hundreds of times, they saved each other's lives. They also realized they had been in the forest for a long time and wanted to return soon. They were aided by the mysterious item they received from the Skyscraper clan. It was time to go home and they were thrilled at the opportunity. After some time, they managed to reach neutral territory. People who were also wandering in the forest felt fear as they approached a place where strange things constantly happened. Many were anxious and wanted to turn back. They also tried to map out the forest. They realized they were on the path to a dangerous area filled with many monsters. They needed to gather themselves and keep moving forward, as having come such a long way they couldn't turn back now. This was their way of earning a living and it was the only thing they had done their entire lives. If they returned empty-handed, the clan leader simply wouldn't pay them. Suddenly, they heard strange sounds ahead of them. The leader ordered everyone to stop, as it could be dangerous. The strange sounds began to draw closer to them. Many people started to panic and drew their weapons, preparing for a fight. They took combat positions and braced for the worst. Just then, they saw that the danger was right in front of them. After that, none of them managed to survive and their cries for help echoed throughout the forest. Meanwhile, in the Skyscraper clan's house, the latest news from the forest became known. Everyone was aware of the mysterious deaths of the cartographers who were making very important maps for their clan. All of them had been killed. Now, they had serious problems. They needed someone else to embark on a journey and finish the map. The head of the Skyscraper clan, who was a golden lion, ordered Walker Alvin to go into the forest and search for their bodies. But when the man heard his command, he had many questions. He understood that the prepared fighters who were supposed to go with him wouldn't survive. However, the golden lion didn't care. He wanted the maps at any cost. Even human deaths couldn't stop him, and he wasn't going to cancel the order. The man asked to go into the forest alone, but he couldn't convince the golden lion. Still, he refused the task and couldn't take responsibility for their lives. Therefore, the golden lion wanted to meet with the main heroes, as he thought they would be perfect for this task. But he quickly realized that it was impossible to contact them. He wanted to talk to them after they returned and continue exploring and mapping the forest. Walker Alvin was furious, but he had no other choice. He understood that the clan leader was mistaken, but he didn't want to argue with him. So, he agreed to carry out his order and left his room. The leader was left alone. He continued to drink. He also pondered Walker Alvin's words. and he realized that something was being hidden from him. Finally, the boy's journey came to an end. They managed to return to their hometown, which had changed a lot. It had become much more beautiful and began to flourish after the victory in the war. Yu considered the city his true home and was glad they could return. Finally, they could eat proper food, take a warm shower, and rest in a real bed. They were planning to take a well-deserved break and head back into the woods to build their strength. They also wanted to return to the spot where they first encountered Walker Alvin, as it was much more dangerous than the forest. They understood that during their time in the woods they had become significantly stronger, and even that wouldn't pose a serious challenge for them. After a while, they found themselves standing in front of the main building of a towering skyscraper complex. However, they were met at the entrance by security who wouldn't let them inside. They were ordered to show their identification. The guys complied immediately. However, their badges looked quite strange. The guards were taken aback when they saw that they were from the reserve. They had no idea it even existed. But they quickly realized that these were the newcomers brought in by Walker Alvin, the ones who had managed to defeat Schiffman and end the war. They continued to discuss the guys, but they didn't want to wait. So, they interrupted their conversation, and soon enough, they were let through. It seemed like they had become local celebrities, as everyone knew about them. Suddenly, they spotted a familiar figure. It was Lois. When she heard a familiar voice, she turned around to see who it really was. She found herself face to face with the main characters, whom she had long given up hope of seeing again, thinking they were dead. She couldn't believe her eyes and was utterly astonished to see them standing there. Without hesitation, she grabbed them and started pulling them along. The guards watching the scene were completely confused. The heroes were just as bewildered. Where was this woman taking them? However, she was overjoyed to realize they had returned, but they couldn't be seen by the head of their clan. At that moment, the guys exchanged glances, completely lost. Just then, they encountered Walker Alvin on their path. The woman started shouting at him. But that turned out to be her biggest mistake. Because her voice caught the attention of the clan leader, the Golden Lion, who stepped out of his room at that moment. He realized that they were indeed the reserve of their clan. He introduced himself and stated his name. At that moment, the man began to smile. He immediately invited them into his room and wanted to discuss his future plans and what they were supposed to do. He wanted all of them to head into the forest and planned to send a cartographer along with them. The main characters were surprised, but Walker Alvin interrupted their conversation. He couldn't go with them, but Urchun wasn't listening and suggested the guys have a drink. However, the guys declined. And Urchun realized it wouldn't be easy to convince them, as they knew that the neutral territory was a very dangerous place and no one had ever returned alive from there. After all, it was a place where demons and angels could be encountered, and it was considered a hazardous location for rankers. Walker Alvin believed that the clan leader wanted to get rid of the newcomers this way. He was ready to go to the dangerous place in their stead, convinced they wouldn't survive there. However, Walker Alvin understood he couldn't handle it alone. The leader turned to Lois, as she had been silent and hadn't said anything. She was also against it, as it was indeed very dangerous there. Walker Alvin expected the main characters to refuse and not want to walk into certain death. But suddenly they agreed to go. It seemed they didn't even realize where the clan leader was sending them. Walker Alvin got angry while Urchun was very pleased and couldn't stop laughing. But the main character knew that the neutral territory was far more dangerous than the devilish forest. However, they had some business to attend to, and in any case, they were planning to go there so they could accomplish their mission at the same time. Urchun was thrilled to learn they had already been to the devilish forest, because now everything was falling into place and he had found those who agreed to head into certain death. Soon, they were set to begin their new mission. A cartographer was to accompany them, whom they would have to protect. With that, their conversation came to an end. Very soon, the guys were to set off, so they began to prepare and gather their things. Walker Alvin was very angry and didn't even want to talk to them. Lois knew he was upset with the guys for agreeing to go to the neutral territory, but she didn't want to mention it to them. From the very beginning, the man had been against it, as it was extremely dangerous and no one had managed to survive. Moreover, he had always had a very poor relationship with the clan leader, and he was furious that he made such an absurd decision. In reality, he simply didn't like the first generation, to which the leader belonged. After all, the first generation were special people. They were the first to settle in the place where the city now stood. They were the founders, and because of that, their power was at an incredible level. And everyone who came before found it very difficult to even get close to them. Walker Alvin had a bad attitude towards them because they did absolutely nothing. Only people from the first generation could hold high positions and didn't participate in wars or serious matters at all. But he wasn't the only one. He disliked the situation. Among the clan members, there was talk of making him the new leader. However, they couldn't do that, as even united, they wouldn't have enough strength to win. After all, if everything went back, the first generation wouldn't be able to live the same way, and that was something they needed to try to change. For the last time, Walker Alvin asked if they really wanted to head into the neutral lands. But their decision hadn't changed. Walker Alvin couldn't allow anything to happen to them. So he wanted to go with them to be able to help and save them if needed. However, there was one very important condition. They needed to follow him. He led them into a huge room that was underground in the skyscraper complex. There, they could train and practice their strength and skills. In front of them was a tree of power that grew in the devilish forest. Due to its strength, it was used as a training tool. If someone managed to chop it down, it would mean that the person was truly very strong. However, the trees had low magical conductivity, so they could only rely on physical strength. He set the condition that if they could chop the trees more than halfway, then they could go into the forest. The task was not easy, as it required strength similar to that of rankers. The main character asked if Walker Alvin could chop the tree. But Walker Alvin could chop it down more than halfway, while the woman couldn't even hold a weapon properly. Walker Alvin was about to demonstrate this to them, so he took a combat stance. After that, he made a powerful swing. His strike was very precise and powerful. He managed to chop the tree down by 80%. That was the best result anyone had ever shown. Next, it was the main character's turn. He needed to prepare, as this was truly no easy feat. And if even one of them couldn't do it, they would have to forget about going to the neutral territory. The main character agreed to try first and then took his weapon. He stood a few meters from the tree and was about to find the best angle for his attack. He gripped his sword tightly in his hands. Kim was ready. Suddenly, a strong swing, and a large amount of dust fell from the tree. He managed to chop the tree down. And when his friends saw this, they were overjoyed for him. He had chopped it down more than a bell's length, which meant he had passed the test. Next up was Yu Yoongyu, and he also had to try to do this. The main character believed in him and tried to encourage him. However, it was really tough as he struck with all his might and couldn't even chop down half. Would his friend have enough strength to do it? He needed to give it his all, as it was very difficult. Yu Yoongyu approached the tree and prepared for the strike. Focusing, he swung and aimed. He managed to hit right on target. His face was joyful, and it seemed he had also succeeded. Because his cut, while not very deep, it was enough for him to move on. The man had never seen anything like it before, as he had trained for many years to replicate their results. So, the guys were truly unique, especially the main character. They were on par with the rankers from the biggest clans in the country. The guys handled the challenge well and managed to pass the test. Ahead of them lay a very dangerous trial. And they could set off any day now. They were also glad that the man was going with them, as he was a reliable companion who could protect them. Before starting their journey, they needed to rest well and regain their strength. So Lois suggested a brilliant idea. That evening, they were treated to a lavish dinner. They could eat absolutely all the food they saw in front of them, plus it was free as they deserved such treatment. The guys couldn't wait any longer, so at that very moment, they pounced on the food. They had been waiting almost a whole year for today, and finally they could eat properly. However, that was far from all that awaited them. They had a hot bath prepared for them, which they could enjoy. However, even there, the main character was reading his diary. Yu Yoongyu was worried that his precious diary might get wet and didn't want that to happen. However, the main character protected it with his magical armor. So, there was no need to worry about it getting ruined or anything happening to it. Yu Yoongyu pondered. He recalled the words they had discussed during lunch. After all, people had assured them that their greatest enemy, the head of the assassin clan, was dead. He had been killed while locked in an underground prison in the skyscrapers, and there were suspicions that a demon had done it. Moreover, they also believed that the deaths of cartographers in the neutral lands were the work of demons. It seemed this frightened Yu Yoongyu, as he seriously began to consider that it was indeed dangerous in that city. Furthermore, he was curious about who angels and demons really were, as they had been in this world from the very beginning and had fought against each other. However, Kim had already encountered a demon before. It happened during the last stage of his training. It seemed he had been summoned very suddenly, but despite that, he remained very strong. Den spoke as if he knew something about the world they were now in. And the main character couldn't quite grasp what his words could mean, but in any case he was an enemy. They had to kill the enemies that crossed their path, as it was only through this that they managed to stay alive and come this far. They couldn't take risks without reason and needed to protect each other. His words calmed Yu Youngyu. They had to complete this mission and change everyone's opinion of them. The boy continued reading when suddenly, his attention was caught by strange lines. The war against the assassin clan ended in their victory, but they still didn't know the exact number of casualties. Sometimes they weren't counted. Moreover, this was not the end, and the joy of victory was very short-lived, because the mountains that separated their city from the dangerous magical forest concealed the greatest danger that no one suspected. Monsters could easily cross over them and enter the city. Kim continued reading late into the night. He understood that they needed to go to the dangerous place and deal with them before they reached them. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was Lois, but why was she here so late? Did something happen? Meanwhile, Archon was having a good time in his room. However, he wasn't alone, he had guests. They were playing a game that they absolutely loved. Archon hadn't seen the man who came to visit in a long time, so he wasn't in a hurry. Their game had dragged on and they had been sitting there for 3 hours already. It was the head of the neighboring clan Baekcheon. They opened the door and let the woman into their room. She didn't come empty-handed. She was holding a box of jewelry. This was their reward, and the necklace she gifted them had magical abilities given to them for dealing with the devil tree. But Lois felt that these gifts were not enough and that they truly deserved much more. But the guys were grateful to her for the gift, as they were heading to a very dangerous place and anything could be useful to them in battle. Besides, they really liked the accessories she had given them. They were enchanted and provided a certain level of protection that could save them in a critical moment. There were also many other useful features they could take advantage of. Lois was thrilled that they liked them. The clan leader had ordered them to pick some mid-tier items to gift to the guys, but they could choose the best from what was available. These items were specially crafted using the technology of the White Tower clan, and their value was close to the annual budget of an entire clan. The guys couldn't believe these items were now theirs. They could choose anything, as the clan leader wouldn't even find out. Meanwhile, Archon continued to sit in his office with his guest. He was saying that the guys were supposed to head into the forest the next day and he didn't even want to see them off. Besides, he understood that it would be awkward for them to take the items in his presence. Baekcheon didn't think sending the guys was a good idea. He believed it would be better to gather a prepared team. But no one but them could go, because the clan members were constantly being watched, and it was very dangerous for them. But even if they died, their lives meant nothing to him and he didn't care. Baekcheon thought the leader spoke so easily about it, it seemed he had no soul. Baekcheon believed people were in such a tough position because of them, as they were the leaders and took on the responsibility. The skyscraper clan leader didn't get it. Baekcheon couldn't understand him and disagreed with his opinion. However, neither of them wanted to talk about it anymore. The topic was closed. Archon suspected that Walker Alvin would go with them, and he was much stronger than any prepared team. His words made the man think. It seemed he believed him and agreed. Meanwhile, the guys met the cartographer who would accompany them and show them the way. It was Cheon Pyeongtaek, who had been working for over 10 years and was very experienced. The guys were happy to meet him and were glad they could become friends. In fact, Cheon Pyeongtaek underestimated them, thinking a year was far too little time to learn everything. But he was glad that Lois and Walker Alvin were with them. However, he was scared because he didn't want to go into the forest with rookies. But he had no choice and showed them the territory they needed to explore. He pointed out where the city and mountains were on the map, which separated them from neutral territory. Moreover, his map would be incomplete. This was because beyond that point lay unknown territory that no one had ever entered. Also, there was a cross on the map marking the exact location they were heading to. That was where the last team of cartographers had perished. Suddenly, the main character replied that from the very beginning of their time in the forest, he had been trying to find this very spot marked on the map. The coincidence seemed very suspicious and it felt like something was off. When the men finished planning, they needed to move. So, they prepared and were soon ready to set off. They had to pass through massive mountains on their way. Yu Youngyu had never seen such scenery before. He loved the views they were passing on their journey. But the men warned him that his mood could change quickly once they entered neutral territory. Kim wondered why they couldn't move through the air, as walking through the forest was much more dangerous. Besides, he believed there were people in the city who could fly. But there was another danger in the sky. Dragons lived there, and it was their territory. They were as strong as demon kings, and no one had ever managed to defeat them, which is why they never moved through the air. On the ground, there were also many different monsters, but none were as dangerous. He also knew that the main characters were aware of their existence and didn't want to draw attention to it. Neutral territory was a vast forest that divided the lands of angels, demons, and humans, so they could encounter any of them on their way. That's why they couldn't let their guard down. They always had to be vigilant. At that moment, they were about to enter enemy territory. The trees and other plants growing there were of incredible size, and the strongest armor and weapons were made from them. The tree they had been trying to chop in the training room was one of them. The cartographer wanted to test them and asked them to try chopping the tree. Suddenly, Kim struck it with his bare hand. A massive cloud of dust and noise erupted from his hit. Moreover, the other trees began to shake as well. After the strike, a huge mark was left on the tree trunk. He realized that the trees were indeed something special. Just then, he heard strange sounds behind him. Yu Yongyu panicked and started to get nervous. He didn't know what was happening. However, it was obvious that someone would definitely react to the noise that erupted after his strike. But why did the cartographer ask them to do that? Cheon Pyeongtaek smiled, as this was their test. He wanted to see their capabilities and assess their level of strength. Their opponents turned out to be enormous bears that could reach 4 meters in height. At that moment, many creatures, the most common monsters in neutral territory, were approaching them. Although they were considered the weakest types of animals, their teeth and claws could easily tear through the trees in the forest. So, they couldn't let their guard down. They had to do their best to stay alive and win. The beasts were indeed very strong compared to the other animals they had fought before. But this didn't scare them at all, and they were ready for anything. Cheon Pyeongtaek couldn't believe his eyes when the guys managed to defeat them all in just a few minutes. They didn't even feel it, as the monsters were too weak for their level. And then he realized that the guys were not rookies at all. But why hadn't they told him this earlier? He understood that their abilities were at a high level, and he had been worrying for nothing. Walker Alvin decided it was better to see everything with his own eyes, as many people didn't believe that these guys had managed to defeat Jeffrey. Cheon Pyeongtaek was even more surprised. He knew that fighting bears required at least 3 people, and he was planning to help them. But the main characters had become so strong in just a year. They didn't need support. The main character was especially strong, and Cheon Pyeongtaek noticed him right away. The guys didn't even feel that it was hard for them and couldn't believe that defeating the animals was so easy. They wanted more and were looking forward to facing much stronger opponents. Cheon Pyeongtaek remained silent. He just couldn't believe it and had never seen anything like this before. Walker Alvin interrupted their conversation, informing them that this was far from the end. After all, there were plenty of other dangerous monsters in the forest they could fight. After these words, the guy drew his sword. Lois didn't understand what was happening. Was he really planning to go back into the forest in search of monsters? But the more blood he absorbed, the stronger he became. So he tried to immerse it as much as possible in the blood of the slain animals. Walker Alvin knew that, with his sword, he could enter a berserker state. However, Yu Yongyu didn't have enough strength to do that. Moreover, the guy had tried many times, but unfortunately, nothing worked. Maybe it was because his sword had absorbed a huge amount of blood during the fight with the bandits, as when he used berserker, he couldn't control it. It was very difficult in the devilish forest because he couldn't control himself in that state. In that state, he completely shut down his mind and couldn't control himself. But fortunately, the effect was temporary, and he would soon regain himself. His sword was too powerful because it had absorbed too much blood, making it impossible to control. This was what the guy was trying to fix, wanting to become strong enough to finally control it. Meanwhile, they continued to kill a massive number of other monsters. They were still being attacked by bears, but it wasn't a serious threat to them. The main character didn't even break a sweat. He just kept killing all the monsters that approached him and moved on. They had been in neutral territory for a week, and the bears were becoming fewer. They were much weaker than the other monsters, so they couldn't survive deep in the forest. Moreover, the men were constantly being watched by many other monsters. They saw how they fought, so they were afraid to approach them, considering them a threat. Cheon Pyeongtaek stopped. He asked how the guys were feeling. However, Yu Yongyu just smiled, as they had spent almost a year in the forest and had already gotten used to the constant struggle against dangerous animals. Then the man understood that Yu Yongyu was very kind and could get along with anyone. Suddenly, he noticed that they had arrived at the same spot. Before him was a boundary, and beyond it lay territory that wasn't on the map. It was an unexplored zone. At that very moment, they were being watched. These were demons who controlled the unexplored territory and saw everyone trying to enter. They hoped this time there would be someone much more interesting and stronger, as the last group hadn't even tried to cope. Relesia was also very hungry. However, Ballad had already encountered the main character before. He showed him to Turner, thinking he might recognize him. And he wasn't wrong, as the man knew him very well. This was the guy who had killed their leader and created the devilish tree. It was because of him they lost the war. The man realized that the guys were not as simple as he had initially thought. After all, they were the only ones who had managed to come this far. Ballad began to plan and wanted to attack them. Meanwhile, Lois was haunted by a strange premonition. It hadn't left her since the beginning and wouldn't give her peace. It felt like she had experienced this before. She felt the energy of the forest bridge through her body and understood that they would soon start approaching. Perhaps a demon was nearby, and it would be very unfortunate if she couldn't feel free in the depths of the forest. They had to be ready to meet him, especially since his level was likely to be general level. Suddenly, they noticed a strange detail on the tree trunks. There were huge claw marks. But Cheon Pyeongtaek knew who these marks belonged to, yet he couldn't believe it, as these monsters lived in a completely different place. Had they relocated? Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook, and they heard a strange sound. A terrifying monster was approaching them. It was a gigantic bear, much larger than any they had encountered before. Moreover, it was very aggressively inclined. It looked just like the other, smaller creatures, but it was about 4 times bigger. Cheon Pyeongtaek had never seen such creatures in this area. And he was sure it wasn't just a coincidence, someone had summoned it. Meanwhile, the massive bear continued to attack them. It tried to crush the people and wanted to stomp on them with its paw, but it was too slow, and they managed to dodge its attacks every time. Yu Youngyu didn't want to hesitate and jumped at it to deliver his own strike. But when his sword touched the bear's skin, he realized that breaking through his defenses wouldn't be easy. Just then, the beast launched a counterattack and its paw barely missed the guy. Staying close to it was incredibly dangerous, and the main character tried to shout a warning. But it was already too late, as the creature struck him. Lois was also trying to help. She was doing her best to freeze it. Despite the beast's massive size, she managed to pull it off. She saved Yu Youngyu just in time. If she had hesitated even a moment longer, the beast would have torn him apart with its sharp claws. With the help of ice, they managed to stop it and think about how to destroy it. This was the strongest monster they had encountered in the forest, and even a mid-level opponent would have struggled against it. But for Walker Alvin, it was a different story. He had taken down much stronger monsters and wasn't scared at all. Besides, he wasn't just an ordinary soldier. So, they wanted to thaw the monster to strike. For a moment, Lois stopped using her power, and as soon as the ice melted, Walker Alvin struck. After that, to prevent the creature from attacking again, they froze it once more. Everyone watched intently to see what would happen next. No one knew if their strategy would actually work. It seemed like they were getting nowhere, as they started arguing and blaming each other for rushing and messing things up. However, the main character was impressed by how effectively they could cooperate. Cheon Pyeongtaek couldn't understand how the creature could grow to such incredible sizes. Maybe they were mutants. Suddenly, he spotted a strange seed on the ground that caught his attention. He picked it up to see what it really was. It became clear that the devil was involved, and they had helped the beast grow so large. Because this was a devil's seed, and it was inside the bear's body, could there be a devil tree growing deep in the forest, where they could take advantage of the bears feeding on tree bark? They needed to find that tree and try to destroy it. Hadn't the main character read in his journal that monsters in neutral territory turned into mutants because of the tree? They were preparing to invade human territory soon. They needed to deal with this quickly, as he knew they would soon encounter other, much more dangerous creatures. Suddenly, a strange noise caught his attention. He looked around carefully but couldn't calm down. Felt like someone was watching him. Out of nowhere, he drew his sword, and with a single swing, he ended it. He knew he was being watched. It was an eye that had been invisible, and he managed to destroy it. Now, the demons couldn't keep an eye on them. That ability was gone. Ballad was furious. The others were competing to get a closer look at the object in front of them. None of them except the main character knew what it really was, but it was clear they were being watched. Ballad couldn't understand how the main character had figured it out. But now they could relax, even though it was unsettling to think someone was spying on them. Kim could feel it as he had a heightened sensitivity to demonic energy. This was direct confirmation that a demon general was nearby and they could encounter him at any moment. Cheon Pyeongtaek was uneasy. He saw that everyone else was cheerful while he was the only one feeling scared. Suddenly, they heard strange sounds behind them again. They were coming straight from the forest, and the main character immediately turned his attention to them. It became clear that danger was approaching once more, and they needed to prepare for a tough fight. Right in front of them was a massive horde of killer bears ready to tear them apart. The beasts began to surround them. The guys tried to count them, but the number was overwhelming. There were about 40 of them. The fight would be tough. But they needed to retreat, as they physically couldn't handle such a huge number of enemies. So, in that moment, the people started to run. They needed to come up with a new plan, as the monsters would catch up to them soon. However, the main character stayed behind and didn't run with the others. Kim acted as bait, intending to hold off the monsters so the others could escape. Cheon Pyeongtaek didn't believe he could handle it. He was terrified, but he decided to stand his ground. He wanted to deal with the monsters chasing him, so he struck with his own power. Lois joined him, trying to freeze the creatures attacking them from all sides. The men also jumped in, trying to stick to the same tactic. But when they managed to defeat some, they realized that it wasn't over. Only a few monsters were chasing them while the rest were after the main character. He urgently needed help as he was returning to them even after a short while. Cheon Pyeongtaek didn't know what had happened to him, so he started to panic. Suddenly, he saw a shadow on the ground. It was a dragon. Meanwhile, Kim was left alone with the monsters surrounding him. He was trying to buy as much time as possible for the others to hide. He didn't want anyone to help him. After all, he had a necklace he wanted to test in real combat. With his new superpower, he couldn't take damage for a while and became a ghost. Thalid continued to seethe with anger. Even though he couldn't watch the humans, he knew they had left one behind as bait. He wanted to kill them for destroying his crystal circle, but Relesia also wanted them dead. But first, they wanted to see if the guys were strong enough to fight them personally. And he wasn't sure if the main character, who stayed behind as bait, would survive. After all, there were many different monsters in the forest that constantly hunted humans. Meanwhile, the main character was trying to escape from them. He activated his ghost effect, wanting to try passing through a tree. He succeeded, while the creatures behind him crashed into the tree. For a moment, he managed to stop them and realized that his superpower was very useful. With the necklace, he could pass through objects and even other monsters. Even their attacks didn't inflict any damage on him. Just when the beast tried to attack him, he felt no harm at all. When the bear raised its paw and didn't see the guy there, it was confused. The boy stood unharmed, having taken no damage from its attack. After that, he used another superpower, teleportation, to get closer to the monster. He delivered a powerful blow and the beast didn't even notice how it happened. He couldn't attack with the last reason, but he could cancel his power at the moment of attack. However, his mana was draining too quickly and it took a long time to recover. But he believed he could finish the fight and stay alive. After a while, he managed to kill all the bears and the demon general realized this. This meant that the main character was indeed very strong, and he understood that now. If he had so much power, it could only mean one thing. Turner thought that Walker Alvin had become the bait as he had become the strongest among humans. The demons knew this too, which is why Relesia wanted to kill him herself. And the general agreed, as he couldn't believe that even such a strong person who managed to deal with monsters here could defeat the demon general. It seemed he now understood why everything was happening this way. Nothing interesting had happened in his forest for a long time, and he was excited about the chance to finally test his strength in action. They wanted to let them find them so they could kill humans with their own hands. They waited, and soon enough, the humans managed to find their lair. But how did they manage to do it so quickly? Meanwhile, the main character found himself alone in the dark forest. Despite having defeated all the monsters, he wasn't at ease. It felt like he was lost and couldn't find the way he had come. Although his friends had left traces on the trees for him. But everything around was covered in marks from strikes and he couldn't sort through them to find the ones he needed. At that moment, he heard a strange sound behind him. Turning around, he saw a massive beast before him. It was a dragon. Just as he tried to attack it, a human hand stopped his strike. At that moment, the dragon transformed into an unusual boy. But he didn't want to kill the main character. He could easily do that to someone else. Kim couldn't believe that the boy had blocked his attack with just his bare hands, as he had put all his strength into it. The boy warned him that he didn't want to harm him so he could put away his sword. His words implied that the main character wasn't an ordinary human. Before him stood a true dragon. The boy showed him the path he needed to take to find his friends. He explained that there were very few dragons like him. He was several thousand years old and could tell a lot about the neutral territory. He was also very strong and could compete in strength with the demon himself. Moreover, he personally guided his friends to their goal, so he was convinced they were safe. But his behavior raised questions for Kim. After all, he knew that dragons maintained neutrality, so why did he decide to help them? But the boy felt an immense energy radiating from the main character's body. Besides, the ability to transform into a human body was very convenient, as it was uncomfortable for him to live in the air all the time. Just at that moment, he was about to answer his question. Because everything was not as it seemed. In reality, they were the ones helping him. The men stood before the entrance to a strange structure, unable to believe that something like this could exist in the Devil's Forest. It was a massive building with gigantic columns standing at its entrance. They didn't have much time and couldn't wait for the main character, so they decided to see what was happening inside. The cartographer had never seen anything like it and couldn't show them the way. But Lois could check the temple with the magical scanner she had. For the first time, the cartographer felt really bad for not being able to help. The people found themselves at the entrance of the building and the woman tried to scan it. She wanted to find out what dangers might await them inside. Lois was one of the strongest support mages and her power level was immeasurable. This would take some time, but soon they would be able to learn all about the temple's structure and the dangers it concealed. Meanwhile, she was almost finished. Her expression changed as it seemed she had seen something truly horrifying. She sensed that a devil tree was growing nearby. But it wasn't just one or two, this place could be called a small forest. In the adjacent room were 2 demons and 1 human, and if they were generals, they wouldn't be able to win. But who was the human, and why was he on the side of the demons? Suddenly, the woman began to lose consciousness from overexertion and using too much of her own power. But it wasn't the end, and she wanted to see much more. She felt that demons were flying straight at them. Suddenly, the entrance doors were broken down. Through them came the demon generals ready to kill the humans. They appeared very unexpectedly, causing the people to panic. Relizia was trying to find out who Walker Alvin was. He immediately responded, confused as to why she was looking for him. Suddenly, she launched an attack. He managed to defend himself and block her strike. She was incredibly impatient and wanted to kill him herself. Moreover, she sensed that the man was genuinely strong, which only pleased her. He kept watching and tried to strike back. However, he realized they wouldn't be able to defeat 2 powerful demon generals. Just then, he saw something that terrified him. He couldn't believe his eyes. He saw a man approaching him directly. That's when he understood who the real traitor was and who was responsible for so many deaths. Furthermore, he was on the side of the demons and was collaborating with the assassin clan. The demons rejoiced when Turner allowed them to kill people. Walker Alvin was furious because he had trusted him. In any case, they found themselves in a dire situation, physically unable to handle 2 strong opponents. Initially, the demon wanted to kill the protagonist as it was because of him that their eye was broken. But when he saw that he wasn't with the others, he became very upset. At that moment, Kim was talking to a dragon. He was asking for help and wanted them to destroy all the devil trees, as the dragon was very displeased that the demons were claiming the forest territories that belonged to everyone. It also annoyed him that they were turning ordinary animals into monsters that killed. They couldn't leave things as they were, as the demons continued to multiply and every day the number of monsters grew. There was a risk that neutral territory would become demon territory. They couldn't kill the demons, so first they needed to get rid of all the trees. In exchange for this service, the dragon promised to show him the way and help him find his friends. Kim pondered his words. He didn't like that the dragon was unwilling to help him and join the fight as he had enough power to do so. Moreover, his friends were at risk while the dragon wouldn't do anything. Additionally, he realized that the future was changing as nothing about it was mentioned in his diary. Still, he agreed, promising that they would quickly find the tree and put an end to it. Furthermore, the dragon wanted to tell him about the temple where his friends were currently located. However, when he realized that the protagonist knew nothing, he just vanished. After talking to him, the boy had a lot of questions. He didn't even suspect that the dragon hadn't gone anywhere but was watching him from a safe distance. The protagonist he met was his key, and he didn't know how he was supposed to react to this. Suddenly, another girl appeared beside him, just like him. She also didn't like that the demons were trying to take over the lands. She came to tell him that something strange was happening on the side of the Lord of the Heavenly Realms, and she wanted him to come with her and see everything for himself. And just at that moment, she disappeared. The dragon looked at the hero, hoping that the boy could truly become the key and end the war that had been going on for so many years. Meanwhile, the fierce battle continued. The man was trying to resist, but the demons were indeed very strong. They were trying to corner him from all sides. For this, he had to use his own super strength. That was the only way he could save himself. Lois was trying to help him and wanted to draw the demons' attention to herself, continuing to block their powerful attacks. However, Ballad didn't interfere in their duel. He didn't want his partner to practice and be able to handle them on her own. Shion Pyeontaek was trying to strike Turner. He was furious at him for being a traitor and betraying the people, but the man was a very simple warrior and managed to dodge the blow. He didn't consider himself a traitor. On the contrary, he thought he was doing the right thing. After all, this decision was a matter of human existence. Walker Alvin was tired but wasn't about to give up. The woman mocked him, considering him weak, and she continued to attack him, each time hitting harder. The tail she had kept growing longer. He couldn't cut it off. Moreover, there were two demons, which was a real problem for him, as he believed he could handle one. There was one more thing. The demon's body instantly healed and they couldn't harm it. It seemed they were immortal. Additionally, Lois had used too much of her own strength and would soon lose consciousness again. But he didn't stop, and the demons tried to attack him again. Lois held on and continued to block all their attacks. However, it was hard for Walker Alvin as he was also tired and exhausted. He hoped that the protagonist could find them and help, because at this rate he wouldn't last long. Suddenly, another strike. This time, it was aimed at Lois. The demon's sharp tail managed to pierce her defenses. At the same time, they risked dying, as they saw the sharp weapon right in front of their faces. However, she was very lucky, as at the last moment the protagonist appeared. He caught the tail with his own hand and saved her life. Walker Alvin was glad to see him, as now they had a chance to win. Ballad was surprised to see him. Everyone was happy that he had come to help them defeat their enemies. Kim asked Lois if she was okay and if she had been hurt. After that, he wanted to join the fight. Ballad realized that he was the one who had broken his eye and destroyed the bears. Moreover, he had ruined all the demons' plans, starting with the secret laboratory and defeating the assassin clan. And so, he immediately began to attack him. This time, he intended to finish him off so that the protagonist wouldn't be able to ruin his plans again. Kim wanted to take him on. He was going to use all his super strength to try to defeat him. He managed to become invisible and avoid damage for a while, which allowed him to get closer to the demon. He was about to take a hit when he got closer, but Ballad jumped back. The items he used were really impressive, and the villain acknowledged that. Then he was going to use his own super strength and attack the protagonist. He released a demonic cloud from his mouth. It was hard to breathe in it, but he didn't even notice how the boy ended up right behind him. He managed to stay alive again and block him that way. He realized that he was facing a true warrior capable of defeating him, so he couldn't let his guard down. Moreover, the protagonist understood that his magical armor and strength weren't as effective against a real demon. He needed a different plan, but the demon felt a surge of demonic energy within him. He also sensed that the hero wasn't like the others and his energy was entirely different. This made him afraid, as he thought he might actually have a chance to win. For that, he needed to be more careful and had to kill him right now. Ballad was trying to use all the strength he had. For this, he set his own body on fire. The flames engulfed the entire room but quickly extinguished. In his place stood Ballad in a new body. This body was very uncomfortable for him, but he had no other choice. Now he was a rider with his own horse. His body radiated a massive amount of energy which he could use to restore his strength and become even stronger. His armor and weapons were perfect for killing people and other dangerous enemies. The other people continued to fight. Turner was trying to defend himself and blocked the strikes. The cartographer and Yu Youngyu were fighting against him. But the man was an experienced warrior and managed to stay alive constantly. The battle could drag on, and he didn't want to use his own strength, as after that he would lose his stamina. He needed to defeat the people before the demons could overcome their opponents. Yu Youngyu realized that Turner wasn't an ordinary person either, because at that moment his personal transformation began. Horns appeared on his body. Could he also be a demon? There was no doubt that Turner wasn't human, he was a monster and a true beast. Lois was having a hard time. she felt her strength leaving her. Her body wasn't obeying her at all, and she couldn't control it, as she had used too much power. Meanwhile, we continued to see how hard it was for her friends. However, she couldn't help at all, as she needed to recover. Everyone was trying and fighting for survival. She tried to gather herself and focus on recovering, as she could lose consciousness again. Turner was also very strong as he constantly fed on the devil's energy, making him a powerful warrior. He had chosen his path and could never return to a normal human life. But it was his choice, one he was ready to die for. He fought with all the strength he had and wasn't about to give up easily. He managed to seriously injure Cheon Pyeontaek, and he began to scream from the pain that engulfed his body. He flew back several meters and couldn't move. The boy tried to save him but understood that he couldn't afford to get distracted, because as soon as he glanced in his direction, he immediately took a very strong hit. Meanwhile, the soldier was trying to defeat the demon girl. She was quite strong, so it was hard for him to do so. Moreover, she was constantly healing her own wounds, and with each strike, she grew stronger. Walker Alvin was also trying with all his might. However, it was very difficult for him to do this without Lois's help, who could freeze her and block her attacks. So he had to retreat. He couldn't engage in direct combat as it was very hard to do. The opponents were too strong and he was exhausted. Relesia didn't even feel his strikes and wasn't tired at all. Her strength remained at the same level as before. He was mistaken as he didn't think she could heal her wounds all the time. She could regenerate her limbs and any injuries were not a concern for her. Her heart, head, and internal organs were impervious to his attacks. However, he wanted to try to target her brain, hoping that it could deal her significant damage. Relesia wasn't afraid of him. She considered herself invincible. Although she knew the man was very strong, she wasn't going to give in. But he was confident he could find her weak spot. The protagonist had the toughest opponent, fighting with all his strength. He was running in circles, trying to avoid his attacks and didn't want to get caught in the poisonous cloud. The demon taunted him and urged him to strike. But Kim stuck to his strategy and didn't want to engage him in close combat. The demon was trying to get closer to him and was doing so with all his might. The main character wanted to wait for the perfect moment to strike, and it seemed like that moment had finally arrived. Ballad didn't even expect the guy to attack him right then. But he managed to catch him off guard and unleashed a cloud of poison right at him again. It seemed like it was all over, but he didn't notice how the main character had escaped the toxic dust. He found himself right behind him, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. He poured all the strength he had left into that strike. The demon didn't see that coming at all. However, he noticed the guy approaching him, trying to hit him with his own demonic breath. To stay alive, he had to use his own armor. He understood that the demon was incredibly strong and his abilities were much weaker. He didn't even hope to win. However, he didn't want to give up and kept fighting. After all, he hoped there was some weak spot, and it seemed like he could finally see it. He needed to try to get closer, using every skill he had. Ballad started to panic, realizing he was risking getting into a very critical situation. The main character aimed to break him down piece by piece and began attacking his horse. This way, he would leave the demon without his greatest advantage, speed. Ballad realized this and began to retreat, releasing poisonous smoke at the main character. But he was not vulnerable to it, as his body was filled with demonic energy. On the contrary, it concealed his movements. Because of the thick smoke, Ballad couldn't see him at all. It was easy for him to get close, and he tried to take advantage of that. Every attack the demon started with flames, and the guy realized this tactic was universal. Therefore, he needed to use the demon's own weapon against him, as that was the only way to defeat him. Kim felt a surge of confidence and began to mock the demon, who seemed to be losing. He tried to provoke him, knowing that would make his actions uncontrollable. He succeeded, as the demon gathered all his strength and attempted to deliver a final blow to destroy all his friends. The guy focused and tried to dodge the dangerous strike. If he did, his opponent would be left defenseless and he could strike back. He had to use his magical armor, after which he tried to close the distance. Moreover, he kept taunting the demon, as Ballad hadn't hit him even once, and all his strong attacks and even the poisonous smoke had been futile. Ballad was furious, but he didn't notice the true power that the guy possessed. With one strike, he managed to slice him in half. The demon didn't even have time to utter his last words before he was dead. In his rage, he overlooked the main character's true strength. The guy had easily tricked him and won. It was all over and he stood before his dead opponent who still sat on his horse. He felt satisfied, but he had spent a lot of energy and was exhausted. Ballad was finally dead. Kim started to laugh. It was dangerous, but he was thrilled that he had managed to win as it meant he was really strong. However, he couldn't relax as he needed to help the others who were still fighting at that moment. But looking at them, he realized they could handle it. Walker Alvin had finally found her weak spot and was preparing for the decisive blow. He noticed that the girl's recovery speed had significantly decreased. She was very surprised, unable to understand what was happening to her body, but the answer was obvious. Her movements had become completely different. It was very hard for her to control herself. The thing was, after his words, she tried to focus on protecting her really vital body parts. As a result, she started to let many other strikes through to her head and neck. Walker Alvin also began to mock her, and Relesia was deeply affected by his words. She could no longer control herself and tried to lunge at him, despite her wounds not having healed yet. That was exactly what Walker Alvin wanted. He was ready for her to charge at him. He delivered the final blow right to the girl's head. It shattered her brain and she was doomed. After that, he also sliced her in half, leaving no chance for her severe wounds to heal. Cheon Pyeontaek finally came to. But after his heavy blow, he was in a lot of pain. He saw Yu Youngyu fighting for him, not letting Turner finish him off. He realized that Yu Youngyu had activated his berserk mode. He made such great sacrifices just to save his life. Moreover, he knew that such abilities couldn't be used in regular combat and the guy risked dying as he simply wouldn't be able to stop. Besides, he couldn't join the battle as at that moment Yu Youngyu couldn't tell who was his enemy and who was his friend. It seemed like this helped him win. With every strike, he grew stronger and stronger, and it seemed like his energy was endless. And then the guy threw his opponent to the ground. He was preparing to deliver the final blow and Turner realized he was about to die. However, at the very last moment, he just stopped. Because Yu Youngyu had lost consciousness. It became clear that he had simply come out of berserk mode, giving Turner an advantage as he managed to push him away. There was a deep cut on his face, but he was alive. It hurt a lot, as the wound was deep and bleeding. Yu Youngyu couldn't let him recover and immediately started attacking. But he noticed that the man had simply given up and stood before him unarmed. He couldn't kill a person who wasn't defending himself and tried to force him to keep fighting. However, Turner understood that they had lost and didn't want to keep fighting as all his allies had been destroyed. Suddenly, the main character struck Yu Youngyu, and he lost consciousness. Turner was shocked as he didn't believe they could so easily defeat two demon generals. The people were ready to let him go if he could answer a few questions. But the enemy didn't believe their words, knowing he would still have to die. The people were curious why he was a traitor and what had made him switch sides. However, he was confident that people could never win the war and sooner or later their kind would be wiped out. And despite the fact that they had won that day, they would still lose the war. Suddenly, he fell to the ground. It seemed like he had shifted the flow of his energy, as that was one way of committing suicide. It became clear that he wasn't going to answer their questions, but what did he mean when he spoke of war and that people would lose? Maybe he was just trying to scare them? But it seemed like he meant something much bigger. Lois thought he was talking about them and began to worry that they wouldn't be able to return and escape the forest alive. However, now was not the time to think negatively, as they needed to keep fighting to try to stay alive and complete their mission. With all their might, they needed to fight and destroy the Devil Tree. So they immediately set out to find it. First, they needed to regain their strength, and only after that could they continue moving. Suddenly, Lois felt danger and ordered everyone to stop. Before them was a huge room that had troubled her from the very beginning, as the doors were sealed with magic, preventing ordinary people from entering. However, they decided to try and began to open the doors. They succeeded, and soon they found themselves inside. But what they saw shocked and even frightened them. Because inside was a very long room, its walls covered with strange drawings. It felt like the entire room was a picture whose meaning they couldn't grasp. It seemed like there was nothing special there, and all the writings meant nothing. But most likely, they had a hidden meaning that they just couldn't understand. Suddenly, Walker Alvin stopped. He noticed that something was off with the main character as he had a very strange expression on his face. It seemed like him had finally figured it all out. He realized that these writings were very familiar to him, and he could even read them. It seemed like it was thanks to his bracelet and the energy he was absorbing. It appeared that his bracelet had hidden functions that he was only discovering now. Meanwhile, Yu Youngyu woke up and couldn't understand where they were. He felt fine, but remembered nothing except that his healing level had increased, allowing him to quickly recover from his wounds. He immediately noticed the strange paintings on the walls, but the man couldn't understand or read anything. The main character understood that it would take a lot of time to read everything. But to get into the room and deal with the devil tree, they simply needed to keep moving forward. The main character agreed to stay behind to decipher the writings. Meanwhile, the others had to keep moving to avoid wasting time. In the end, everyone agreed to this plan and decided to continue on. They would see each other again soon. Lois felt that the tree was growing behind the wall in front of them. The man was preparing to break through it with a strong blow so they wouldn't waste time looking for doors. Gathering all his strength for the strike, he managed to break it. The thick wall crumbled, and they saw a real garden of trees growing behind it. Moreover, there was another danger as the trees were guarded by monsters. So, it might not be easy to destroy the tree while defending against the monsters that would protect it. However, Lois managed to regain her strength, so she immediately froze the creatures. This made their task much easier, and for a while she could control them. While she did that, the men needed to focus on destroying the trees. Without wasting time, Walker Alvin approached the first one. He drew his sword and with one strong strike managed to slice it in half. Meanwhile, an unknown man sitting far atop a mountain felt that something was wrong. He had awakened from a deep sleep. It was the god of the seventh heaven, Kim Jin-suk. Opening his eyes, he saw that Archon had come to him. But the head of the skyscraper clan simply missed him and wanted to meet, and for that no reason was needed. However, the mysterious man didn't believe his words and wanted him to explain everything quickly. It seemed like he had found the key. Kim Jin-suk didn't believe him as he thought it was impossible. But it was true, and the clan leader wasn't joking, he was speaking very seriously. Meanwhile, the main character was trying to decipher the information on the walls. Even though there was a lot of text, reading it turned out to be much easier than he thought. The text spoke of people, demons, and angels. Very soon, these races would start a war to obtain the Holy Grail. Each race was supposed to receive a key that would allow them to find it. The main character could become that key, and the clan leader quickly realized this, as only he could fix the situation. The Holy Grail could only be obtained with the help of the key. The race that lost theirs would never be able to find it. They couldn't allow the main character to die, as then their chances of survival would be doomed. When the key became perfect and the hero was very strong, he would gain the right to obtain the Grail. But now, they could try to change the situation and gain some advantage for themselves. To do this, they needed to try to find the Grail first and seize it by any means. Because then, they could become invincible. And no one could stop them. The main character and the head of the skyscraper clan thought about this at the same time, and it seemed that from that moment on, they became rivals. Meanwhile, they continued their work on the trees. After a while, the entire forest was destroyed, and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They all put in a tremendous effort to eliminate every tree, and at last, they succeeded. After that, they noticed that the monsters began to calm down, as it was the seeds that forced them to prepare and protect the trees. Now, they started turning into ordinary animals that posed no threat, and it seemed they had successfully passed the test and completed their tasks. Moreover, they had defeated some very dangerous enemies and survived, but they needed to rest before heading home. They all did a great job and put in a lot of effort, so they deserved a good reward. However, Cheon Pyeongtae continued to do his work, constantly trying to make changes to his map. After all, that was his main task. He needed to scout the area and draw a new map of the terrain. None of the people had ever seen how maps were drawn, and they were very curious to watch it live. Suddenly, they noticed that the main character had found them, but he was late, as they had done all the work themselves. Nevertheless, he managed to read the inscriptions on the walls and understood their essence. Cheon Pyeongtae was satisfied with his work. As everything was ready now, he was also curious to listen to the main character and learn about the secret hidden in the mysterious room. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the skyscraper clan circle. The servant couldn't calm down. He was very worried about the fate of the people who had gone into the forest, knowing it was extremely dangerous. More than a month had passed since their disappearance, and he hadn't received any news from them. But suddenly, upon returning, he noticed that the people were right in front of him, alive and unharmed. They had returned and managed to complete their dangerous mission. He was very surprised and happy to see them, but they urgently needed to meet with the clan leader, and there was no time for chit-chat. They tried to do this immediately after arriving and didn't want to waste a single minute. The soldier personally wanted to talk to them to convince them that the information they had was indeed very important. Lois couldn't relax as she was extremely anxious. Despite their return, she had a terrible feeling and understood that this was just the beginning. Moreover, the cartographer had left them after hearing the main character's story. It seemed he got scared and didn't want to participate, fearing for his life. The boy didn't understand who the clan leader really was, as he initially disliked him and found him suspicious. In fact, Lois didn't know him well at all. He had never participated in the city's affairs or made any important decisions. So he was a first-generation person who had done nothing in life. Even as the clan leader, he did nothing. Additionally, the girl from the assassin clan was also a first-generation person and had done nothing useful for the clan's development in her entire life. Therefore, it could be concluded that in real life, she was a thief who did very bad things while using her immense power. However, there was no evidence of her existence, and only legends were made about her, as no one had ever seen her with their own eyes. After a while, the head of the skyscraper clan returned to his room and was ready to talk to the people. He offered them drinks and wanted to treat them to food, but they declined. Still, he gave them glasses of alcohol as he wanted to create an atmosphere in the room. The main character didn't want to waste time on idle chatter and decided to ask him directly. After all, he thought the leader might be hiding some information from them. And Archon realized that the people while in the forest could have learned a lot today. The dragon had told the main character about him, revealing his biggest secret and who he really was. Archon understood that they had been in the temple where they could read this information. There was no doubt that Archon was hiding something from them, as he didn't even try to deny it. After all, if everything was as written there. He trailed off, lowered his head, and began to apologize to him. The people were stunned and couldn't understand his behavior. Archon apologized for lying to them. Everyone thought that if they killed the demons and angels and obtained the Grail, they could return to the real world, but that wasn't the case. After all, they were humans and could never win a war. But everything changed the moment the main character appeared. After all, he was the key that the people needed to try to survive the war and obtain the Grail. And the fact that he managed to read the inscription was proof that he was indeed special and not like everyone else. Archon wanted to tell them everything, as he understood that sooner or later they would find out on their own. This was a secret that the first generation had guarded. From the very beginning, they were very strong and had no problems in the world of humans. Back then, they also ventured into the mysterious forest and found the same temple where the main character was. They managed to find the same room and learned how the world was structured and who the true key was. They rejoiced, as they were confident that they could return their world if they found the Grail. It was there that they encountered the dragon. Feeling their advantage, they decided to engage in battle and attacked it without understanding anything. Still, they managed to defeat the dragon, but they paid a very high price for it. During this battle, they lost their only key, and with it, their chance to return to their own world. At that moment, they lost the meaning of survival. They were in despair and didn't want to continue fighting, so they decided to take the secret to their graves. After all, if the demons and angels found out that the humans had no key left, they might all be dead by now. This was what they promised to keep hidden from other people, as without hope on the surface, they would likely give up and stop fighting for their survival. They thought they could keep this up for a while and believed that very soon they would be able to reach their key. Years passed and the situation didn't change. The key was still missing, and so they stopped doing anything. From that time on, the first-generation people ceased to take an active part in public life, and to maintain order, they began to create their own clans. Only now did Walker Alvin manage to understand it. But what was the head of the skyscraper clan planning to do now? Archon believed that with the appearance of a new key, it was time for change. Now they had to do something, as all the people had hope again. Now they were united by a common goal. Walker Alvin even wanted to drink with him and raised a glass of beer. He was glad that now they had a real chance to change everything. However, he was angry that the man hadn't shared this from the very beginning. The first-generation people had given the others hope that had never existed and hid behind the facade that everything was fine. He didn't know if they were doing the right thing, but this was the only way to avoid chaos. Now they had to choose the right path and continue to fight. This was the only opportunity to change everything, and at this crucial moment all the people needed to unite their efforts. Archon was happy that now the people were on his side. He was grateful to them for this and sincerely happy that they had become friends and believed in him. Moreover, he offered the main character to become the clan leader, but he immediately declined. Meanwhile, the mysterious beings that resembled humans knew that a group of people had successfully completed their task and returned from the forest. Their allies were dead, which meant their plan with the devilish forest had failed. They also knew about the two newcomers, Lois and Walker Alvin. After all, it was because of them that their plan had been thwarted. It was the head of the assassin clan, Emily, and all her plans, which she had worked on in her free time, were now ruined, and they needed to come up with a new solution to a tough problem. She understood that now they needed to start hunting humans, as they would continue to interfere. They were also curious how long the demons could hold out, as the war was about to start very soon. If the humans could kill 2 demon generals, they would surely handle all the others. Emily remembered that she didn't need help from the man who was her partner. She lived just fine without him. Therefore, he became her competitor, and she decided to get rid of him. For this, she used her own power, as she wanted to kill him. She didn't let him finish speaking and sliced him into pieces. And it was impossible to tell who he was, as she killed everyone the same way. After all, given what had happened, she simply had no other choice. And she needed to find another way to prepare for the impending war that was approaching. The main character was very tired after the trip to the forest, so he rested in his room. He was asleep, but then woke up. He was awakened by a knock at the door, as someone had come to see him. The main character was very angry when he was woken up and not allowed to sleep. He was too lazy to get up, but he went to the door. It was Walker Alvin. He had come to him several times, but only now managed to wake him up. The man was worried about the boy, as he had been gone for so long, and he couldn't believe he had just been sleeping the whole time. Kim also couldn't believe that he had slept so deeply that he hadn't even woken up from his knocking. Was he really that relaxed? Walker Alvin came with news, as the clan leader wanted to meet with them and ordered them to come to him in a few hours. After that, Walker Alvin left his room. He realized that the clan leader wasn't just calling him for no reason. Most likely, a new task awaited him. He thought about his words and that he was indeed the key. His mission was to save the land. Suddenly, he noticed his hand. After all, his bracelet was now visible. Moreover, he had managed to acquire a new skill and his stamina had increased. Also, his mana was being consumed more slowly. Now he could use it freely without fearing that his powers would run out. Moreover, his powers could continuously accumulate. And because of this, their effectiveness would only increase. He understood that with each trial, he was becoming stronger, and soon he would be unmatched in the entire world. Additionally, his health was proportional to his stamina, and lately he had hardly leveled it up. His mana and demonic energy were at their highest levels, and now his attack power was set to increase several times, which meant he couldn't handle it without leveling up his stamina. Therefore, this became his top priority, and this was what he wanted to focus on. After all, he had no use for such a huge amount of mana because, due to a lack of stamina, he couldn't use it properly. Only now did he understand the meaning of Walker Alvin's words, who said that stamina was very important. It was necessary to maintain balance, as all skills needed to be at the same level, and only then could they achieve their maximum effectiveness. After all, any person needed a balance between stamina and physical strength. Because of this, the boy felt disheartened, but he tried to find the positives. And he realized that now he could lift other weights and gradually become stronger. After a while, the meeting began in the Skyscraper clan's house. The main character and Walker Alvin arrived on time but noticed that the people had already gathered. The main character's attention was drawn to a strange man he had never seen before. It was Kim Jin-suk, who was watching them closely but said nothing. Walker Alvin had never seen him either. And so, the clan leader introduced them. The main character realized that he had heard his name before, and he was the only first-generation person not listed in any of the rosters. He had outlived all the people in strength and had a completely different level. He was the only one whose power couldn't be compared to any clan. But why had he come here? Did he need help? The guys sat down at the table. Why would someone like him, who had always lived in solitude, decide to show up now? It seemed the key was the reason for it all. The gazes of the main character and the strange man met, and they carefully examined each other. As it turned out, Archon had told the first-generation people about the main character, and Kim Jin-suk was the first to come to them when he heard about his appearance, and he intended to teach the main character. Kim was shocked by what he had managed to hear. Kim Jin-suk explained that they could have problems if the main character died. Therefore, he took his training very seriously and wanted to make him a true strong warrior. Moreover, it was his choice and he could choose whether to learn or remain at the same level. Such an opportunity was a huge rarity, as a first-level person would never train a novice. Kim pondered. It was a tough level and he couldn't understand anything at all. But he understood that it was time to rise to a higher level, not just survive, and he needed to seize this opportunity. He also needed to maintain a balance between his powers, and this man raised a lot of questions for him. But maybe he was the one who could lead him to his goal. Suddenly, Kim stood up. He placed his hands on the table and bowed before him. The young man agreed and wanted him to teach him. The clan leader and the man were pleased with this. His training was set to begin very soon. The main character was nervous, but the man reassured him. He was curious why the clan leader had chosen him and if he was afraid that someone might find out about their meeting. It became clear that he was trying to hide what was happening in Ukraine and didn't want anyone to know that the boy was the key. And then he told someone about Turner, whom they had managed to meet in a neutral area in the woods. By that point, he was no longer an ordinary person, but it seemed the man was aware of their biggest secret. However, this information didn't surprise the men. After all, they knew about Emily's existence and she knew everything in the world. Most likely, she believed that people had no chance, which is why she sided with the demons. Therefore, it could be concluded that everyone in her circle also knew the truth and that the main character was the key. Thus, it could be concluded that his existence was no longer a secret and there was a huge danger that other clans could find out about it too. Also, many people had made deals with demons. The problem was that such people were very hard to find. There were just too many of them. Right now, the clan leader was trying to locate them, but these people were very cautious and never showed themselves. They were trying to hide. So, they only wanted to cooperate with the main character. But if the newcomer and the clan leader were to meet, it could raise a lot of questions among ordinary people. That's why they organized their meetings in secret. From that moment on, the main character's primary task was to become stronger, while the clan leader focused on finding the traitors who sided with the enemies. His training was going to be very tough and everyone hoped he could endure it. He needed to try to surpass himself and become much stronger, as that was the only way they could get closer to the Grail and try to seize it. Very soon, the man wanted to start training and planned to take the heroes with him and leave. So, he ordered him to grab the essentials and set off right now. The main character hoped he could take Yu Youngyu with him. And Kim Jin-suk understood that he couldn't separate them, so they always walked and did everything together. He believed that together they could become much stronger and help each other. Everything depended on them, and the man could only be their mentor and guide them on what to do. And to truly become much stronger, they needed to work hard and train. He was stern and didn't want to compromise, so he decided to be as tough as possible with them, as that was the only way to achieve results. Very quickly, they gathered and set off with a man they had never seen before. The boy explained that he was very strong and from now on he would be their teacher and mentor. He was the strongest among millions of participants, and they couldn't even imagine how immense his power was. But soon, they would learn everything. They moved on and stopped in front of a tall mountain which was very difficult to climb. It seemed the easiest way was just to go around it, but that wasn't the case and they began to ascend. They continued moving for several days without resting. They were heading toward the intersection of two cities surrounded by high mountains. It was hard to imagine that this man's home was in such a dangerous place. Did he really spend so much effort to reach its peak? However, they would soon find out everything. When they reached the mountain, they were extremely tired, as it was their first time doing this, and they had lost all their stamina. They couldn't believe their eyes when they saw that the teacher wasn't tired at all, as he had been doing this his whole life. Moreover, at the top, there was indeed a house where he lived. It was a place where ordinary people couldn't climb. No one could even think that a house could stand in such a location, and it was the perfect place to live in silence and hide from everyone. Who exactly was Kim Jin-suk? How strong was he and what could he teach the main characters? Suddenly, Yu Youngyu turned around and shouted as he recognized the name of this man. He simply couldn't believe that he had agreed to train them and would become their mentor. The thing was, if the main character died due to his weakness, it would cause huge problems for everyone. So, it seemed he had to do this even against his own will. The strange man was a first-generation individual who knew what had happened to the previous key, so he didn't want to let that happen again. And in reality, there was no problem in becoming stronger and gaining experience. It was unknown how long they needed to stay in this unknown place, but at least they had to train for 3 months. In fact, that was enough, and the boys wanted to start right now, as they had dreamed of a teacher and had always done everything possible to become stronger. The Holy Grail was located in a special place within the camp of demons and angels. In this state, he could die in dangerous territory, not to mention the demon camp, which was the most perilous place. This was a great opportunity, as if he could become as strong as Kim Jin-suk, he could lead humanity to victory and save their race. Suddenly, Kim Jin-suk called them and ordered them to enter his house. The boys obeyed him and did everything as he said. He felt ashamed that they were making the man wait with their behavior. So, upon entering, he immediately apologized to him. Inside, he saw a regular interior filled with a lot of weapons and various armors. Among them were rare shields that sparkled in the sunlight. All the weapons were clean and very precious, neatly placed in their spots. It was hard to count the number of weapons in his house, as there were so many: swords, sabers, spears, maces, and everything necessary. Suddenly, Kim Jin-suk took out his most precious sword. It was very elegant, and the main character had never seen anything like it. He examined it closely and was impressed by the craftsmanship. From that moment on, it was his match and he was meant to wield it. This method was unusual, as it was sharpened only on one side and its tip was slightly raised. He had never held such a sword in his hands before. Kim Jin-suk asked why Kim had chosen such a sword for himself. As it turned out, his sword was very simple to use, easily cutting and creating various objects. And that was his mistake, as he had immediately chosen a more comfortable option and didn't want to take the difficult path. Kim Jin-suk tested all the weapons in his house and only after that concluded which weapon suited him best. But Kim had never even thought about it and couldn't believe that another weapon could suit him much better and unlock his potential. So, for starters, they needed to find out which weapon suited them best. Thus, this was a very important step, and thanks to this, they could select the perfect option for themselves. Warriors like them couldn't use just any weapon. They needed to choose the best for themselves. To become a master of weapons, the man had to practice with each one for several months, and it took him many years. The heroes didn't have as much time as he did, so they had to use different weapons every day. Also, Kim Jin-suk noticed that the boys were very weak for the power they had. Additionally, they were very unevenly developed, as certain skills outweighed others. Balance was needed. Strength and defense weren't the priority qualities for a true warrior. The first thing to focus on was physical strength and endurance. After all, this could govern other abilities and the cup could press through the strength that would prevail. He also heard that Yu Yungyu's sword was consuming him and the boy couldn't control it even in berserk mode. So, from that moment on, he had to use this skill every day, morning, noon, and night. The man promised to watch over him and stop him if necessary. The boy was very scared, as he feared for his life. However, he had no choice and believed the man, as if he could become stronger using the berserk mode without losing his mind, he would become equal to the best warrior in the world. The man also warned them that from that moment until the end of their training, until he decided they were ready, they could not even dream of leaving his house. But what result was Kim Jin-suk expecting? At this question, he fell silent. He understood that the greatest threat was Emily and he wanted them to become strong enough that she couldn't kill them. This woman truly wished for their death, and there was no doubt she would do everything possible for that. Because if she learned about the existence of the key, she would immediately start hunting them. Because she was no longer human. But Kim couldn't believe that so many people had switched sides to the demons. The issue was with the devil's seed. As once you became a demon, you couldn't return to a human body. For a while, the room fell silent as the boys pondered his words. They understood that the teacher was very wise, and they knew that nothing could hide from him. He knew everything in the world. It seemed he could read minds. Suddenly, the main character met his gaze and began to feel nervous. Kim Jin-suk saw how scared they were, so they had to prepare for their first training. But would everything happen so quickly? After the boys unpacked their things, their training began immediately. To start, they took out all the types of weapons available in his workshop and had to choose something for themselves. From this moment on, their journey was just beginning, as incredibly tough training awaited them which an ordinary person simply couldn't endure. Suddenly, Kim Jin-suk appeared before them. He brought them a very strange item, and for a moment the boys couldn't understand what it was for. As he approached closer, it became clear that it was a set of chains he intended to wrap around the boys' bodies. They couldn't believe their eyes, as they had never done anything like this before. The chains were to wrap around their arms and legs during training. They were not to be removed under any circumstances, as doing so would result in severe punishment. They had to wear them all the time while they were in his house, as it was the simplest and most effective way to build their endurance and become faster. Kim wasn't scared and immediately began wrapping his arms and legs with chains. He believed this would truly help him, but when he tried to lift the chains, he noticed they were very heavy and it was even hard for him to hold them in his hands. Moreover, they were forbidden from using magic or skills that could restore their strength, because if they used magic and restored their bodies, it would help them become physically stronger and build their endurance. Immediately, they began training, but from the first strikes, they realized it was very difficult. The teacher constantly observed them and showed them certain strikes and combinations. From that moment on, the most responsible and hardest period of their lives began. After all, their lives depended on the fate of all humanity. They had to do everything possible to push beyond their limits. The boys could train until their bodies began to fall apart. They had to fight until it seemed they were actually dying. Their hands and feet were bloodied from the chains rubbing against them. There was nothing better than training with their own bodies. Kim Jin-suk had understood this through many years of training and developed the best strategy for himself. And it was at that moment when they felt they were on the brink that the real beginning would start. 10 days had passed since the start of their training. The main character was confident that training with chains was an important skill, as he no longer made unnecessary movements, and each of his strikes became precise and much stronger. Kim Jin-suk believed that it would take a whole year to build his endurance. But as it turned out, the boy was very persistent and managed to do it much faster. He tried to put maximum effort into every strike and did everything possible to achieve this. A lot of time had passed since he had pushed beyond his limits. Now he could feel his muscles tearing, his breath breaking, and it seemed like his lungs were about to burst. However, he was filled with rage, and the man couldn't understand why he was so determined. He managed to show very good results in such a short time, and he was confident that with boys like them they could achieve a lot. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a nighttime city. The square was crowded with people, but among them, one suspicious man was hiding. He walked the streets of the night city, trying not to draw attention to himself. Moreover, he was carefully looking around and trying to find suspicious items. Suddenly, he saw Emily. They locked eyes. However, she walked past him, seemingly recognizing the mysterious man. She had another target, so she headed into a dark alley. There, a familiar face awaited her, one she hadn't seen in several years. But his face hadn't changed and a deep scar ran across it. Despite not having seen him for a long time, she couldn't confuse him with anyone else and recognized him immediately by his face. But she quickly realized that he wasn't happy to see her. Suddenly, an unknown man began to get angry with her. However, he realized that he didn't have enough power to defeat her, so they decided to get down to business. They searched for the key but quickly figured out that it was with Kim Jin-suk as he had taken it with him. She was confident she could destroy the main character even though he had such a strong teacher by his side. Moreover, the man insisted that the main character was indeed the key they had been hunting for so long. But she didn't believe him. After his words, the woman approached him and began to threaten him, pressing her hand to his throat. She promised to kill him if he dared to lie to her and if his words turned out to be false. There was no way he could escape her or hide in any city because she knew everything in the world and could find anyone. After that, she let him go. The man started breathing heavily, terrified for his life. But just as she was about to leave, he suddenly stopped her because that wasn't all. They said she had killed a demon who had recently come to her, and it seemed their leader was very angry about it. At that moment, he might have been thinking about how to get rid of her since no one could find her so easily. He was also curious about when the war would finally end so he could live the last years of his life in peace. But she didn't know this, no one did. It seemed she had doubts and couldn't decide whose side she wanted to fight on. On one hand, she used to be human and really wanted to return everything to how it was before. But if she could kill the key, the demon wouldn't forgive her mistakes and she could become a very important figure in their circle. So she needed to think carefully about her decision. She was very worried that the main character would find her because then he would just kill her. Moreover, her suspicions were confirmed by the man who said the main demon was indeed about to appear. She understood that she had very little time left to find the main character, who was the key, and try to destroy him. Meanwhile, the main character continued to train day after day. He tried many different types of weapons. During this time, he got used to any combat conditions and even a broken sword became very dangerous for him. It took a lot of time to get used to a new type of weapon, but he managed to do it and each time it became easier and easier. At first, it took him a whole day, but that period kept getting shorter. More than a month had passed since they arrived here. During that time, he found himself in various situations and even learned to shoot sounds, something he had never done before. He used a spear and tried to attack different targets from a distance. He also tried out some fist-fighting techniques and attempted to fight with his fists. His training felt like torture, and because of that, each day seemed very long for him. But at some moments, he focused on his training so intensely that he even forgot about the time, and it started to pass much faster for him. Suddenly, he remembered his own stats and decided to check how they had changed during this time. As it turned out, his attributes were growing much faster than he could have imagined. His health had increased. Thanks to the chains that were constantly on his body, his strength and endurance had also increased. However, the only stat that hadn't changed was regression. It constantly added to the main character. He couldn't understand the pattern behind this, but regression was the condition through which his mana overall increased. And the longer he used it, the faster his body got used to it. When his skill level increased, this effect was supposed to diminish. When training ended, he would head home and rest. Each time, he stayed much longer than he needed to. The teacher was already waiting for him. The main characters had plenty of time to restore their strength and get their bodies in shape. However, things were not so straightforward for the other guy. Training was very hard for him and it took him a lot of time to recover. But he also had some achievements because he managed to better control his berserk mode and didn't lose his mind as much. The main character's body had adapted to such loads and he felt much better when the day ended. However, Kim Jin-suk knew he was lying. Because he had gone through something similar himself and knew what a person felt in those moments, the boy's body was not in the best condition. He also knew that regression was overloading his body and that he was trying to be clever by using it during his training. Because of this, his body was developing unevenly, and he risked losing all the progress he had made. Kim Jin-suk wondered why he was so persistent and always stayed longer. The main character's clothes and hands were covered in blood. He trained through the pain and endured it. He had a single goal he was pursuing, no matter what. And then he confided in his teacher and told him about his family for whom he was doing all this. Kim Jin-suk learned that they had died. At that moment, the men became very serious. They looked at each other, not breaking eye contact. The main character thought that if he could get the Grail, he would meet them again. Even though it sounded very funny and his version seemed unbelievable, he was determined to do everything possible to make it true. Even if it was impossible, he believed in miracles. Kim Jin-suk was touched by his words. He was impressed that the main character was capable of such sacrifices not for himself, but for someone else. The world they were in didn't follow the laws of logic. Everything was the opposite, and the dead could be resurrected. So it was entirely possible that his family could come back to life and be by his side. Kim hoped that the man might have some information, and Kim Jin-suk knew that there was an item in the world that could change what had already happened. The boy stood and listened to him attentively. He didn't even notice that he needed to take a shower and was supposed to rest, so he needed to go. He thought long and hard about the man's words about changing the future. He wasn't surprised by his words at all, as in the world he was in, anything was possible and he had seen it with his own eyes many times. And he couldn't even imagine how to obtain that item. He found himself in his room but wasn't asleep yet. He read his own diary, hoping that new information had appeared and that the old pages were now accessible to him. He carefully reread each page but saw no mention of the strange item the man had talked about. He was sure it was somehow connected to another world and one couldn't deny the existence of some kind of intermediary. He really wanted to find out how to obtain that item. And then he would become an invincible man and his trials would come to an end. Suddenly, he stopped at the same page that had previously been locked. It was accessible now, and he realized that the future had changed again. Perhaps now his diary wasn't as useful as before since he had a path he needed to follow. But still, he dared to open the pages. Because until the last moment he hoped to learn about the mysterious item. He was very impressed that the pages had indeed opened. He couldn't understand at what moment the pages became accessible, as they opened at completely different times. But did they really open just when he needed a hint? Because every time he searched for answers to his questions, it happened, even when he thought about how to defeat his greatest enemies. This also happened to him when he couldn't find a way out of a complicated situation. And every time a new page opened, something came into his life. With a high probability, it was supposed to happen this time, and he hoped it would be the very item he had been trying to find. And he began to read. And what he saw there was something incredible. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a well-situated classroom where the main soldier was talking to Lois. Now, the events had become so convoluted that they couldn't understand anything. They heard about people who allied with demons to become stronger, and they needed to find these traitors. But they had no idea how to do that, as these people hid themselves very well from them. He had never seen anything strange in their behavior and couldn't even think of where they might be hiding. He understood that many people were connected to the clan of assassins and demons, and if this continued, they wouldn't be able to win the war, because it would never end and people would always die. At that moment, everything depended on the main characters. They understood that by getting rid of the devilish trees, they had gained a huge advantage, as the assassin clan was no longer as powerful as before. And from that moment on, they focused solely on hiding. And even if there were other traitors who had also allied with the devil after the trees were destroyed, they had no reason to reveal themselves. The biggest problem was that almost no one, except Turner, had revealed their face. But there was still one person he suspected. It was the man who was supposed to protect Turner, and was that why he raised such great suspicion? Suddenly, they heard a knock at the door and realized someone had come to them. It was the teacher with the main character. They returned very unexpectedly. And it was interesting whether people could find out who the real traitor was and who had allied with the demon. Walker Alvin was constantly watching a few people and was about half sure about one, but he had no solid evidence. Moreover, the main character asked how their investigation was going and if they had managed to learn anything. They checked everyone who was somehow connected to the assassin clan, and most of them were members of a completely different clan. Therefore, the neighboring clan was under the most suspicion. The main character also had some information and wanted to share it with them. People began to listen to them carefully, as they knew he had a lot of knowledge and always spoke the truth. Kim asked them not to tell anyone about this, because this information was too important to him. Lois began to get nervous as she realized the boy wasn't joking. Moreover, his teacher became very serious at that moment, and Kim began to explain. He tried to tell everything he knew. This went on for several hours, and no one could believe that his words were true. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the city of the assassin clan. Kim Tae-han lay on his bed, and it had been half a year since he began to hide. He couldn't walk peacefully on the streets and had to stay hidden, but if he started doing anything, he would be caught immediately. He hoped everything would end soon and he could finally feel free. Did he really have no other choice and had his whole life passed within four walls? He hadn't killed anyone for so long that he felt terrible about it. Suddenly, someone entered his room. It was his accomplice, and he hoped the man had managed to learn something. But he came with a message from the clan leader. It was a message meant to be passed on to all the assassin people who were somehow cooperating with their guild. They needed to kill one person. In fact, they needed to kill Kim Jin-suk. And when the boy heard this, he couldn't believe it. He understood that the Black Widow wanted to finish him off. And it seemed she understood everything. Even the Black Widow couldn't be sure of victory over him. This immediately brought a smile to his face. The task seemed very interesting to him, and he was glad that he finally had the chance to leave his room. He was going to try to kill him no matter how strong he was or how far away he was. Meanwhile, a whole month had passed since their training began. The teacher constantly tried to guide them and teach the main character to move his legs. If his legs and sword moved together, his strength and power would increase. Kim listened carefully to his advice and did everything as he instructed. He quickly noticed that he was starting to get the hang of it, and in 1 month he managed to try all types of weapons several times, but in the end he returned to the sword. After all, he was used to it and could control that weapon the best. Now he knew exactly why his choice was the sword, and that was the most important thing. Moreover, Yu Youngyu felt much better and was already able to return to training. Every time he used his superpower, he would lose consciousness and go insane just a few minutes into the fight. It took him a long time at first just to stretch those few seconds into a couple of minutes. Now he had to put in maximum effort to try to stay in berserk mode for as long as possible. Besides, he allowed them to call his teacher by a different name, which annoyed the man. Suddenly, he sensed danger approaching them. At that moment, he ordered the guys to stop. The main character didn't understand what was happening, and Yu Youngyu thought their training was over. The man commanded them to use their superpowers to restore their health and stamina. It seemed they had guests, and real danger was closing in on them. But how could someone find out about them? How did someone manage to get to his house? It didn't seem like an ordinary person. Soon enough, they saw that it was Emily. She was approaching them quickly and showed no signs of stopping. She stopped right in front of the master. However, Her mysterious appearance didn't scare him at all. On the contrary, he was ready for anything, especially since she recognized the main character. Meanwhile, the guys couldn't figure out where they had seen her before, but it seemed they were starting to guess who she really was. People stood facing each other, and the guy was trying to remember where he had seen her before. After all, he had heard a lot about the mysterious woman whose power was unmatched. And then he realized it was Emily, the head of the assassins. However, the master didn't respond to him. At that moment, the guys panicked because they didn't know what to do. It was clear they were facing real danger. The master asked what the woman wanted from them. It seemed she wasn't planning to attack and was asking the man for a little time. She just wanted to talk to him. Still, he had no choice but to agree, as he didn't want to risk the guys' lives. But the main character didn't trust her, so he tried to regain his own strength. Even though it seemed she appeared in peace and wasn't planning to fight them, he prepared for the worst. Emily followed the master. They approached a cliff and she jumped down first. The man had no choice but to jump with her. And at that moment they simply vanished, leaving the main characters sitting by his house. It was obvious she wouldn't act without reason, but the master knew she was hunting the main character, and even that didn't stop him from following her. Meanwhile, the others continued moving forward. She led him to a safe place where no one would ever hear them. He kept up, trying to understand what she really wanted from him. However, she had gone too far, and he ordered her to stop. The woman didn't want to take risks, so she tried to keep her distance from him. Moreover, Emily was constantly watching him. She feared his incredible power because she knew he was invincible. The girl explained that she wanted to take a walk and talk in a quiet place. But the man asked her not to do anything that would make him suspicious, because then he simply wouldn't be able to let her go peacefully. She smiled. To her, his words seemed very rude. She was offended that he didn't trust her. Kim Jin-suk watched her closely. He knew she was a traitor and had become a demon. She could never be human again. But why did she do it? What made her take such a step? The master didn't understand. He waited for her to answer, and a silence fell between them. For her, his question seemed very obvious. Emily tried to explain that she just wanted to survive, so she chose the demons, believing that humans were strong enough to win the war. Besides, back then, they didn't have the key and had no chance of victory. That's why she took that step and betrayed humanity. But the worst part was that the girl simply didn't see her guilt in this. She didn't think she did anything wrong and blamed the man for also taking up a sword just to survive. It didn't matter which side she was on, they all wanted to stay alive. It was already too late to criticize her choice. But the man warned her that if she tried to kill him, he would have no choice but to see her as an enemy. And he would do it without hesitation, even though they had once been good friends. He believed it was just empty emotions, as she had ruined everything with one decision. Moreover, the woman felt that it must be very painful to lose their friendship that had lasted so many years. It was written all over his face. Besides, he had feelings for her that he couldn't shake off for many years. If she hadn't betrayed humanity and switched sides, everything would have been fine, and they could have been together. It only changed after the demons began to exist. That was the beginning, and the woman realized too late that there was no turning back. But he didn't like her endless questions. He found it a pointless waste of time since they couldn't go back to how things were before. However, the woman was trying to buy herself as much time as possible, because this was her well-planned act and she wanted him to believe her words. However, he understood that she didn't want to talk to him about the future and was trying to change the subject. Emily realized that he quickly regained his composure so she could no longer deceive him. He saw that behind her there were many soldiers preparing to attack him. It was a trap. Enemy soldiers began to surround him from all sides. Moreover, there were so many of them that he couldn't just walk away. They were determined and knew there was a huge reward for the man's head. Very quickly, he found himself completely surrounded. However, none of the assassins dared to attack him first. Emily wanted him to stay with her a little longer, trying to hold him back. But the master already understood that the main characters were in danger, as Emily had sent her army to his house. He felt guilty for what had happened and wouldn't forgive himself if anything happened to the guys, as she wouldn't be the strongest and best of them all. He believed her words and left them alone. This was the one moment when he couldn't convince himself and see the truth, as hope for the better prevailed. He believed the girl could change. Kim Jin-suk agreed to stay for a few more minutes, because that was how much time he needed to kill all the enemies and escape the encirclement. Meanwhile, the main characters began to realize that something strange was happening. They were very anxious and didn't know how far the master would leave them. Moreover, they hadn't used their magical powers, so they were quite strong and could fight at any moment, but the huge problem was their health, because it wasn't recovering quickly and it would take some time. Suddenly, the main character felt danger. He tried to concentrate, but thoughts flooded his mind. He felt an urgent need to prepare. In fact, he wasn't wrong, as at that moment a whole army of enemies was heading toward them. They had a mission to kill the main characters at any cost, so they were well prepared. Moreover, there were so many of them, and they were moving in from all sides. These were the best elite warriors of the assassin clan, and only they were entrusted with this secret mission. They had no chance for error. Yu Yongyu realized they were in great danger, as there were too many enemies for just the two of them. It seemed the master couldn't have imagined such a thing could happen, and they hoped he would return soon to help them fight. But they couldn't just wait. So Kim drew his own sword and prepared himself. Moreover, the guy could now hold his berserk state for a full 5 minutes. The main character hoped that among the assassins there weren't any extremely strong enemies, especially since he hadn't used his magical powers for a long time. He needed to pull himself together as the fate of all humanity depended on him. He wanted to charge into battle and confront the men, as if they climbed the hill and surrounded them, they would have huge problems. Given that the soldiers were very fast, this was their only chance to use their strength in real combat. Yu Yongyu was very scared while the main character was completely unafraid and ready to fight. Still, after a while, the enemies began to close in. Among them was the same scarred man, a dangerous warrior who had won many battles. But the guy jumped down, right onto them. Even though he was scared, he didn't want to show it and was ready for a tough fight. He quickly managed to deal with the first wave of attackers who hadn't even expected to see him. Moreover, the guy was so fast that the enemies didn't even realize what was happening. They only saw a pile of corpses. Some of them didn't even see how he approached and killed them. Intense training with armor and weights had made him much faster than before. Additionally, he had a lot of stamina, and now he didn't tire out, unlike the enemies. The leader of the attackers couldn't believe that the guys decided to strike first. He hadn't expected their appearance. He expected them to be exhausted after their tough training and wanted to see them worn out. And he was very surprised when he noticed they were in good shape. Especially the main character, who was taking them down one by one. The bandits tried to hit him, but they couldn't succeed because he was faster. Along with his physical strength, he used his magical abilities, making him truly invincible. Yu Yongyu kept up with him and also tried to contribute to the battle. He was risking his own health greatly but decided to attack in his deadly berserk mode. This allowed him to become invulnerable and defeat any enemies in his path. The bandits were terrified and many begged for mercy. But the guys didn't stop for anything. They showed no mercy to anyone in their way. They couldn't understand how one person could be so strong and defeat them all. However, it seemed Yu Yongyu didn't lose consciousness. Even after some time, he was doing just fine. Had he managed to control himself? After all, he didn't feel tired and continued to fight them. His training had also made him very fast and none of the men could hit him. The bandits were scared, and many were ready to retreat. But he didn't want to let any of them go. Moreover, the guys used their strength and hundreds of sharp swords fell on the attackers' heads. The main character activated berserk mode again, realizing it was quite an effective weapon. The soldiers, in a panic, tried to protect themselves, but they had very little chance against such power. One of them managed to cut the boy's arm, but he didn't even feel it and paid no attention to the wound. Still, the bandit managed to sneak up behind him and pushed him in the back. Because of this, Yu Yongyu lost his balance and began to fall from the high cliff. He needed to think of something quickly, and at the last moment he managed to save his life by grabbing onto some rocks. He also managed to stop himself with his own sword. He was incredibly lucky. After all, the sword was very strong and didn't break against the rocks. Because of this, the boy was very scared. But he was glad he managed to survive and stay alive. On the contrary, it only excited him and he became even more energized. Meanwhile, the main character continued to fight. There were so many enemies and new soldiers were arriving, beginning to surround them. Very soon, they would be able to break through to the mountain's surface. He understood this and he urgently needed to come up with a plan. Just at that moment, the enemies began to surround him. One of the attackers managed to get very close, preparing to strike. However, Kim noticed and was able to stop him. Their swords clashed. At that moment, the guy realized that each of the bandits was incredibly strong, as even he was struggling. Suddenly, their leader appeared and ordered everyone to stop. Kim noticed him but couldn't figure out who he was. In fact, the criminal commanded everyone to retreat because he wanted to kill the main character with his own hands. He appeared so unexpectedly that the guy didn't have time to react and found himself in serious danger. Before long, he was completely surrounded. However, he didn't lose hope and continued to fight. He needed to hold out for a few more minutes to wait for the master to arrive. The bandit tried to strike again, wanting to catch him off guard. And he succeeded as the guy was right in front of him and he attempted to hit him. He put all his strength into the blow. But at the last moment, the main character blocked the attack using his superpower, which saved his life. He realized the man was scared and couldn't comprehend what was really happening. Now it was the main character's turn to attack. He did it quickly as it was clear that during his training he had become much stronger. His magical power, which he hadn't used in a while, was at a very high level, allowing him to tap into it. He tried to fight efficiently, not using all his abilities at once, conserving his strength. This allowed him to remain very quick at all times. There were many enemies and reinforcements were constantly arriving. Moreover, he was trying to break free from the encirclement as he would tire out quickly at this fighting pace. He managed to change direction sharply and lost the thugs who were chasing him. Suddenly, he started to flee, trying to climb higher and higher. The injured bandits tried to help each other as they had to stop him from escaping. All the survivors rushed after him as it was their mission, and if they failed to kill him, they would be punished. However, the guy was very fast and no one could get close to him. The bandit leader was furious about this, realizing that their chances were dwindling. Besides, they had to be very careful as at any moment he could attack them. Nevertheless, the main character made it to the top of the mountain and stopped. During the fight, he had assessed the strength of the men and knew how he could defeat them. They weren't as strong as he had initially thought, so he could fight them on level ground and no longer feared being outmatched. Many of them had horns, and it seemed like half of them had already turned into demons. Because of this, he needed to be very cautious. Now, he would constantly have to face enemies like them, people who had betrayed their race and joined the demons. Their leader stepped forward and stopped in front of the guy. The men stood behind him, hesitant to make a move. Suddenly, many of them began to laugh. They knew that the key was standing right in front of them. And today, luck was on their side, and they could kill him. The guy couldn't allow that and understood that the survival of humanity depended solely on him. Meanwhile, Kim Jin-suk was also fighting enemies. However, very soon, many of them realized his true strength and simply fled. All the others who remained were dead. The man managed to deal with them very quickly, and their mangled bodies lay on the ground. It happened so fast that none of the thugs understood what was going on. Among them was the very bandit who wanted him dead and had planned to kill him with his own hands. But he realized that it was simply impossible, as he didn't even have time to blink before everything was over and all his allies were dead. They had greatly underestimated him, not knowing he was a first-generation human and the strongest among them all. They could only confirm this when they witnessed his work with their own eyes. Kim Tae-han was the only one left standing among all the attackers. The man didn't attack Emily and allowed her to survive. She understood that the battle with her army hadn't drained him of strength. He hadn't even felt it. She was scared and realized that this would be the hardest and possibly the most terrifying trial of her life. The master understood that she had changed significantly and was also stronger than before. Emily couldn't be judged solely by her appearance, as he didn't know what terrible power her body concealed. But even so, she didn't rush to attack him. He began to realize that she had come to him with a proposition, wanting him to join the demons and become just like her. At that moment, she began to transform, and her body changed. Still, she was ready for battle as her transformation had fully completed. Therefore, she was as fast as the master, and an ordinary person wouldn't even notice her. Her attacks were incredibly swift. Moreover, she could clone herself, creating a massive number of her own copies. It was very hard to distinguish which of them was the real Emily. Thus, the man found himself surrounded. Now he had a problem as she could constantly clone herself, creating an endless army. She wanted him to kneel before her incredible power, and only under the condition would she let him go. Emily threatened him, believing herself to be much stronger. However, the man didn't respond, which made her extremely angry. So she decided to attack first. Kim Jin-suk took a deep breath and closed his eyes. At that moment, he focused and unleashed his own power. The explosive wave radiating from his body was impossible to avoid. Therefore, Emily found herself in great danger as her clones suffered from his power. Moreover, he remained calm and didn't do anything. He simply observed what was happening. As her clones died one by one, They simply couldn't break through his barrier, which stopped them all. Very soon, she realized that her entire army wasn't as strong as she thought and could do nothing to him. Only then did he draw his own sword. Yet he remained calm as ever. Emily lost all her strength and fell to the ground. She didn't get up and wanted him to come to her. But now the master didn't trust her words and thought it was another trap wanting him to approach her. He wasn't mistaken, as right after his words she got back on her feet. In any case, killing him wasn't her main goal. And then, she told him about her plan and that most likely his student was dead. But Kim Jin-suk just smiled. Because if the same army that fought against him had gone there, he didn't even need to worry about it. Emily couldn't understand what he meant. But she quickly realized that the main character was not someone who needed protection. At that moment, she truly began to doubt and was very frightened. So could her army handle the main character and kill him? Meanwhile, he continued to defend himself, and his entire body was covered in armor, which kept him unharmed. However, this was draining a lot of his energy. He had no choice, so he had to endure. He managed to fend off all the men who approached him. Moreover, the main character was just waiting for the moment when the guy would tire out, but he was very surprised to realize how resilient he was. Because of his protective wall, which he activated around his body, they couldn't do anything to him, not even scratch him. However, he noticed that at one moment his defense disappeared. But why did the guy do that? Did he have something planned, and was it a trap? In reality, he did it to have a chance to recover his strength and rest a bit. Although he found it easy to handle, he understood that the armor was just a burden for him and consumed too many resources. Additionally, he used his time power, trying to anticipate the enemy's attacks to dodge them. With the same success, he tried to attack them and did everything possible to hold out longer. Suddenly, he felt someone hit him. He quickly realized that his enemies could become invisible. This was exactly what the main bandit used to try to sneak up on him from behind. He began to hit him in the back. Kim realized that he had never encountered men with such strength before. Was it really possible, and how was he able to attack him while being invisible? The guy tried to be as careful as possible with him, as he couldn't see his strikes. Maybe it was Devil's Seed, and that was how one could gain such magical power. He had no choice but to start running again. The leader was furious when he realized he had lost a good opportunity to kill him. He ordered everyone to chase him immediately. So they had to catch him at all costs before the master returned. Kim understood this and tried to buy himself as much time as possible. Meanwhile, Yu Youngyu managed to reach the mountain's surface. He continued to be in berserker mode. However, he was very surprised when he noticed that there was no one there anymore. Where did everyone go? He had come to help his friend. Very soon, he felt that enemies appeared behind him. The bandits realized that his sword was special and needed to be very careful not to give him a chance to injure them. Among the attackers, only those who were stronger remained and could continue to fight. All the others had been dead for a long time and had left the battlefield trying to save their own lives. Now, the enemies were trying to combine their efforts to have a better chance of winning. The guy understood that this was a very critical moment, as a massive army was charging right at him. When they collided, a powerful explosion occurred. Kim continued to run. He wanted to use the power that his teacher had forbidden him to use. So, realizing that this was the only way he could win, because sooner or later his strength would run out. The best moment to use his superpower had arrived, and despite his teacher's prohibition, he was ready to do it. That's why when he tapped into the demonic energy that was in his bracelet. Seeing how powerful he had become, the bandits were terrified. They heard a strange sound and couldn't understand what was really happening. And then they noticed that the main character had simply vanished. But where did he go? They started searching for him, as just a few seconds ago he had been right in front of them. However, many of them began to realize what was actually happening. Very soon, the guy managed to become invisible and started killing bandits one by one, and they didn't even understand what was going on. After a few seconds, he reappeared and lunged at one of them. Despite their attempts to attack him as well, he easily dodged their strikes. Thanks to his abilities, he could see their attacks coming, and time seemed to slow down for him. They simply had no chance of defeating him. And his technique was called the breakthrough. Before the battle, the master spoke with his students. He had never heard of the abilities that the main character used during the fight. His time mechanism allowed him to manipulate the flow of time, enabling him to slow it down. But it seemed that Kim Jin-suk was not pleased. He forbade him from using it in the fight. It didn't require magical power to use, it needed focus and mental strength, and the boy couldn't understand why he wasn't allowed to use it. In his opinion, it would also help him become physically stronger. The master was convinced that if the boy relied on this skill, he would start to get used to it and form a habit, which was very dangerous in a real battle. Because the feeling he had in dangerous situations was the most important motivation to keep fighting. Kim Jin-suk placed a hand on his shoulder. He wanted the boy to use this power as little as possible and to rely solely on his physical endurance, hoping that one day he would understand his words. Meanwhile, stones were falling on the attackers. Many of them suffered from this and had nowhere to hide. The wounded, lying on the ground and waiting for help, were dying under the stone rain. They realized that the main character hadn't just become faster. They simply couldn't catch up with him, because he could use his power with absolute calm. Their leader watched everything unfold. He didn't understand that this was not at all what Emily had told him. She had said that the boy was only slightly comparable to rankers, so why did they think their army would be enough to defeat him? In reality, they were far too weak. They couldn't do anything to him at all. Moreover, he saw that the main character wasn't tired at all and was as strong as ever. Suddenly, he noticed that the boy was approaching his direction. He shredded his body with a flurry of blows. For the bandit leader, it was all over, because his entire body was cut up, and he started bleeding out. Despite the boy being the key, his skills and powers were simply incredible. Meanwhile, Emily realized she had never seen anyone as strong and confident as Kim Jin-suk. Moreover, she knew he had never lied. And there was no doubt that his students were indeed very strong. So, she wanted to kill him before he could turn his students into real killers and unbeatable warriors. She tried to surround him again and attempt a surprise attack. All her clones, which she had created again, rushed toward him. But even now, he remained incredibly calm. He closed his eyes again and took a deep breath. And just as they managed to get close to him, he simply vanished. The clones and Emily couldn't understand anything. They tried to strike him, thinking he had just become invisible, but he was truly nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he appeared behind her, determined as he no longer wanted to talk to her. Emily was terrified as the man had appeared so suddenly, catching her completely off guard. Then came what she feared the most, as for the first time he used his weapon. The man viciously lunged at her, trying to decapitate her. The master killed all the clones and finally understood which body she was hiding in. It seemed everything was over, but to save herself, the girl began summoning more and more clones. Soon, they formed an entire army relentlessly trying to attack him. There were so many that they even managed to wrest the sword from his hands. So, the man had to fight barehanded, but that didn't stop him. He was so strong that with a single blow he sent Emily flying several meters away. Moreover, he was so fast that he continued to strike her even while she was airborne. Still, she landed. He hit her so many times that she was sent flying far away. She managed to get up just as he approached her again, and their fight continued. They were masters of their craft and the best warriors, so it was impossible to tell who had the advantage. The man resorted to more traditional techniques, while the woman used magic. For him, using superpowers in a duel was unacceptable, and he relied solely on his physical strength. He had trained for years and honed his techniques, so even the woman's strongest superpower was not very effective against him. Moreover, he always remained calm, and it was impossible to rattle him. He was very observant and watched her movements closely, and when the right moment appeared, he delivered an incredibly powerful blow. His victim found herself trapped, and he pinned her against the mountain. Moreover, he held her so tightly that she couldn't move. Emily struggled to breathe as he squeezed her neck. She tried to utter some words, but all she wanted was to buy herself a little time. He realized that all along she had been trying to deceive him and distract him from the real problem. Kim Jin-suk understood that she was simply lying to him. He continued to choke her until she lost consciousness. After that, he stood over her and looked at her body. She showed no signs of life. However, he knew this was another lie, and in reality, she was alive. Suddenly, she fell to the ground and began to scream. The man tried to understand why she had summoned him, and after a while, he figured it out. At that very moment, his loyal students were trying to kill him. It was Emily who wanted to kill the main character, and that was her mission. The man also realized that it wasn't the real woman, but rather a convincing clone. The real Emily had managed to escape, knowing they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Moreover, she felt their pain in her own body and could barely stand. Because he had choked her copy, she felt that pain herself, her neck hurt terribly. She couldn't believe that her entire army had been wiped out. She compared the master to the man she had known before. He hadn't changed, as he had the same voice and the same soul. She believed she could deceive even him, but she failed. Now, she didn't have much time left, she needed to hurry. She ran toward his house, trying to sell him out and destroy the main character. After all, this was her only chance to stay alive. Meanwhile, he continued to be pursued, but he was too fast. Suddenly, what everyone feared happened. He turned back and began attacking the enemies again. The girl managed to get close to him and watched as he killed her loyal soldiers. They tried to attack him, but each time he managed to defend against their powerful blows. There were very few bandits left, and now he could use his magical power. He also knew that at that moment his friend would lose his mind as the berserker's power would consume him. However, he hoped that he was okay. Suddenly a new threat appeared behind him. It was Emily. He hadn't expected to see her in front of him at that moment, but she tried to strike and destroy him. Still, he managed to see her last moment, and thanks to his reflexes he was able to dodge her attack. Moreover, he managed to push her away and continued to attack her. She looked very strange, but he hoped it was really her. But where was his teacher? And why hadn't he come to help him? Why was she mocking him then? Could she really have killed him? Suddenly, she managed to wound him, doing so despite his use of super strength and his attempts to control time. Unexpectedly, she turned toward him and prepared to charge at him. She praised him for holding up so well. After all, despite the massive army she had sent against him, he remained alive. He dared to ask about his teacher and what she had done to him. He simply couldn't believe that she was capable of deceiving a man like that. He was very surprised. But he wanted to hear the answer to her question. Emily agreed to answer only after he could defeat her. At the same time, she was trying to gather all her strength to finish him off before Kim Jin-suk appeared. The main character had lost a lot of strength and was only defending against her strong and powerful blows. Most of the men understood that the end had come. They all died after she used her own magic. From the very beginning, their appearance had been a trap. It was a well-planned scheme that they had failed to execute. But now she was trying to do everything with her own hands. Moreover, she was so strong that the boy couldn't even get close to her. She used a small whip which allowed her to block his powerful attacks. Moreover, even his allies weren't helping him, because Emily could easily break through his defenses. Her magical power was simply incredible, and he felt every movement on himself. He was in pain and realized he was too weak to fight her alone. He suffered, it hurt him a lot, but there was nothing he could do. She threw him several meters away from her. The magical power she used was not ordinary. It couldn't be learned in a few days, as it required years. He was in so much pain and was so exhausted that he simply couldn't get up, and she stopped in front of him. Emily slowly began to approach him, admitting that he had surprised her greatly and that she had wanted to kill him from the very beginning. So, they would have to carry out their plan, and the main character had to die. He didn't want to give up so easily and couldn't believe this was the end for him. He prepared the words of Kim Jin-suk, who wanted to make him strong enough so that he wouldn't die at Emily's hands. So, he couldn't let him down. Kim Jin-suk was his teacher, and he couldn't disappoint him like that. Right now, it was very important for him to preserve his own life. After all, only he held the fate of all humanity and the possibility for everyone to return to their own world. He needed to try to gather his strength and keep fighting. He had to do this not just to defeat Emily, but at least to survive. He needed to endure by any means necessary, and he wanted to slow down time as much as possible using his mechanism. Time was running out and he wanted to do it as quickly as possible. Just before he did, Emily was already approaching him and preparing to attack. She was so fast that even using his time mechanism, he couldn't keep up with her. It allowed him to block her strike again. But he was so strong that he was sent flying several meters away from her once more. However, this time he managed to land on his feet. He tried to circle around her and waited for the best moment to strike. When that moment came, he realized he needed to act right now. And, gathering his strength, he delivered a powerful and forceful blow. The main character quickly realized that it was just a shadow. The real Emily could be anywhere. He understood that he was surrounded by her clones, and it was impossible to tell which one was the real Emily. Moreover, she noticed that he resembled Kim Jin-suk. After all, he also couldn't hide his emotions at a crucial moment. And she managed to circle around him and delivered a powerful blow to his body. However, at the last moment, he couldn't tap into his protective power, and that saved his life. He couldn't believe how strong the girl was. She had it all: strength, speed, magic, endurance, and health. He would need to train for years just to come close to her level. He couldn't catch up to her in any way, so he had to do everything he could to survive. He just hoped that his master would come to his aid. She struck him again, and he flew several meters away from her. Her blow was so powerful that he rolled across the ground. He smashed through trees and bushes in his path. Finally, he managed to stop, but the pain was so intense that he simply couldn't get up. He couldn't even imagine how he was supposed to fight her now, especially since Emily was right in front of him again, preparing to attack. On top of that, he just couldn't keep up with her speed. It was incredibly hard to stand against such overwhelming power, especially when she was constantly attacking him from all sides. The only option left was to try using regression. He also had demonic energy, which could be useful too. He wasn't sure if he could concentrate his demonic energy in one place. But he didn't have time. He had to do something, anything. With regression, he could speed up his healing or boost other skills. The demonic energy could help with that as well. He didn't want to hesitate any longer, so he tried to harness it. It seemed like exactly what he needed, because almost immediately, he felt an incredible surge of energy coursing through his body. He had to try to maintain that feeling, as it was the only way he could stay alive. His entire body was infused with demonic energy. This sensation was beyond words. He suddenly felt an incredible power he had never experienced before. A spark lit up in his eyes, and at that moment, his strength was at its peak. His energy was directed straight at her, and she realized that in this moment, he was incredibly strong and no longer the same as before. However, she never expected him to become a real threat to her. The guy didn't take his eyes off her and was ready to attack the moment she looked at him. After a while, an incredibly powerful explosion occurred. Gathering his strength and overcoming his doubts, the guy decided to strike first. Even though it was a risky move, he was ready to try, and his decision surprised her greatly. He could also distinguish her among the other clones and knew exactly where she was, but how did he manage to do that? To protect herself, she began to attack him and tried to distract him. But the demonic energy was so strong that Kim had become practically invulnerable. He didn't want to get sidetracked by fighting the clones, who posed no real threat to him now. She was expending a lot of energy to maintain her copies, and the main character wanted to take advantage of that. He also noticed that her movements had slowed down significantly, and it was all because she was extremely tired. She realized that she was now in grave danger and could lose the battle at this rate. Meanwhile, the guy was enhancing his magical abilities. He needed to give it his all and do everything to stay in the fight. But when she realized he had demonic energy, she couldn't believe her eyes. How had he managed to gain so much demonic energy while still remaining human? But would this really help him handle such a powerful opponent as Emily? And she couldn't believe he could become so strong in such a short time. With a powerful blow, Emily was sent flying several meters away from him. The ground in the city where they fought was cracked, and everything was in ruins. Despite being very strong, her body was weakened and she couldn't get up. He had managed not only to recognize her quickly but also to attack her. Yet, she still couldn't believe he was this strong, considering he was just a rookie. She could no longer stay there, realizing that a master was about to arrive. So, she urgently needed a new plan. The girl tried to escape, knowing she was risking her own life. Because now, she was not only risking a fight with the guy but also with his teacher, who had already defeated her. One last time, she wanted to deliver her strongest blow and put an end to their confrontation. The guy understood this, but it was hard for him to breathe. He didn't want to die either, but he knew they were both in grave danger. At that moment, she began to use her demonic energy. However, she realized that Kim could still fight, as not all of his strength was depleted. Moreover, he was managing to withstand her attack with incredible endurance. Even though she was constantly pressing him, he kept standing. He even tried to attack her. Despite her desire to pin him to the ground, the guy remained on his feet. Because if he went down now, he would never be able to get back up. He wanted to concentrate all his energy into his own evening, which was what kept her at bay. But soon, she was about to unleash her strongest attack, which he needed to block. His body began to ache, and he felt an unbearable heat. It was due to her magical energy, which was burning him alive. And at that moment, she started to close in on him. He wasn't standing still either and charged forward with all his might. Two incredible forces, two powerful energies were closing in on each other. Their collision was bound to create a massive explosion, and everyone nearby understood and tried to flee. And then it happened, a bright light illuminated everything around. Within a few meters everything was destroyed. Trees were uprooted. Yet, the guy managed to survive. He didn't die even under the pressure of all that magical power, as she had truly put everything into that strike. His magical defense saved him, and he remained alive, even though his armor had shattered. Still, he managed to hold his ground. But now, the woman was nowhere to be seen, and he feared she could attack at any moment. Suddenly, he spotted her a few meters away. But Emily wasn't rushing to approach him. She stood at a distance, but the main character had no strength left. Realizing this, she slowly began to walk toward him. In that moment, Emily was very serious. Kim couldn't just wait for his death. He tried to get to his feet. He was terrified and looked her straight in the eyes, expecting her to attack him again. But in reality, Emily was also very tired and wounded. She wanted to end everything as quickly as possible, so she pulled out her knife. This was the end. In truth, she wanted the guy to remember everything, as from now on, his life would come to an end. She continued to speak to him, when suddenly, she noticed something that she feared the most had happened. She didn't see who attacked her, but she managed to dodge at the last moment. Emily couldn't understand what had really happened. It seemed Kim couldn't grasp it either, but in reality, it was Kim Jin-suk, and he had arrived just in time to save his student. He felt very ashamed for being so late, having seen that the guy was injured and barely holding on. Just a little longer and he would have died, taking their hope for survival with him. Emily realized that she now had no chance of killing the key, because the master had returned much earlier than she had expected. In fact, the man wanted to hear something specific, but he wanted her to say it personally. After his words, Emily began to smile. She had managed to divide the master's attention again, as he couldn't understand her behavior and what made her commit such terrible acts. However, it was clear that she would never be a normal person again and would not change. Despite this, the master tried to talk her down and persuade her to join their side, as he truly didn't want to kill her. His words struck her deeply. It seemed she was contemplating. She paused at the main character, as everyone knew the key had to be the strongest person on Earth to be safe. And she thought it would be better to kill him at the start before he became too strong. Because if she didn't do it now, in some time he would definitely become stronger and could kill her with a single swing of his sword. Kim Jin-suk understood that he would never be able to convince her and she would never stop. But she should consider his words. After all, when she fought the main character, didn't she realize she was wrong to join the demons? And did she really commit all her crimes just to kill the key? It seemed she had another reason, and after his words, the woman understood that she had truly lost her purpose. She sank to her knees as his words hit the mark. Kim Jin-suk knew that by killing her, the woman could quell her pain. Suddenly, she began to transform. Soon, her face changed again and she managed to become normal, finding herself in a human body. She started speaking incoherently, after which, she broke down in tears. In truth, she wanted to go back. She regretted her choice and wanted more than anything in life to be a normal person. But everyone knew that was impossible. Her choice couldn't be changed, and time couldn't be reversed. So the master had to kill her. The guy watched everything unfold and couldn't believe he would do this right now. The man was very serious at that moment, and it was clear he didn't want to do it. Emily also understood that she had lost and deserved such punishment. But she felt very sad at that moment. Suddenly, Kim Jin-suk understood everything. Emily had deceived him again. She was waiting for him to come closer. After which she struck, quick and unnoticed. Kim couldn't believe his eyes. Because in reality, she had killed herself. She didn't want anyone approaching her and wanted to do it with her own hands. Blood poured from her mouth and her wound was deep and fatal. This had been planned from the very beginning, and this plan was crafted by her personally. From the very first day they met, she wanted to kill him and take all his power. So she returned as the head of the assassin clan to destroy them. However, she underestimated her enemies and made a mistake. And now, when it was far too late to try to change anything, she chose death. Long ago, they had been friends and she had tried to share all her secrets with him. She talked about how she was trying to gather a huge number of criminals in one place, because there were many thieves living outside the city who could become a big problem for them in the future. And she needed to come up with a way to unite the men and find a common goal for them. So, she decided to create a clone that could bring them all together. But could they return to normal life after starting to build a clan? It seemed this question didn't bother her at all. She didn't answer, but in reality she knew it was impossible. Now she found herself a prisoner of her own words, and the decision she made years ago played a cruel joke on her. Kim Jin-suk didn't want it to end this way. In truth, he had certain feelings for her, and he regretted that she made such a poor choice and that they could no longer be together. For the first time in his life, the main character saw him in such a terrible state. He wouldn't be able to forgive himself until his dying day. However, now Emily was calm, as she had done everything as she had planned from the very beginning. The main character couldn't understand anything, but he realized there was another reason why she created her clan. And it was about this that Kim Jin-suk could tell him. Earlier, he had asked her why she always tried so hard. In truth, she always wanted just one thing. And Emily quietly whispered her words to him just so he could hear her. After that, she let him go. Life began to leave her, and fear appeared on the man's face. What he feared the most had happened, because the love of his life had left him. Emily was dead. He slowly began to lower her body to the ground. He wanted to hold on with his last strength, but it hurt him deeply to have lost her. This was the end, as now there was no possibility for Julia to think. Still, up to that moment, he had hoped she could change, but it wasn't so. The main character watched everything unfold but didn't want to disturb the man, giving him time to come to terms with it. After the hard battle, they returned to his house and lit a fire. That day, they didn't train and focused on regaining their strength lost during the battle. All evening, his teacher spoke with him while remaining mostly silent. He stayed by the campfire, silently watching the flames dance. But the boy was curious about what kind of person she really was and why her death affected the master so deeply. As it turned out, after their training, many people were still alive, and among them was the only girl, Emily. She was stronger than any woman he had ever met, and she had formed a clan of assassins, becoming their leader. It was her dream, and her whole life she had strived to build a team she could lead. Moreover, she had certain plans and wanted much more from life than just being a player. She was always disciplined and could easily keep people in check. For that, she was willing to do anything. To become the leader of the assassins, she even tarnished her own reputation. Additionally, she continued to grow her clan, keeping it a strict secret from others. Only one person knew that she was building her own clan and was its head. And that person was Kim Jin-suk. Because of her death, he couldn't calm down and was filled with rage, smashing firewood with his bare hands. He also felt like crying, but he tried to hold it together. After all, they could have made a different choice together, and that could have changed their lives. Because they had become enemies to one another. Emily had fought for her goal her entire life. She had a very patient character. If they had met him a bit earlier, she would likely have killed him. If the main character could have been stronger than he was now, she might have made a different choice, and her life would have turned out completely differently. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another city. There was no war there, and people lived their lives peacefully. The streets were very calm. This was the city of another clan, where the head of the skyscrapers was currently located. He calmly continued with his tasks, not worrying about the fate of the main character. Was it really that serious? The men had a very important meeting, and he wanted to get straight to the point. He also suspected that his drink might have been spiked with some poison, but he noticed nothing. Moreover, his appearance was very unexpected for the clan leader, giving the impression that things were indeed very serious. Because the future of an entire country depended on this. They were discussing the works of a deceased scientist that they had been studying closely. However, there was a certain secret in his work that they had managed to unravel. They had been trying to decipher his secrets after the events that had occurred the day before, because, in truth, it held great significance for them. Moreover, no one knew about the existence of the laboratory except for them. He tried to speak honestly and only now realized that the problem was indeed very serious, as everyone knew about it. The laboratory remained an unsolved place that could harbor danger, and this danger could not be ignored, as terrible events could happen in the future. They had once been friends, but now the hidden danger had divided their views. Their friendship was forever lost, and the men had become mere rivals. And this was the issue that the main characters had to deal with, as great hopes were placed on them, and a huge responsibility lay on their shoulders. But how did Archon notice this, and why had he changed so much only now? The lies had come to an end, and now they were going to tell him everything that had happened. In fact, guards were already stationed under his room. They were armed and waiting for the moment to strike. Trouble was waiting for Archon, and it seemed he understood he was in danger. He also realized that the city was full of spies. Because Emily had planted the seeds, and it seemed she trusted no one at all. The words of his rival meant that he knew the truth and could also be a traitor. But most importantly, he couldn't believe that his former friend had gotten involved with demons and was working for them. At his words, a smile appeared on the man's face. As it turned out, the devil's tree had been growing for a long time, and he had helped speed it up. Now that it was clear he was also a traitor, their friendship had come to an end. And Archon had made a huge mistake as he once trusted him and revealed the key that had resurfaced. Now he understood that they wanted to kill him, because that was why he had been invited to come to another city full of traitors. It seemed that his enemy's goal had been achieved as he now found himself trapped and also knew that the main characters were in danger. After all, a massive army was once again moving in his direction and it wouldn't stop until it destroyed him. He also wanted to talk about why his old friend had changed so much. After his words, surprise appeared on his rival's face as he didn't understand what he really meant. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. And immediately they broke down and the body of one of his soldiers fell inside. It became clear that at that very moment a battle was taking place. And because of this, the enemies failed to catch the head of the skyscrapers off guard. Even the entire army he had gathered to kill him was of no help. Because Walker Alvin entered and he was the one who killed them all and saved his captain. Walker Alvin's intuition hadn't failed him as at the last moment he sensed that danger was looming and went with Archon to protect him. And when the enemy saw that it was him, he simply couldn't believe his eyes. Earlier, he had spoken with the main character about this. Kim also believed that there were many strange people in the place where the head of the skyscrapers had gone. Most likely, they could be connected to demons, so they needed to be checked out. They knew that this clan was searching for information related to laboratories and the works of the deceased scientist. Most likely, they had some kind of plan, so they had to be very careful with them. There were many suspicions, and they would likely try to find information about the key. And it seemed that throughout his life, Abram had been very cautious because he didn't want anyone to uncover his secret. That's why he encrypted everything in his works. However, he couldn't share all the details he learned from his diary. After all, despite the fact that the head of the skyscrapers clan wasn't an active political figure, he was definitely hiding something from them and knew much more than he let on. So, no one could be trusted because, in reality, they had no true allies. Moreover, it was unknown how Archon would act when faced with danger. Would he betray them? But how much could he really decipher using his intuition? When the man saw the soldier before him, he realized that he had grown a lot and become much stronger over the years. But could he change anything? Would he manage to win while on enemy territory? However, after his words, Archon just laughed. Because it was the moment he understood that, in fact, the enemy hadn't managed to catch him off guard, as he had prepared before coming to him. Because at the last moment he decided to bring members of his skyscraper clan with him who protected him and saved his life. However, this was not the end. After the chaos that erupted in the room, Baekcheon entered who had also come with him. The enemy couldn't believe his eyes, as how could he possibly be in his city? Moreover, they had all been good friends in the past. Baekcheon hoped this would be a reunion of old, good friends. But now they were not the same as before and were, in fact, bitter enemies ready to kill each other. Meanwhile, the main characters managed to regain their strength and were discussing the battle that had taken place the day before. Yu Youngyu couldn't remember what had happened to them, so Kim tried to explain it to him. From his words, it became clear that they had most likely lost. But the boy wondered why they were still alive even if they had truly lost. After all, during the time he lost his mind, a lot could have happened. He was badly injured, and his whole body was bandaged, healing his wounds. However, many of his wounds had already healed and he noticed this right after waking up as he hadn't used any power to heal them. However, the main character understood that this was an unusually fast healing speed and he suspected that the Berserker's power might have influenced it. Or perhaps the effect of this ability remained even in the state when he wasn't using it at all. Now he could finally move without feeling weak, as he felt much better. Throughout their conversation, the teacher observed them. He was very pleased to hear that the boys finally felt much better and could move. However, they were unsure if it was a good decision as they thought it was too early and that they should stay in his house a bit longer. But now something much more important awaited them. Yu Youngyu couldn't understand what he meant, but he promised to explain everything on the way back to the capital of the skyscrapers. Last night, a huge and terrifying event occurred in the city. And when they returned to the city, everyone was talking about it. It was also known that the skyscraper clan had unexpectedly attacked another clan located in another city. The men couldn't believe that rumors spread so quickly and that after the war and victory over the assassins a new danger had emerged. However, in a big city it was very hard to hide anything, as people quickly began to talk about it and soon the information spread. It was difficult to determine what was really happening and what was wrong with Archon, but they were heading to the clan's house and were soon going to ask him about it in person. His office was filled with empty alcohol bottles. Archon felt terrible and tried to act as if nothing had happened. In fact, he was lost in thought about the past and invited the men to join him for a drink. However, it was known that the Skyscraper clan had failed to win and their unexpected attack had been fruitless as the enemy had managed to escape. They couldn't stop the enemy even though Walker Alvin was with them. But Kim Jin-suk was convinced that the man might have let him go on purpose. Moreover, he didn't react at all to the appearance of the main characters. Suddenly, Archon shouted, ordering everyone except the main character to leave his office. And when they didn't want to obey him, he repeated his words even louder and ordered everyone to leave, even though they had just arrived. He didn't even want to talk to Kim Jin-suk. But the man promised to return to him after he sobered up. The main character, who was left alone with him, tried to be cautious and wanted to know if everything was okay. The clan leader explained that it was his friend, with whom they had been close for over 20 years and now he had become his greatest enemy. It was very hard for him to get used to this as he couldn't believe that there were fewer and fewer people in the world he could trust. But why then did he choose to leave the main character? The thing was, the boy had predicted that if Kenji agreed to meet, it would be a sign that he wished for Archon's death and would actually want to kill him. However, Kim had heard that their relationship had soured significantly lately, which is why he made such a conclusion. Moreover, he continued to tell him various stories from their lives while Kim remained very suspicious. In reality, their friendship had been destroyed because of the neutral territory that connected the worlds of angels, demons, and humans, and it was all because it was almost unexplored and a new path was about to emerge. In his notebook, the boy tried to figure out what Archon really wanted to say. It was a future that was recorded in his diary, and in his opinion, it was supposed to happen in about 3 years. But he had already managed to survive it, so one could think that the flow of time had been altered. And this only meant that the events that were supposed to happen in the future had already occurred. It was quite possible that what was supposed to happen in a few years was about to begin now. Then, he read lines that truly frightened him, as they spoke of Archon's death. After that, he became very angry and threw the diary away, his hands trembling, and he couldn't calm down. It stated that the Skyscraper clan would be destroyed and very few people would survive. Months passed after the death of the head of the Skyscraper clan, and suddenly they began to approach them. Now, the man spoke of how, when the path opened, monsters gradually began to appear that could invade deep into their territory. This could only mean that they planned to kill the dragon. After all, the neutral land was their main place where they could stop and not feel in danger. The role of dragons was akin to that of peacekeepers, so that angels, demons, and humans wouldn't attack each other. But for some reason, they continued to do so, attacking in small groups. Most likely, the demon generals they encountered were also part of such groups, but the dragon that the main character personally met said he couldn't do anything about them. There were actually certain rules that prevented dragons from being active and killing those who lived in specific territories. However, the dragon that was once killed by the Skyscraper clan could defend the forest territory that the demons were trying to seize, and when he died, they were able to do just that. In this way, they only harmed themselves. Now, they knew they could return to a place they already recognized. Archon kept drinking. His head throbbed painfully, but he didn't even think about stopping. He understood that the demons had already begun to act in an attempt to seize the Holy Grail. They had very little time left to try to change anything, but the guy wasn't discouraged. He knew that war was unavoidable, so he needed to act as quickly as possible and not give the demons a chance to unleash all their power, otherwise, their side wouldn't stand a chance. Also, if the demons could open a path, they wouldn't have any trouble organizing a counteroffensive. That's exactly what needed to be done, and they could have started a bit earlier. Archon thanked him for the advice and realized that he should have started acting much sooner than he initially thought. Especially since the demons' plans were now exposed, they wouldn't have time to hesitate. Soon, a great war would begin. Meanwhile, events shifted to the demons' castle. At that moment, they were trying to decipher their enemies' plans. They were constantly preparing for war, building up their military might. At that moment, the leadership learned that one of their numerous squads had suffered a defeat. Moreover, there was another group that was also tasked with the same mission. However, all its members were dead as well. Their mission was to try to eliminate the main hero and bring about their own victory. It became clear that they hadn't even come close to him and hadn't done anything at all. Hearing this, the king began to rage and smashed everything in his palace. He killed the goblin who had reported this information to him. Despite being innocent, the king couldn't calm down. His name was Flitton and he was the king of demons. He had paid a very high price to carry out this task, but nothing had come of it. The demon screamed in pain, blood pouring from his mouth, but the king didn't stop. Still, he realized that this had gone too far. So he relaxed his grip and let him go. The goblin master remained alive, but he was in excruciating pain. Flitton asked him how much time they had left to fully open the path. As it turned out, the demons were currently trying to hunt down the last dragon, and after his death, they would be able to move forward. Flitton was interested in the timing and wanted them to do it as quickly as possible. They needed a few months for this, but even if they delayed, everything would be resolved in half a year. Flitton ordered them to finish in 3 months, but that was very risky. Because all the demons' plans had failed, and they needed much more time to prepare again. However, the king was convinced that it would take them a long time to open the path to kill the dragon, so everyone would be satisfied. Moreover, they now needed to come up with a new plan. As soon as the path was opened, he would need to move to neutral territory immediately. The goblin understood him. Meanwhile, the main hero met with Baekjeon. He was asking for his help. The man knew that Kim had certain magical abilities that had divine effects. However, their effectiveness had weakened significantly compared to before, and soon, as the main hero thought, they would completely disappear. However, Baekjeon wanted to warn him that completely getting rid of them would be impossible, but they had a counteraction. To enhance his magical power, he could use a medium. Since he had previously practiced this on himself, he knew it was worth a try. He also believed that everything good had its limits, and the divine effects from the technique were just part of those limits. However, if he could try to replace this with already learned works, perhaps it would shorten the process of mistakes and suffering. He had previously attempted to change his divine effects, but he had never fully managed to get rid of them. Suddenly he asked about Abram and if Kim remembered him. So, the scientist had tried to describe this in his research book and dedicated many years of his life to this issue. However, now all his work had vanished and no one knew where they had gone or where they could be found. And at that moment, the main hero understood. In fact, Baekjeon had bought all his books and now they were his property. Among all the books was a lot of fascinating literature. Kim was very eager to learn about everything that was written there. However, there were so many that it was simply impossible to count them, as it would take a lot of time and he couldn't read all the books that quickly. Baekjeon discovered that the books described a method by which one could rid themselves of the scene effects of the time flow technique that the main hero had been using so actively. Suddenly, Baekjeon stood up and spoke very seriously. In fact, he wanted to show him something and was going to take him with him. Hearing this, the main hero panicked but couldn't refuse him. Right now, he could uncover the greatest secret that the scientist had been hiding. The man led him back to the laboratory he had been to before. To enhance the physical strength of his monsters, the scientist conducted experiments on the brains of most of them. For this, he transferred such immense power to them that their heads couldn't handle it. He also tried to demonstrate the same medium to him. It was a mana stone that the scientist placed in his chimeras. It was a very unpleasant method, but effective, and he was confident that the scientist's experiments were successful. He also believed that after he got a new body, he intended to transfer his experience into it. That's why he was trying to find a way to reduce the scene effects. His research showed that there were 2 ways to do this. The first was experiments aimed at maximizing lost magical power, and the other was to gain an advantage in physical strength through the experiments he conducted on the monsters. The scientist was trying to conduct a vast number of studies to ultimately increase his physical indicators. Then the guy recalled how they had managed to steal his potion. And that day, when they first found the laboratory, there had been a lot of different potions. He told the man about this, and now he could understand everything. That abilities were a huge burden for the human body and could change its flow, which couldn't be endured with ordinary endurance. He was trying to develop potions that would allow one to withstand the change in the flow of their own body. Because its initial effect wasn't the development of physical strength and endurance, but rather the strengthening of other qualities through magical power. This was the main condition for success, and it was very unclear whether the scientist could achieve this. Until now, everything had become much simpler. As if the potion's effect stopped, they could start without any delays. However, there were no guarantees that they could replicate his experiments, as unpredictable actions and other serious consequences could occur. Nevertheless, the main hero wanted to try and asked what the chances of success were. Baekjeon wasn't sure, but he believed that not everyone could survive it to the very end. After all, it was very dangerous and the effects of his magical potion were unpredictable. Moreover, one could only conclude the success of his experiments from his notes, which he had managed to buy and keep in his own library. But he didn't really know what happened to a person when the potion didn't work as it should. Even despite the danger, the main hero agreed to do it with his own body. He was counting on him and believed that if anything went wrong, Baekjeon would be able to save him and help. Furthermore, the main hero wanted to become stronger at any cost and was ready to take any step for that. Besides, Baekjeon had never encountered evidence that this experiment had already been conducted on living people. It was unclear how it could all end. Additionally, they talked about the creatures that the scientist was developing as they all somehow resembled humans. In their bodies was a magical stone that controlled all their life processes governed by mana, and its strength determined how strong the organism would be. But how could it then end up on the path it was flowing? Baekjeon tried to explain this process to the main hero and how everything actually happened. As it turned out, all the scientist's research was aimed at either exploring the possibility of opening new pathways through which mana flowed in the human body. He was also trying to increase the speed of recovery, and if successful, one could use their strength much more effectively while remaining at the same level. However, for this, the existence of magical power itself was necessary. For a very long time, the scientist had been growing his new body inside the laboratory. With his talent and immense intellect, he managed to unlock the secret of eternal life. If the main heroes hadn't interfered, it would have been a true catastrophe for all humanity, as he would have become immortal. One might think that by deciphering his secret, they could use this knowledge to also try to become immortal. It seemed the main hero understood that the man actually wanted to test this on him. So now they needed to talk about the very method of becoming immortal. Despite him being angry about this, he was ready to continue. After a while, the experiment was about to begin, and his body was placed in a special vial filled with liquid. This was a more humane way to achieve success, as otherwise they would have to cut into his body. The sphere, which was the scientist's best invention, was much better suited for this. People watched as the main hero grew stronger. Moreover, for him it was quite an unusual experience. Because while he was inside the liquid, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He could move and breathe freely. It seemed he could feel his body filling with strength, and he didn't know how long he needed to remain in that state. Suddenly, he noticed something very strange happening outside the vial. Suddenly, the liquid turned red and his head began to throb unbearably. He couldn't understand what was actually happening to him and his body. Immediately, he experienced terrible convulsions. It hurt so much, but he tried to control the pain. But it was clear that the very process Baekjeon had warned him about was happening. Now, he needed to muster all his strength to try to survive this. Because from here on out, the worst was about to happen, and it was only getting worse with each passing minute. Baekjeon watched him, but he knew he wouldn't be able to help. The man observed as the hero's body gradually transformed, turning him into a true monster. His body was covered in horrific wounds and bruises because demonic energy flowed through his wounds and blood. He felt such immense power that he simply couldn't control it, and his body was tearing apart. To tame himself and release his rage, he began to smash the glass. However, it was so strong that he couldn't succeed, even though it was covered in cracks. He screamed and wanted it to stop, hoping to be saved, but he had no other choice. This process repeated itself over and over, and each time it got worse and worse. Streams of magical power were distributed throughout the person's body and interconnected, so the pain was felt all over. The pathways through which mana flowed in the human body were constantly being destroyed and rebuilt, and this process repeated itself again and again until the person vanished into this pain and became much stronger. Well, it was impossible to avoid the pain as it pursued anyone who dared to go through it. So one simply had to wait it out and try to endure these terrible torments. But how did the scientists come up with this, and how was he planning to conduct this experiment on himself? These studies were very dangerous, and he had to kill more than one person to test how it worked. After a while, the main hero's convulsions ended and he finally managed to regain consciousness. Opening his eyes, he felt an incredible relief and a surge of strength in his body. He remembered nothing from the last hours of his life, but the man had moved him to a place where he could rest and regain his strength. During the experiment, he lost consciousness from the incredible pain and lay in that state for several days. All this time, the man didn't disturb him and gave him plenty of time to come to. Baekjeon calmed down when he realized that the guy had regained consciousness and returned to his senses, as this meant that the experiment was successful and his suffering hadn't been in vain. However, the main hero remembered nothing at all, and this was the first time it had happened to him. Moreover, he realized that he felt no pain and could move. Baekjeon was delighted to see that the guy had fully restored his strength. Furthermore, he now only felt a slight drowsiness and was sure he could continue his training. He also felt that his body was about to burst, after which his memories were wiped clean. However, the man tried to explain to him that this was natural and that everyone who participated in something similar went through it. Previously, he had to go through this feeling when he took medicine, as he also had to endure terrible pain after which he would lose consciousness. But this time, he gained much more strength than before and seemed to have come to his senses much faster than expected. Moreover, he was very curious. What actual changes had occurred in his body, and would he be able to notice them? However, he didn't really expect a huge result and thought that these changes would be minor. They would find out very soon, and they were planning to seize this opportunity. After a while, they set off on their journey. They were climbing the mountains, and their main task was to check on the changes in the main character's body. He stepped outside for the first time in a long while and looked around. Baekjeon was leading him to some unknown place, and the hero was trying to get his bearings. He thought they were heading towards some hidden laboratory again. After a while, they were almost at their destination. It seemed they had strayed too far, and that was enough. Baekjeon wanted them to finally get started, but the boy couldn't understand what he meant or what he truly wanted from him. As it turned out, he wanted to fight him, believing that this was the best way to test his abilities. Moreover, he gave the guys a choice. If he didn't want to fight, they could just head back to the clan. He couldn't back out at the last moment, though, since they had come such a long way. Now, he was ready to unleash all the power he had. Baekjeon made the first move and was about to strike. Kim didn't think he would actually go through with it and challenged him. However, it turned out the man was serious and urged the boy to start fighting him. Kim simply had no choice. Meanwhile, events shifted to the skyscraper clan's palace. Archon hadn't slept for several days, so he looked terrible, and the man was worried about his health. However, he had a lot of work to tackle, and it was taking up a lot of his time. Yet, the master couldn't understand why so many tasks suddenly appeared, and he had dedicated himself to politics, something he had never done before. Archon was trying to go through all the documents of ordinary people, members of his clan, and those from neighboring towns. Because at this stage, it was crucial to try to find the traitors. Moreover, rumors about the start of a new war and the existence of a key had spread widely to other towns. It was all because the main character had begun his training. In fact, something bad was about to happen. Up until now, they had always tried to keep their plans secret, but lately they had been too open and had caught the attention of many people. Especially since Baekjeon had also started taking action, which was completely out of character for him. Suddenly, someone knocked on their door. Someone had come to find Archon. It was his servant who brought important news that there was some strange movement in the neutral territory of the forest and a huge number of demons had been spotted there. This had also attracted the attention of other clans, and an entire army was currently gathering there. It seemed like it must be Baekjeon who had gone there to test the main character's strength. But what had he really done to draw everyone's attention? At the site of the battle, everything was in ruins, trees lay scattered on the ground. Archon and Kim Jin-suk, who were already there, couldn't understand what had really happened and why everything around them was so badly damaged. Suddenly, they spotted the cause of all the strange events. For there, on the ground right in front of them, sat Baekjeon. He was exhausted and couldn't get up. Moreover, he looked very tired and seemed to be trying to regain his strength. On the other side, they saw the main character. He was also sitting on the ground and appeared very worn out. It became clear that they had been fighting each other with swords. Baekjeon thought it would all end very quickly and he would easily defeat the main character. However, he was very mistaken, as he hadn't expected the main character to be able to resist and be so strong. From his words, it was clear that it was impossible to determine a winner in their battle. He intended to share all the details later. Moreover, he looked very happy, and Baekjeon confirmed his words as he was indeed smiling. The truth was, he hadn't felt this joyful in a long time. Kim Jin-suk and the clan leader exchanged glances, as they completely didn't understand anything. After a while, the main character was lying injured in his bed and everyone already knew he had fought with Baekjeon. In reality, their battle had lasted a full 10 days, and they had fought non-stop during that time. Throughout it all, Yu Youngyu had been monitoring his health, waiting for him to wake up. Now he needed to leave as his control over his own body was still not perfect, and he spent all his free time trying to regain his lost strength. Meanwhile, Lois was keeping an eye on the main character, and she was responsible for him. So Yu Youngyu was no longer worried about him and calmly went about his own business. Kim was glad to have such a friend who was also trying his best to keep up with him. Now he could see if he had managed to become stronger and what the results were. When he looked at his ranking chart, he was pleasantly surprised. He noticed that the skills that had been developing very slowly had finally increased significantly. Among them was his mana level, which had nearly doubled. Additionally, his finishing skills continued to grow rapidly. The effect was incredible, and he was thrilled to have become so much stronger. Moreover, he recalled that during the last duel, he had sustained some rather strange injuries. His entire body had suffered from small cuts that were infused with mana energy. His main task had been to hold on. However, he chose a different option and was about to strike back at that moment. His opponent had never seen anything like it before and couldn't even imagine that such power could be defended against. At that moment, the main character began to attack him. He tried to use a protective shell made of his demonic energy, but nothing worked. Moreover, he noticed that the potion he had taken in the lab had a certain effect as his body had become less vulnerable to dangerous weapons. Compared to using a protective system that resembled magical armor, he could now dodge much faster and get right up close to him. This was thanks to his intense training, which had made him quicker and more resilient, and he was doing everything he could to get closer and land a hit. However, the strong man constantly managed to block his strikes, and when their energies collided, powerful explosions occurred, causing destruction all around. Now, he realized that his minimal preparation was complete. However, he still found it very difficult to get used to the new power within his body. Yet, he had some unfinished business. There was one very important thing he hadn't done, and even though his body hadn't fully recovered, he needed to move on. To find out what awaited him in the future, he pulled out his own journal. He understood that a lot of time had passed, and the future could have already changed. Moreover, the boy felt that changes had already begun to happen to him and the people around him. Meanwhile, the magical forest was not at peace. In the distance, lights could be seen. Flames were also burning. It seemed very restless there. It was a massive and powerful army of demons on the move. Nothing could stop them. They were heading to war and intended to destroy everything in their path. So, the moment had come and they had finally completed their journey and opened the way. Finally, Flitton awaited this moment and everything was ready to start the war and deliver the first blow. But it was very curious what had actually happened to the last remaining dragon. His goblin learned that they had managed to get rid of him, and a group of demons had managed to defeat him with great effort. Flitton was delighted when he heard this news. For now, it meant that nothing was stopping them from moving toward their goal. Moreover, the exchange had also learned about the main character and already knew that he was the key, and soon he would also try to strike. Additionally, they had their own key who was planning to work alone and did not obey their orders. The behavior of their own key angered the king as they risked losing their last hope for victory. He was furious because he hadn't realized right away that he wouldn't obey his commands. Moreover, the bandits from the assassin clan promised to join them as soon as they entered the human world. However, the goblin didn't trust him as they had previously dealt with bandits who had betrayed them. Furthermore, they had suffered massive losses during the last war. In reality, the king wanted to use him and then simply discard him. Because the head of the bandits was very influential and could help them create a real army that would be invincible and capable of conquering enemy lands. Still, there was very little time left and they needed to move forward. All the demons had to prepare for battle, and that's what they were trying to do as quickly as possible. The entire army of bandits was well prepared and the best demons had been chosen. The king understood that a very crucial moment had arrived, for they had finally reached their destination and he ordered everyone to launch an immediate attack. Meanwhile, it was also restless at the top of the great mountain. A small group of people, among whom were the strongest warriors of the Skyscraper clan, was preparing to finish off. Among them was Archon, who had gone to war along with everyone else. Lois was also there. Despite all the warnings and the enormous danger, she couldn't stay behind and went with them. Moreover, she felt that the enemy army was already approaching, and a massive battle was about to begin. In fact, Archon doubted that it would happen, but still, war was unavoidable. Fortunately, they were still quite far away, but if they continued to move at such a tremendous speed, they could reach them in a few hours. Moreover, the woman couldn't track them for long as they were emitting a lot of demonic energy, making her feel quite unwell. They risked losing consciousness, as to see everything clearly they had to use much more demonic energy. Finally, Urchan understood what the main character had been trying to warn him about all along. For when he first heard it, he simply couldn't believe his words. He had been told this for many years, and it seemed everyone except him understood that a war was brewing. Urchan realized that due to his own stubbornness, he had been mistaken for so many years and had failed to foresee the disaster. For now, all the people found themselves in a very bad position, and he needed to warn the entire army in time, because soon the enemies would approach them so quickly that they wouldn't have time to prepare and risk losing the war. They needed to focus on the Ranko's level and the fact that the demons had gathered their strongest warriors. Additionally, Lois had to track them even though she was expending a lot of her own strength to do so. However, the main character, who was the key, was not with them, and many people feared he might be in danger. However, it became clear that most likely this boy was currently trying to catch the key, so he was acting alone. Meanwhile, events shifted to the demonic forest. There, the main character met with the members of the Skyscraper clan. For the first time in a long while, he managed to see Walker Alvin, who had been very busy all this time and hadn't been able to meet him in person. The guys informed him that they had finally found what they had come for. And now they needed to hurry as others had been waiting for them for a long time. Kim was about to show them the way so they could leave the demonic forest. Without wasting any time, they started moving. Walker Alvin and Lois kept pace, following behind them. Now they needed to make it in time, because very soon the enemies would come to them and the war would begin. The main character also noticed that the color of the sky had changed, which meant danger was very close. It was the true color of war. The demons were moving at an incredible speed, covering thousands of kilometers in just a few hours. Moreover, they didn't tire and felt no pain. Their bodies were driven by an incredibly strong energy, and they were born to kill. Additionally, they were very malevolent. These monsters were capable of killing everything in their path, and it was hard to even imagine who could stop them. The sky resembled a true battlefield, and the war was approaching rapidly, and we didn't even know of their presence. For if the people managed to sense them, then most likely they also knew about their presence at the top of the mountain. Moreover, Lois was constantly trying to read and understand their true energy. This allowed her to determine the actual level of strength and the threat they could bring with them. In fact, she felt several strong currents of energy. She sensed that the king had much more energy than all the other creatures. Besides, they were already here, and the king had demonstrated his true power to the people. When he saw that the people were also waiting for him, he was taken aback. Because now there were quite a few of them, they had managed to send a message, and a massive number of forces had come to try to stop him. Moreover, the people had managed to kill many of his incredibly strong allies, and he needed to take that into account and be extremely cautious with them. However, it was hard to gauge just how bloody this battle would be and how many demons would perish. But would the people dare to strike first? To prevent that, he tried to use his own power to protect himself with his tail. He was furious with his soldiers for not daring to strike first and for hesitating. Because of that, he was planning to take revenge on them. And at that moment, he began mercilessly killing them one by one. He was very angry and tried to show the people his true strength to intimidate them. He also addressed his warriors, telling them they had only one goal. They needed to move forward, despite the enormous losses. They had to try to do all of this for the sake of victory. Very soon, the battle between demons and humans began. The confrontation was so bloody that a massive number of warriors from both sides fell immediately. At first, it was impossible to tell which side had the advantage and who was stronger. However, it was clear that the demons were not going to stop. Despite their numerical superiority, the humans did not retreat and continued to kill the approaching enemies. The entire battlefield was littered with an overwhelming number of corpses. The Demon King watched closely as events unfolded, and he noticed that danger was approaching him as a bright light was right in front of him. But he didn't know who the warrior was who dared to challenge him so openly. Yet he could feel the strong energy radiating from his body and realized that he was also a leader of the humans. Now, they locked eyes, and soon they would have to determine who was truly stronger. Right now, they had a very serious task ahead of them, as both men were fighting for the survival of their race. Moreover, Urchan did not consider him a true king. He dared to say this to his face, which made the demon extremely angry. Urchan challenged him and was ready to test who among them was truly weaker. Flitten was impressed by his audacity, as no one had ever seemed capable of defeating him, and he didn't believe that the man standing before him could do it. However, he knew that the humans were likely aware of their plans and were preparing for war against them. Flitten asked him how they managed to find out everything. Also, Urchan pointed out that he was not the king, and their true demon king was not participating in the battle. Flitten was merely following orders. Now, the war could be considered officially started, as there was already a signal in the sky warning of it. The main character understood this from the color of the sky, but they had yet to feel the presence of the true king and the demon key. Now it was their turn. Their target was right ahead, so they needed to hurry. Fortunately, they arrived just in time and were not late. Suddenly, the main character stopped, as he saw something quite terrifying right in front of him. Lois and the others felt it too, because at that moment they sensed the presence of enemies who seemed ready to unleash their energy. Although the main character knew very little about it, his intuition told him that among those people was the demon key. Now, they all became very serious, as a crucial moment had arrived. Walker Alvin asked about the team's success, whether anyone had changed their mind, and if their plans had shifted. Now they were genuinely scared, and the man drew his weapon. He desperately wanted everyone to survive and meet again after some time, because now they faced a tremendous danger and it would take a lot of effort to survive it. Somewhere nearby, the demon key was hiding. At that moment, he was preparing to strike. However, before that, he met with his leader. The demon king was furious, as he had ordered him not to act alone. However, the key was very tired of this and couldn't just sit still and wait. Even the dragons didn't stop him, and he wanted to finally join the fight. But had he forgotten that he was the demon key, and if he died, hope for victory would be lost? He remembered, as they told him this every day. However, another man joined them, someone no one expected to see there. Moreover, he brought with him an entire army that protected him. It was the demon ball, who was a true Satan. Additionally, he was a very clever and skilled warrior which could help the demons in their fight. In reality, it wasn't that simple, because there were misunderstandings among the demons and they underestimated the strength of their true king. Many didn't expect that they could actually win. They were all waiting for the appearance of that one guy, the one who made everything happen. And when the demons saw the man approaching them, they realized it was Kenji. And he himself was one of those who had to lead them into human territory and show them the way. However, it was very strange that he came alone, and it was obvious that many others should have been with him. But Kenji reported that all his allies had long been dead, and those who managed to survive were now waiting for contact and were not coming out of hiding to avoid danger. When the key saw that the boy was human, he couldn't believe his eyes and didn't trust him. For him, this was a huge problem, because now he couldn't just kill all the humans, as some of them might be allies. His words struck Kenji, and he looked at him intently. However, the key was joking. He wanted some fun. Suddenly, Kenji bowed before him. He was always happy that it was he who had become the chosen one, and it was a great honor for him, because his selection allowed him to stay alive for so long. As the guide, the demons had to protect him and ensure his safety. For showing them the way and helping them navigate the territory, they should repay him. Kenji thanked them again and bowed. Once everything was over, they promised to kill all the humans. However, the main character couldn't calm down, as he didn't know what was really happening with the head of the Skyscraper clan. He hoped that everything was all right with him. However, it was very hard to draw any conclusions, as he truly found himself in a very dangerous situation. Lois mocked him, as despite all the strength the man had, it didn't help him resolve anything. Even though Archon had never shown himself in real combat, he hid a potential that was not hard to notice. After all, if he were weak, his place would have long been taken by someone else. Judging by what all the members of the Skyscraper clan were saying, it could be concluded that the clan leader was indeed an incredible and very strong person. There was no doubt that first-generation humans were incredibly strong, and ordinary people were far from them. Many might not understand just how vast their village was, as they had lived on this land for thousands of years and constantly improved. Archon was truly worthy of his title, and he could rightfully be called one of the strongest people. The battle between him and the Demon King began. Despite the opponent being very strong, Archon remained calm. He struck him 100 times, gradually wearing him down. The demon realized he had underestimated his opponent, so he tried to give it his all to avoid defeat. Moreover, he was also very strong and held the highest rank among all demons. Even that didn't help him in battle, and gradually he was losing his life force. The battlefield was covered with the bodies of humans and demons, And amidst all this chaos, their battle continued. They were incredibly strong, perhaps the strongest warriors on the battlefield. After a while, the man managed to land a powerful blow and his opponent found himself pinned against a rock. The demon couldn't move, as he felt intense pain throughout his body. Yet still, he couldn't believe he had found a worthy opponent who could even defeat him. He had never seen such powerful strength before, but now was not the time to lose. Archon didn't want to kill him so easily. He wanted him to suffer before his own death, but the situation didn't allow him to do that. He believed they would definitely meet again in the future. And with that, he didn't give the demon a chance to escape alive. After these words, he delivered the most powerful blow, and with that, his life was about to end. His fatal strike was approaching the demon's face, and the demon, in turn, had no way to change anything. This was the end for him, and with the powerful blow, an explosion of incredible force erupted. The flash of flames was visible for miles, and all the people understood that the enemy king had been killed. His body lay on the battlefield, and Urchun looked at him. This was his victory, won in an honest fight. The opponent was not strong enough, and he understood that the real threat was still hidden, and the truly strong enemies, who were not demons, were merely watching the battle. However, soon an attack could be expected from them, so there was no time to relax. He knew that the main character was about to fight separately from the main army, and for that, he had ventured into the Devil's Forest. But Urchun couldn't understand why he was risking so much. However, the boy was convinced that the key he was trying to find was hidden in the forest. That was his goal while the main enemy forces were focused on the battle. However, it was likely that the demons also had this information and they could encounter their enemy key there, who would also come for a reward. So, this became a significant problem for the humans, and Archon thought it might be wise to split their army into two parts and send one to protect the main character. However, the main character didn't see the need for that, as he knew better than anyone where the key was located. At that very moment, the head of the Skyscraper clan realized that the main character was a problem, but it was too early to congratulate him on his victory. Because he saw the hidden danger. This demon, whom he had managed to defeat, was merely an assistant, not a true threat. He was angry about this, as now his other part of the army was in danger and he had no way to help. Meanwhile, panic broke out in the enemy army, because when they arrived at the location, they noticed that someone was already there. From this, it could be concluded that there were traitors among them. And realizing this, Kenji smiled subtly. The demon key could still feel the emotions of the people who were in that place: fear, panic, despair, and even their dread. It amused him. However, he could also sense something else. It was the approach of a guy who looked just like him. But he knew that not much time had passed since their arrival, only a couple of hours. So how did the enemies manage to reach them so quickly? Were there people among them who were also planning to search for the key right in the heat of battle? No one expected this, so when the Demon King realized it, he became extremely furious. It became clear that the human key, who was the main character, was approaching them, and soon they could all be in danger. However, Ball could just be mistaken, but his emotions and smile told a different story. The Demon King started to visibly fidget. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't influence Ball. Ball wanted to get inside as quickly as possible, where the long-awaited treasure in the form of the Holy Grail awaited him. He stood before the entrance and tried to open the doors. For that, he needed to solve a difficult puzzle, and only those like him could do it. After a while, he managed to do it. The entrance was broken, and now nothing stood in the way of them all entering. So he and the other demons nearby began to enter the mysterious palace. They noticed that it was very spacious inside, and there was no doubt that this was the place they had all been trying to find for so long. However, it wasn't empty inside. They saw what they feared the most. It was the main character along with his friends, and he was already tired of waiting for them inside. Kim had beaten the enemies to the punch, and Ball wasn't wrong when he sensed his presence. At that moment, their eyes met for the first time in a long while. Two enemy teams stood facing each other, ready to leap into battle at any moment. However, none of them dared to attack first because they were scared. Moreover, Ball felt that his opponents were very strong. They both knew they were keys, and the main character also felt something strange after meeting him. They sensed that it was still too early to be destroyed, and they hadn't yet reached the sacred forest. He also remembered from his own journal that he would meet a key just like him, and he was sure that this demon was it. Flames appeared in the middle of the room. It was demonic energy, as the tension kept rising, with both humans and demons preparing for battle. The Demon King stepped forward ready to strike first, but he hesitated to do so. Still, his energy was very powerful. The humans even had to shield their faces from the flames. After all, the Demon King was a master of fire and a very strong and experienced warrior. Defeating someone like him was incredibly difficult. Very quickly, the room became unbearably hot, and the air turned scorching. The demon had reached his peak and considered himself the strongest creature on all the earth. However, he still couldn't understand how the humans had managed to learn about the location of the sacred castle and how they had been able to warn them. Where did they get this information and who told them? It was a mystery to him. At the same time, the enemy demon army was also preparing for battle. Kenji was trying to stay out of it as he wasn't strong enough to fight the strongest warriors gathered in one place. The demon believed that even millions of warriors wouldn't be enough to try to stop them and didn't think that the main character's team could become serious enemies. However, Kim just smiled when he heard his words. In reality, he knew their forces were insufficient, but they had brought allies whose strength could be compared to millions of warriors. The king began to get nervous when he heard about the allies, as he didn't know what that meant. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Silhouettes appeared through the dust. There were two people, but through the haze it was impossible to tell who they really were. But Kenji quickly figured it out. Right before them stood the teacher and Baek Cheon, and legends had long been told about their powers. At that moment, the demons realized that their advantage was no longer so obvious. After all, that's what Kenji had warned them about. He always said they were the ones to be wary of. Along with the head of the skyscraper clan, they were first-generation humans, which meant they were the ones to fear the most. These people had crossed to the other side of the world and possessed powers that no one had ever heard of. They also knew about the enemy key and that it needed to be killed for victory. Moreover, they couldn't believe that such a seemingly weak demon like Ball could actually be a key. At first glance, he didn't seem like a serious warrior or opponent for them. Furthermore, Yu Youngyu couldn't believe it either. However, even after the men appeared, the demons were confident in their own strength and that they could easily defeat the confrontation. In their opinion, the humans were simply walking into a death trap by trying to stop them, as no one had ever succeeded in doing so. Therefore, the main character invited the enemy to test this and see for themselves that they were indeed the strongest of humans. But Ball was starting to get annoyed with the humans and he was ready for a duel with them. He promised to kill as slowly as possible, making them die in terrible agony and beg for a swift death. At that very moment, the Demon King watched them. Soon it would all begin. However, both the humans and demons were very strong and powerful teams. The main character understood that defeating them could be very difficult, so he needed to give it his all. Moreover, he constantly kept an eye on the enemy key, trying to assess his strength in real combat. He was also starting to prepare for battle. The guy remembered the words of the old man, who spoke of the world of humans, the world of demons, and angels. Suddenly, the Demon King realized what the main character was actually trying to do, so he ordered to stop him by any means necessary. His army charged into battle right at the human team. Now, the fight had begun. There would be only one winner. The demons weren't afraid of death. They were ready to carry out any order without feeling fear. However, their sheer numbers didn't intimidate the main character, and he was ready for any turn of events. He wasn't scared at all and didn't care that the number of demons outnumbered him by dozens. At that moment, he was preparing to use all the strength he had to try to win. It was a magical circle used to drain the souls of people, which could be used as a key ingredient for creating a potion of power. He learned about this in the lab and knew that these circles could be used as traps for his enemies. However, he wasn't sure if it would work on demons. It needed to be tested. In theory, it was possible, but practically it had never been done. After all, no one knew if demons actually had souls. Only then could this dangerous weapon work. And then it would become a great weapon for them, as they could kill huge armies of enemies without even using weapons. Secretly, the main character was trying to level up the skill. He believed it could work and he wanted to test it in real combat. The humans watched him, not understanding what was actually happening. They had never seen anything like it before. But meanwhile, demons began to fall into his trap one by one. Immediately, they started to feel an inexplicable pain that engulfed their bodies. Most of them fell to the ground. His weapon worked, and they no longer dared to approach him. The first wave of demons was destroyed, their bodies lifted into the air, and one by one, they began to die. Kim didn't even hope that his weapon could work on them. He realized that even demons had their own souls, though it was hard to believe. The creatures screamed in pain, but they were doomed. Still, they tried to get closer to the guy and escape the circle they found themselves in. However, with every second, the pain became more unbearable and they couldn't stay alive in any way. Moreover, others were feeling it too. The enemy Ki, who was outside the circle, felt the same and didn't understand what was happening to him. He had never felt this before, and even Kenji, who was human, felt it too. The Demon King didn't understand what the main character had done. He had never seen such a powerful weapon before. After a while, the effect of the magical circle spread throughout the room. This was the secret of the scientist that no one had been able to decipher. It was his magical circle which he used to prepare his potions and wanted to become invincible. However, even using such a powerful weapon couldn't solve the main problem. After all, the people from his own team could also feel its effects. And it was unknown how to overcome this, as anyone who found themselves inside the circle would feel its effects. They needed to come up with a way out of this situation, as in that case, this weapon became very dangerous for other people. However, Kim had never felt the effects of the magical circle on himself, but he didn't know why it was happening. Perhaps it was due to the uniqueness of his body. He thought it could be the heart he received at the beginning of his training. His words surprised Baekjeon greatly, as he didn't think such a thing was even possible. So he wanted to learn more about it and asked the main character to tell him everything he knew. Perhaps his new heart could keep his soul in his body, but it was unknown how this could be related to the key. Then Baekjeon asked him for help and wanted to interact with him. He wanted to check if the main character was indeed different from everyone else and special. Baekjeon needed information on why the magical circle didn't affect him, and if it was because of the heart, then they could determine the principle of its operation. For that, they needed to conduct several experiments. And if they could understand how it worked, they might be able to protect other people from its effects. In that case, the guy had no choice but to agree to help the man. It seemed his weapon was indeed very effective, as he managed to stop the first wave of enemies, and despite their attempts to resist, they achieved nothing. All the demons who were weaker lost consciousness and were dead. The more enemies the main character killed, the stronger his circle became. The demon standing among the dead bodies of his army felt weakened and could barely stay on his feet. The circle continued to drain his life force. He couldn't understand how the humans had managed to restore the scientist's magical circle, as very soon the enemies realized what was going on. Moreover, the circle had an interesting feature. It didn't affect other people who were inside it. Most likely it was a trap. But when the demons figured this out, it was already too late, as they had lost the opportunity to strike and now their army was weakened. Realizing this, the Demon King became extremely furious, as his plan had failed, again. In a fit of rage, he tried to gather his strength. Thanks to this, he managed to resist the effects of the magical circle for a while, and he became invulnerable. This allowed him to restore his own strength. After all, he couldn't accept that humans had outsmarted him, and now his entire army was dead. The demon was ready to fight them, as now he had no time to wait any longer. He understood that the situation had spiraled out of control, but he couldn't allow himself to simply flee the battlefield and retreat. Regardless of everything, he was ready to continue the duel. Moreover, Kenji was afraid for his life and was ready to flee the battlefield. However, he had no choice and couldn't do that, as then he would become a traitor to the demons and they would kill him. Kim Jin-suk stood against the Demon King, preparing to fight him and drawing his own weapon. The man was ready to kill him. After all, he was the only one who could do it. Only his strength was enough to accomplish this. Therefore, all the other humans were counting on him. They watched closely as events unfolded. Despite the fact that the main character's weapon was very powerful, they couldn't completely drain the life force of the strong demon. It only weakened him a bit, but he still had enough strength to continue fighting them. Now, he was also continuing to act, but due to the force the enemy applied, his damage was not as significant. Because of this, he didn't have a full reserve of strength, but even so, he was impossible to stop. Moreover, the demon was impressed by their bravery and the fact that despite everything, they didn't retreat and were ready to fight to the very end. He had also heard many times about Kim Jin-suk and knew that he was one of the strongest among all humans. Now, they faced each other in a true duel. There could be only one winner. Everything was decided by their strength and experience. Suddenly, an explosion echoed in the room. The Demon King decided to strike first and lunged at him, trying to hit. However, even in this dangerous moment, Kim Jin-suk remained calm and didn't show his emotions. He managed to block his strike, but their collision created a powerful shockwave. From the flash of flames, the bodies of the dead demons flew in all directions. Now, the Demon King didn't rely on them and wanted to do everything himself. The men were fighting. Kim Jin-suk was trying to land blows, but the king managed to stay intact and block his attacks. Moreover, he mocked him, pretending not to notice his efforts at all. However, Kim Jin-suk wasn't listening. He was fighting him despite the fact that the enemy was indeed one of the strongest he had ever faced. As he began to close in, the demon sensed the threat. At the last moment, he managed to strike and defend himself. But that was just the beginning. In fact, Kim Jin-suk was just waiting for this moment, trying to lure him closer. And when he succeeded, he executed his plan, resulting in a powerful explosion. The shockwave was so strong that people had to step back and cover their faces to avoid getting burned. However, they couldn't get any closer, as none of them could withstand such pressure and energy. They could only watch. But suddenly, Ball appeared out of nowhere. He didn't want to stand on the sidelines and was eager to join the battle. So he prepared to attack the main character. Now, the people were in real danger as no one knew how strong the enemy was or what to expect from him. Kim started to feel anxious as both his life and the lives of his friends were at stake. Ball readied himself for battle and wanted to use all the power he had. Despite the fact that the enemy was a key figure, he wasn't afraid to engage in combat and sought a worthy opponent. He began to move in their direction. He did so with great confidence and seemed completely unafraid. Now, the people were genuinely nervous. Baek Cheon said his goodbyes, as he was meant to be the one to face him and wanted to fight him. He hoped everyone else would survive, even if he didn't have the strength to defeat him. However, the Demon Key was so overconfident that he didn't believe he could be defeated alone. He expected all the people to attack him at once, but Baek Cheon made the first move. Everyone else followed him, not wanting to stand aside. They were all determined to combine their efforts to try to win. But the Key just smiled when he realized this. In fact, it was exactly what he wanted most. The main character tried to get around him. Walker Alvin wanted to do the same and attempted to attack him from different angles. At that moment, they began to fight him together, hoping that this way they could achieve victory. However, even then, the demon was ready and showed no fear. He was incredibly fast, easily dodging all their attacks. After that, he simply vanished, teleporting to another location. He possessed an unusual power that no human had seen before. The enemy transformed into a ghost and could fly. Now, it would be much harder for them to fight against him. Walker Alvin was stunned by such power. He realized he wouldn't be able to reach him. However, the hero didn't lose his composure. He understood that the enemy Key was also unaffected by his magical circle. In that case, he needed to find another way to defeat him. Moreover, Ball realized that he had gained new enemies. Furthermore, Kenji was also preparing to join the battle despite having done nothing until now. Immediately, he spotted his opponent. It was to be Baek Cheon, and the man was already moving toward him. When they collided, a powerful explosion erupted. Ball understood that things weren't going according to plan, and this made him very angry. His opponents were to be a woman and Yu Youngyu. This struck at his pride as he didn't believe they could defeat him and considered them on the same level as himself. Nevertheless, he couldn't just back down, so he prepared to fight them. Immediately, he intended to use all his strength to finish them off quickly, as he didn't want to waste time on them. Lois quickly realized who he truly was, having seen his spear and blue flames. She also knew that he was one of the strongest demon generals who had once aspired to become the Demon King. Therefore, their opponent was very dangerous and they needed to do everything possible to try to defeat him. Immediately, Yu Youngyu was injured. The strike was so sudden and swift that he didn't even have time to notice anything. The blood that began to flow from his wound fed his sword. Thanks to this, he was about to activate his berserker mode. Moreover, his blood nourished the sword, making his power even stronger. Now he had become a truly dangerous opponent, even for a powerful demon like Ball. The demon had never seen anything like it, so he smiled when he realized that his technique was indeed very interesting. At that moment, the main character was trying to overcome the enemy Key. He had to dodge all of its attacks because the enemy was very fast and unpredictable. The Key attempted to injure the main character with its tail, but Kim always dodged its strikes and remained unharmed. Walker Alvin kept pace with him, doing everything he could. However, even with their combined efforts, they couldn't make the enemy start to panic. He just continued to mock them and suggested they simply give up. But the guys didn't listen to him and kept attacking. However, the main character noticed one interesting detail that intrigued him greatly. He knew that the Key was a killer and that many strong warriors had died because of him. He killed purely for pleasure and readily admitted that he was responsible for it. Therefore, it became clear that all this time people had suffered because of him, and it was unknown how many good people he had killed in his life. After these words, the Ki began to laugh even more. He reveled in the fact that he had killed so many people and had no intention of stopping. Kim realized that his opponent was indeed very strong. However, he no longer wanted to talk to him. After all, in his opinion, it was just a waste of time. The demon eagerly awaited the moment when they would finally unleash all their power to try to defeat him, but more than anything, he wanted to kill them with his own hands. Walker Alvin didn't stand aside and constantly tried to attack him. He could wait for the moment when the enemy got distracted to get as close to him as possible. Because of this, the opponent didn't expect that he would be able to injure him. But he quickly realized that he had actually managed to do it, because a wound appeared on his face, which began to bleed. A drop of blood trickled down his cheek, and Walker Alvin rejoiced when he realized that the enemy was not invulnerable after all. Now he understood how to get closer to him and how it was possible to defeat him, which only angered the demon Ki. He watched the people who continued to observe him, but now their confrontation paused for a moment. Now the demon stopped talking, and the real battle was about to begin, as he would finally start attacking them with full force. The enemy Ki continued to seethe with anger at them, and now he was ready to unleash his full power. Meanwhile, the battle between the main villain and the man continued. Everything around them was in chaos, and the enemy tried to get closer to his opponent. At first, he felt excruciating pain throughout his body, and his head throbbed intensely, but now he had gotten used to it and could resist. Moreover, he was very surprised by Kim Jin-suk's endurance and couldn't understand where he got such immense strength. After all, he couldn't even imagine that a person who was weak compared to an ordinary demon could challenge him to a duel. Kim Jin-suk understood that his opponent was much stronger, but when he was about to give up, he was ready to continue fighting even at the cost of his own life. Moreover, he didn't acknowledge his strength and continued to mock him, calling him an ordinary kid who just got lucky enough to become king. After these words, he again tried to strike and lunged at him. But the demon wanted to meet him with his own strike and was preparing to counterattack. When they collided, a massive shockwave erupted, capable of destroying everything in its path. The energy was so powerful that everyone could feel it even from several kilometers away. They used two different forces and elements, and as a result, everything around was obliterated. Again, a loud explosion rang out. Suddenly, the demon lost sight of him and didn't even notice how the man was preparing to attack him. Kim Jin-suk realized that he actually had a much better chance of defeating him than he initially thought, as the demon was very slow and careless. And it seemed he was disappointed as he expected to see a much stronger opponent before him. At that moment, the king realized that for the first time during their confrontation, he was in real danger. His entire body ignited. This was his attempt to protect himself and allow the man to get closer. A loud explosion sounded and flames engulfed everything around. A protective dome formed around him, preventing the flames from spreading further throughout the room. He found himself at the epicenter of events, surrounded by flames on all sides. He didn't understand the man's true intentions or what he was trying to do. However, there was no doubt that he was in deadly danger at that moment, as Kim Jin-suk was trying to break through his flames. Despite the immense heat and fire, he wanted to get closer. Additionally, his sharp arrows began to hit their target. And the demon felt that he had been wounded as the pain was intense and he didn't know how to defend against it. There, he realized that Kim Jin-suk had managed to get close and found himself right behind him. The demon didn't even have time to notice him, and Kim Jin-suk had never seen such a weak king as he truly was. It seemed the demon had no chance of escape. He began to scream in pain as at that moment his entire body started to tear apart. The energy was so powerful that it spread for miles. The main character felt it too, as he was currently trying to defeat his strong enemy. Because he started attacking with all his might, he constantly had to evade the enemy's strikes. Moreover, the enemy managed to stop him with bare hands, so it didn't harm him. As a result of their battle, everything around them was destroyed. However, despite the great risk of death, the main character continued to try to injure him and wanted to get closer to deliver the final blow. Walker Alvin couldn't even imagine that the guy was so desperate and strong. He also realized that to defeat the demon, the guy was using his own demonic energy. Because of this, the enemy Ki's body began to burn and he felt excruciating pain. But despite this, he didn't weaken, and with every attack, he tried to become even stronger. Furthermore, he managed to absorb the demonic energy of the sword, This only meant that it was impossible to defeat him with his own weapon and they needed to come up with another way. The key couldn't understand how the main character had managed to gain such power, but it was very appealing to him. Walker Alvin approached him at that moment. He understood that the enemy still had aces up his sleeve, and it was the perfect moment for him to use them. He realized this because the demon wasn't an ordinary warrior, just like the main character, he was special. Now he was truly furious, and he was about to unleash all the power he had. Because he was very tired of humans and wanted to finish them off as quickly as possible. Now the time had come and he was going to show them his true strength. It was unclear how it would all end and whether his words could be trusted at all. However, the process of his transformation began immediately. So much energy was radiating that the sky turned red again. The enemy began to transform and his entire body started to change. He sprouted wings and now he had truly become powerful. Moreover, his energy was so potent that it even caused him pain. He screamed and his cry was so loud that it sent shivers down the spines of the guys, making them feel pain. Suddenly, an explosion of incredible force erupted and the shockwave spread around with astonishing speed. His demonic energy scattered in all directions, striking everything in its path. It was simply impossible to stop. Many of his spirits appeared around, and each of them was particularly dangerous. It was hard to comprehend just how immense his power was as these spirits became a real threat to the men. They quickly began to scatter in different directions. Now they posed a genuine threat to them. Because at that moment, the shadows found their true target and flew toward the people. Now, the men needed to come up with a new plan to defeat him. The enemy started laughing at them, feeling truly invincible and convinced that no one could ever defeat him. It seemed he could control minds, and through that power, he summoned local spirits. In reality, he was the king of ghosts and evil spirits, and that was his greatest danger. The ghosts were the souls of all his victims who couldn't move on after death, forever trapped in his grasp. And in this city, there were many such people who had fallen victim to him. Because of this, the guys had no idea what to do and didn't dare to attack him. However, the demon didn't want to waste time and aimed to finish them off as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Lois and the guy continued to fight. Ball tried to attack them, plus he could fly, making it very hard for them to reach him. The demon attempted to hit them with his explosive projectiles. But the people were quick and he couldn't land a hit. Yu Youngyu managed to block most of his attacks. In Berserk mode, he couldn't afford to retreat, and while that mode lasted, he needed to come up with something to reach him. Even though they had combined their powers with Lois, it wasn't enough, and they could only defend themselves. After all, his strength was simply incredible. The demon realized that his attacks were ineffective since they were using defensive skills, wasting his energy. So, he decided to use a deadly strike, believing that only this could help him win. For that, he needed to come down to the ground and try to get closer to them. Hoping his strike would be powerful enough, Yu Youngyu managed to block it and dodge. However, he lost control of his body and nearly fell. Despite that, he wasn't seriously injured and remained alive. He had enough strength from his intense training to withstand the demon's pressure, even though the demon's power outweighed his. Facing death, Yu Youngyu tried to strike back. He couldn't keep running away from him and did everything he could to fight back. Lois understood that she wasn't a warrior and couldn't help him in an open battle. At that moment, she was just his support, trying to do everything possible to improve his situation. The guy tried to dodge his attacks since he was much faster than him. Moreover, the woman managed to save his life. His body was covered with a strong barrier that helped him withstand a massive number of blows. Because of this, he would become vulnerable for a while and he couldn't let that opportunity slip away. So, despite the great danger, he tried to move forward, ignoring the demon's strikes. Ball understood that his skill wasn't bad, and that was why he had managed to stay alive and unharmed for so long. But that wasn't enough, and he wasn't going to let him go so easily, so he struck again, but much harder this time. As a result, his defense couldn't hold and the guy was seriously injured. Ball realized that this was his victory. Yu Youngyu felt excruciating pain all over his body. He just couldn't believe it would all end for him so quickly. The demon's power was immense. He was so powerful that even the stones around him began to crackle with his electricity. Lois couldn't believe her eyes. How could the enemy break through her powerful barrier when she had put all her effort into it? Only now did Ball stop. He realized he had finally gotten rid of Yu Youngyu, who had been such a nuisance. Now his target was the woman. Lois understood that she needed to buy as much time as possible until others could help her. However, she quickly realized that her enemy was right in front of her. Ball looked her straight in the eyes. But he saw that Yu Yongyu was actually not dead and was about to attack him using all his remaining strength. Yu Yongyu managed to seriously wound him, sending chills down Bale's spine. The strike landed on his neck and more blood appeared on the guy's sword. Lois was stunned that Yu Yongyu was actually still alive. He had managed to trick the enemy into believing he was dead. That's exactly what he had been counting on when suddenly, an explosion of incredible force erupted. Meanwhile, the main character was trying to deal with the evil spirits that kept attacking him from all sides. He used a defensive mechanism to stay intact and avoid their constant assaults. However, fighting against a massive number of invulnerable spirits was very difficult. They couldn't be harmed physically, but if he didn't let them gather in large numbers, each one individually wasn't a problem for him. The men tried everything they could to separate them, but it wasn't as easy as it seemed at first glance. The enemy didn't interfere with their duel and let the spirits do all the work for him, believing his weapon was truly effective, allowing him to win without exhausting his own stamina and strength. But that wasn't all. At that moment, he wanted to inflict even more harm on them. Just then, the enemy was preparing to unleash even more of his power. Because of this, many more spirits began to appear, ready to attack them as well. But that wasn't all. Now his body began to transform again. There were so many spirits that they were everywhere. It caused him pain and he started screaming again. At that moment, the situation became even more tense and now the guys were in real danger. She tried to do everything to resist his incredible strength and stay alive. However, the main character had never seen such powerful energy and didn't know how to resist it. With every second, the number of spirits increased, and the worst part was that they were all invulnerable and impossible to defeat. They had to keep running from them, trying to save their own lives. Walker Alvin wanted to leave the spirits to him while he attacked the enemy, knowing that this couldn't go on forever. Something had to be done, and he was ready to take that big risk to try to win. It also seemed he had another plan. He understood that he needed to act completely differently. At that moment, he lunged at the opponent and tried to attack him. Considering it was very risky, he didn't want to stop as he had no other choice. The main character asked him to cover him, but he had no options left and needed to do something, anything. The battle between Baek Cheon and Kenji continued. Baek Cheon delivered a strong and sudden blow, leaving his enemy on the ground, unable to rise. He tried to convince him that he had made a mistake in his choice. However, Kenji couldn't understand what he really meant. The thing was, he had joined the demons many years ago and betrayed humanity as he didn't believe in their victory and wanted to stay alive at any cost. But now, it was clear that despite the tremendous efforts and losses, people had managed to win and were gradually overcoming their enemies. At that moment, the Demon King was facing defeat and would soon die. After all, the man was much stronger and faster than him, so despite the advantage, he managed to defeat him. Kim Jin-suk didn't stop. He tried to finish off his enemy and give him no chance to escape. At that moment, Kenji began to smile. He couldn't hesitate any longer and begged the man to kill him as quickly as possible. But he didn't rush and gave him the right to choose, asking if he didn't want to return to them and become an ordinary human again. However, Kenji didn't respond. He tried to get up. In reality, he had no choice, and if anyone wanted to stop him, they had to do it personally. Despite being much weaker, he was determined to keep fighting. Baek Cheon knew he couldn't be convinced and most likely would never change his mind. Kenji had chosen his own path and believed that decision was right. At that moment, in desperation, he lunged at him, trying to wound him. The men began to fight, but Baek Cheon managed to block all his strikes. All the while, Baek Cheon tried to convince him not to do this and not to choose a certain death. But now his words couldn't change anything, as Kenji wasn't going to rejoin humanity. His whole life, he had tried to join the demons. And when he succeeded, he was ready to accept certain death and take responsibility for his actions. Even now, standing on the brink of death, he couldn't be swayed. After all, this was exactly what he had wanted his whole life. In reality, he needed to tell people everything, and then they could have avoided all this happening now. If it weren't for him, many innocent lives could have been saved. And Emily, who had also joined the demons, was dead, as she, like him, didn't believe in humanity's victory or that anything could change. At that moment, Baek Cheon realized he had no other choice. All he had left to do was kill the man who was truly a traitor. In fact, he hated Emily more than anyone else, as she had once been a good friend he lost just a few days ago. She was a traitor who was ready to kill him at the most opportune moment. And now he was ready to take revenge on anyone who stood in her defense. Now, he was prepared for a real fight, and the man's words had truly angered him. Was that all Kenji could say to them? He wanted to hear an apology for his actions, as he was guilty of reigniting the war. At that moment, he managed to mortally wound him. The man began to scream in pain. His entire body was covered in serious wounds and cuts. Now he surrendered, as his body started to bleed out, and he could no longer continue fighting. From the very beginning, he had many secrets, and to think he could change was a huge mistake. People like him had no right to live, they needed to be killed. Well, that's exactly what he did. Realizing that he couldn't be helped or have his situation fixed, Kenji fell to the ground. He wouldn't be able to get up again. But in reality, he could be understood, as despite everything, he just wanted to live for himself. Because of this, he became a selfish person in my eyes, but at that moment he was only thinking of himself. Because of one decision, he ruined the lives of thousands of people just like him. Baek Cheon wasn't going to pity him. And while he was still alive, he tried to make him suffer so he could truly feel the weight of his actions. In reality, Kenji had always been like this. From the moment he was born, he was evil and didn't value the lives of others. His words struck Baek Cheon right in the heart, and he no longer wanted to hesitate, so he was going to kill him right now. Despite the immense energy and protective barrier surrounding the key, Walker Alvin tried to get closer. Suddenly, with tremendous effort, he managed to do so. He was very close, and the enemy realized he was much stronger than he had initially thought. Now Walker Alvin began to fight him, trying to strike while the spirits attacked the main character. Because they acted together, he had a certain advantage, as the enemy didn't expect them to resist and even counterattack. The man tried to land a flurry of blows from different angles, as he needed to find his weak spot. Walker Alvin understood that sooner or later it would happen, he just needed to endure and make it happen. The opponent began to get nervous as Walker Alvin's actions were successful and he managed to get so close. Moreover, he didn't stop, he kept delivering new strikes from various angles, making it very hard to stop him. However, the opponent was also too quick and managed to block some of his strikes. But that wasn't enough, as a huge portion of his energy was going into creating new spirits. His body was covered in numerous wounds, and at this rate, he would soon lose. Yet, he just smiled, believing that even with such success, their strength wasn't enough to completely defeat him. Feeling the pain, he decided to gather his strength and do everything possible not to lose and protect himself. So, at that moment, he summoned a protective barrier around himself. With his actions, he tried to push the opponent away, not giving him the chance to wound him further. Walker Alvin attempted to pull him out of the protective dome and the spirits he was hiding behind. At all costs, he needed to break through this barrier and get close to his enemy again, as his strength was running out. He also saw that the spirits were starting to overwhelm the main character, and soon they would manage to win. Furthermore, he didn't sense the presence of the enemy's key, which only meant it had simply vanished. Walker Alvin tried to call out to him to continue fighting, but he was nowhere to be found. The ghosts were still around, and their numbers were only growing. It didn't take long for him to realize that the enemy had simply hidden among the ghosts, and it seemed like he had some horrific plan in mind. He also felt something very strange happening to his body, as if his strength was starting to drain away. He didn't feel alive, as if something was siphoning off his energy and life force. After a few minutes, he was exhausted and knew he couldn't keep fighting much longer. The demon admitted that Walker Alvin was indeed stronger than he had expected, which is why he resorted to this drastic measure to save his own life. The demon was preparing to unleash his most powerful attack against him, the Devilish Strike. At that moment, Walker Alvin began to feel very unwell. He had almost no strength left. Still, he kept his weapon in hand because he couldn't just give up, and at the cost of his own life, he wanted to keep fighting. However, he saw the threat closing in on him rapidly. He didn't have time to react, and he found himself in danger as the opponent attempted to deliver the most powerful blow he had ever used in his life. With his last ounce of strength, the man tried to dodge the attack and save his life. Summoning incredible effort, he managed to do so, despite the fatigue and pain he felt. The enemy realized that it was hard for him to even stand, let alone fight back and use his own strength. Moreover, during the battle, he had sustained a massive number of wounds. They were much deeper than he had thought and were constantly bleeding. He tried to catch his breath to regain his strength, but noticed the enemy starting to surround him, preparing for a new attack. Even though the key strike was effective, the enemy understood that the man was very tough and resilient. Furthermore, he was convinced that humans were more dangerous than he initially thought. They couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, he needed to end this fight as quickly as possible as he risked losing at this rate. With that, he poured all his strength into one final strike, intending to take Walker Alvin's life. Walker Alvin understood this too. He had little chance of surviving. He was only hoping for a miracle. And yet it happened just in time. The protagonist managed to deal with the ghosts and blocked the attack, saving his life in the process. If it hadn't been for him, Walker Alvin might have been dead. The demon was furious when the protagonist managed to block his strike just in time, ruining all his plans. Moreover, he had expended a lot of his own strength for that, which only added to his anger. The enemy began to scream as the blow had truly drained a significant amount of his life force. Additionally, he was injured and bloodstains appeared on his arm. It became clear that the protagonist also had a plan and wanted to find a way to defeat him. While the demon tried to regain his strength and heal his wounds, the boy rushed to help his friend. He couldn't get to his feet and was trying to catch his breath, but he was grateful for the rescue. Suddenly, the boy touched him and began to use his own magic. Before doing so, he apologized and it was unclear what he actually intended to do. Feeling something very strange happening to his body, the man managed to get to his feet, exerting incredible effort. He had never felt anything like this before and didn't know what kind of magical power the boy was using. Moreover, the sensation was very strange and unlike anything he could compare it to. After a while, he began to feel significantly better and could hold his weapon again, confident that he could continue fighting. In fact, he had never seen anything like it and was trying to figure out what had just happened. It was also clear that Kim was immune to the demon's power, which drained strength from people. Furthermore, the hero promised that Walker Alvin would feel much better in no time and would soon be able to continue fighting. Additionally, while he was battling the enemy, he noticed one interesting detail. Specifically, the key was using very interesting techniques during the fight with them. Therefore, he felt as if he was fighting with his hands and feet tied, and it was very difficult to break through his defenses. Moreover, the battle continued and a new attack was being prepared. The opponent couldn't be underestimated. The key also understood that he was facing some of the best warriors. Furthermore, he knew they wouldn't back down, especially the protagonist, whose strength he couldn't explain. He also realized that he had only been in this world for a year and couldn't understand how he had become so strong in such a short time. He was developing at an incredible speed, and it was unclear just how strong he could become in a few years. Therefore, his task was to try to stop the protagonist to prevent him from winning because it was obvious that in the future no one would be able to stop him. Suddenly, he saw something strange before him. A strange energy appeared in the sky, and it became clear that danger was approaching. He didn't even have time to prepare before a powerful explosion occurred. Rocks that had been floating in the air began to fall directly towards him, and when they hit the ground, they exploded right beneath his feet. From the cloud of dust that rose from this, the protagonist emerged, trying to close the distance and attack. He did it so quickly that even the demon didn't have time to comprehend what was happening. Kim unleashed a flurry of strikes, trying to pressure him. Now, it was difficult for the enemy to withstand his onslaught, and he had to defend against his blows. Moreover, his ghosts wouldn't be as effective as he initially thought. The protagonist was much more powerful than Walker Alvin, and his strength was immediately felt. However, he knew that this wasn't even the limit of his power. In reality, the boy was much stronger and more dangerous. Kim was giving it his all, knowing that their survival depended solely on him. He made the demon panic, and in order to save himself, the demon began to flee, rising high into the air. He screamed in rage, realizing he couldn't do anything against him. However, despite his fear, he couldn't run away and he decided to keep fighting. He was amazed at how well the protagonist was controlling his own power while being so powerful at the same time. Suddenly, he managed to close the distance again, even though the demon was high in the air. He began to attack him blow after blow. And yet, this was proving somewhat successful. Meanwhile, the Demon King realized that his opponent was also incredibly strong. He was kneeling and couldn't get up because he was severely injured. Moreover, he had lost his limbs and was starting to bleed out. The king couldn't understand how some human had managed to defeat him. But even now, Kim Jin-suk remained incredibly calm. He simply stood before him, watching as life slipped away. Perhaps the king would have won under different circumstances, but right now there was only one victor, and that was him. Only now did the king realize that the magic circle had drained him of a lot of strength, which was why he was losing. He just couldn't believe that this effect could weaken him so much. Kim Jin-suk knew that for a long time demons had looked down on everyone from above, which is why they couldn't foresee that they had walked into a trap. That's why humans had relied on their overconfidence, thinking they weren't worthy opponents. The demon began to burn, unable to believe that he had lost in such a way. Worse for him was that humans had managed to deceive him. He began to rise, seeking revenge, unable to believe that someone like him had simply lost to an ordinary human. His entire body started to burn and flames filled the room. However, after a while, he simply vanished. Only Kim Jin-suk's sword remained on the ground. Kim Jin-suk understood that he could have lost if the demon hadn't shown his weak side a few times. Therefore, the outcome of their confrontation could have been entirely different. Meanwhile, his friend approached him, who had also killed his enemy. Now, they needed to help the others. This time, Baekjeon showed no mercy to his enemy and finally managed to kill him. Meanwhile, Yu Youngyu was trying to resist the strength of his opponent and continued to fight him. He understood that his berserk mode would end very soon, so he needed to deal with him as quickly as possible. To do this, he exerted maximum effort and aimed to deliver the greatest number of strikes. His opponent was astonished by such endurance and couldn't believe that the boy wasn't tiring at all. Moreover, the more blood he lost, the stronger and sharper his sword became. He had never encountered this technique before and didn't know how he had acquired such skills. However, he had no other option and needed to try to resist this incredible strength, because now his most powerful allies were dead, and the chances of victory for the demons were dwindling. But when their weapons clashed, he felt an incredible power that he had never felt before. He couldn't explain it and realized that he was actually very tired while Yu Youngyu felt nothing at all. Moreover, the boy continued to press on him with his incredible strength. His body was covered in a multitude of wounds, and they appeared so quickly that he couldn't even find a moment to recover. At that moment, he understood that he had truly underestimated his opponent. He had no choice left, and in a panic, he tried to grab his main weapon with both hands to protect himself. His lightning strikes no longer had any effect on Yu Youngyu. This was his most powerful weapon, and now the demon was completely at a loss, not knowing what to do. The only option was to try to buy himself some time and hope for reinforcements. So he used all the strength he had left, resulting in a massive explosion. Lois, who was nearby, felt the full force of it and risked being caught in the blast wave. To save her, the boy rushed to help. However, at the last moment, the girl managed to create a protective barrier, so she was safe and suffered no harm. Yu Youngyu realized that Ball had vanished, and now he needed to find him. Furthermore, he saw that the opponent was starting to rise into the sky and couldn't understand how he had managed to do that. In fact, Ball now understood everything. He knew that Lois had been helping him, and thanks to her, the boy was invulnerable. However, even though the woman was protecting him, he couldn't defeat him and had made a grave mistake in calling him a weak opponent. Moreover, a vast number of MIAs appeared in the sky and the hero couldn't understand how they had formed. In reality, it was all due to his enemy, and that was his greatest strength. Perhaps he was even stronger than the Demon King himself. And at that moment, he was preparing to unleash an incredibly powerful lightning attack. However, because there was so little space in the dungeon, it wouldn't be as powerful as usual. Still, even so, his strike would be very dangerous, and Yu Youngyu understood that he needed to hide from it. With one lightning strike, he could destroy both of them along with the woman. And it was unclear whether they would be able to withstand it and remain alive. Yu Youngyu doubted his own strength. It seemed he was afraid, but his berserk mode, in which he was still in, gave him extra confidence. Time was running out and he needed to come up with something, or at least try to stay alive. After all, they had nowhere to run and they decided to stay. Meanwhile, the demon prepared for the attack and his powerful lightning shot straight at the humans. At that moment, Yu Youngyu understood that everything depended on them, and now everything would be decided right now. Inside his head, he felt an incomprehensible voice urging him to keep fighting. He saw his opponent starting to close in on him. This moment was pivotal and he grasped his sword tightly. To stop his attack and win, he needed incredible strength. This strength had to be powerful enough for him to defeat and protect himself and Lois. It was the voice of the berserk, commanding him not to give up and to fight on for the sake of his friends' lives. And that gave him more strength. At that moment, he felt his full potential. Lois couldn't believe that this was really happening, as she had never seen anything like this happen to anyone before. Yu Youngyu began to transform. Energy radiated from his body and he started to mutate. His eyes turned red, and soon he transformed into a true monster. Meanwhile, Kim continued to press his opponent. Blow after blow brought him closer to victory, but he didn't relax. The demon was already feeling that he had also misjudged the situation, as the boys were much stronger. For the first time during their confrontation, he thought about the possibility of losing. At that moment, the protagonist felt that his body was much stronger than before, and he could control it. However, he couldn't allow his opponent to recover and attack him, as he wasn't sure he could withstand it. Before the demon key began to attack him, Kim needed to inflict maximum damage. After all, he had already expended too much strength, and it was unclear whether he could protect himself and the weakened Walker Alvin. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Men on both sides were sustaining injuries, but no one wanted to give up. Each of them fought for the survival of their race, as both carried a tremendous responsibility. Meanwhile, the main character realized that the ghosts no longer affected him, as they inflicted no harm. This saved him a lot of strength, as now he could fight against him more effectively. Suddenly, he noticed that his enemy had vanished and an unknown silhouette appeared before him. He had never seen anything like it before and had no idea who this person could be. However, it began to approach him. In fact, it was his greatest enemy, the one he had been cursing for many years. Before him stood the ghost of the man who had murdered his family. This was his worst nightmare, to face him again. When he saw him before him, he couldn't believe his eyes. He was terrified because it was Kim Tae-han. Yet, he couldn't believe that the man was alive, as he had killed him with his own hands long ago. It seemed like an illusion, but his enemy continued to stand before him, laughing at him. Now, the boy began to doubt whether everything happening to him was real. It felt like his mind was being taken over. He heard a strange voice in his head and couldn't explain it. Turning around, he saw the ghosts of his own family brutally murdered by Kim Tae-han with a knife. This moment haunted him for a long time. He tried to do everything possible to erase those horrific memories from his mind. The spirits of his wife and daughter cried in fear, yet they could do nothing to save themselves. He saw it all again with his own eyes. His heart began to bleed. Out of rage, he gritted his teeth, cursing himself for not being able to save them. Suddenly, an explosion of incredible force erupted. It was the most powerful one he had ever felt. Walker Alvin continued to fight, as now that his strength had returned, he could keep going. But he quickly realized that at this rate, everything around him would be destroyed, as he needed to use a lot of his own power to protect himself from the explosion created by the main character. Meanwhile, the main character was at the epicenter of the explosion, trying to find the killer to stop him again. He understood that they were trying to confuse him, and he needed to resist to avoid losing the fight, as that was exactly how the demon wanted to outsmart him. In his mind, he saw those same silhouettes that haunted his worst nightmares. The events repeated, and he saw that horrifying scene before his eyes again, the death of his dearest loved ones. He understood that it was not true, as his wife and daughter were already dead, and he couldn't stop it. Still, he knew he had to keep fighting, so he gathered himself and charged into battle. Around him were the silhouettes of his closest people, long gone, but in reality they were just illusions. He couldn't see his enemy in front of him and swung his sword in all directions, trying to stop him. Suddenly, the demon appeared behind him, as the boy had lost his focus when he saw his loved ones again. The enemy tried to deceive him, claiming that his family could have been alive all this time. Now, the boy didn't know what to do. He doubted whether everything happening was real. If his words were true, he had no idea what to do in such a situation, and would he really turn away from the chance to save them again? He couldn't listen to his voice, as it made him even more aggressive. The main character became furious upon hearing his words, and in a desire to silence him, he began to expend all his energy. After a while, he felt extremely tired and needed time to regain his strength. Suddenly, the demon reappeared before him, making him think and saying that he only had one chance to save them. He urged him to give up the Holy Grail, as he didn't even know about its existence and had risked his life trying to find it. In his quest for this object, which he had never even heard of, he had forgotten his main goal. Asami, the rescue of his own family. Before him, the image of his family appeared again. It was his wife, whom he saw around him, as she appeared as a ghost. She spoke to him and laughed at him. Before his very eyes, he saw all the best moments he had shared with her. Because of this, he became even angrier, as he couldn't do anything to stop these illusions before him. Suddenly, she began to speak to him again, asking him to give up the search for the Grail for her sake. At that moment, his expression changed. It seemed he began to believe her words. She fell silent, closed her eyes and started laughing at him. And at the moment he let his guard down and relaxed, he took a fatal blow. The spirit of his wife struck him right in the stomach. His heart felt heavy. After that blow, it began to dissolve into the air. And very soon he realized that it was actually the demon who had managed to invade his mind and deceive his imagination. The blow was so strong that the boy sustained fatal injuries. Blood poured from his mouth, and it was unclear if he would even be able to recover and continue fighting him. When the demon succeeded, he was truly happy, as he had lived many years in this world and had never seen a heart more broken than that of the main character. Kim dropped his hands. He was in so much pain that he was on the verge of losing consciousness. At that moment, a deadly poison seeped into his body, meant to drain his strength and cause him terrible agony. He felt his life force leaving his body. Understanding this, the demon began to laugh, as he already felt victory in his grasp. Suddenly, a powerful blow struck his arm, the one holding the main character's body. It was Walker Alvin, trying to save him and free him from the demon's grasp. He had survived the terrible explosion and reached them. Now he wanted to rescue him. The enemy couldn't believe his eyes. He never expected to see this and vanished to try to save his own life. Now, the boy couldn't continue fighting, as the terrible wound and poison in his body prevented him from doing so. Walker Alvin caught him and wouldn't let him fall to the ground. However, he understood that this was most likely the end. Edom watched everything from above but did not intervene. After all, he had also sustained serious injuries and lost an arm. Had he not been stopped, he would have killed the main character right there. Walker Alvin watched him, seeing how he slowly died. Moreover, the boy screamed in pain, feeling the deadly poison coursing through his body, draining his strength. Meanwhile, the others finished off their enemies and the battlefield was littered with debris from the temple. There was also a lot of dust in the air. Baal was alive, and despite the terrible power he had tried to unleash on the people, he had achieved nothing. After the blow from the boy, he barely got back up. However, he believed that his strike was so powerful that it turned people to dust, and now victory would surely be in his hands. Furthermore, he saw that they were just lying on the ground, showing no signs of life. But after a while, they began to move, and the demon realized that the people had managed to survive. Despite being injured, Yu Yongyu was alive. Moreover, he hadn't lost consciousness after his ordeal and seemed very tired. Lois saw the wounds on his body and understood that at this rate, he would bleed out and not survive. The boy apologized to her for not having the strength to fight until the end, as he also understood that this was the end. He couldn't change anything, and the woman also didn't have enough herbs to heal him. So she saw that the enemy was approaching them, and now she had to fight him herself. There, she realized that the danger had passed as she saw the men approaching her, alive and well. Now, Yu Yongyu had a chance for salvation, as they were the ones who could protect him. They had defeated their enemies and still had enough strength to continue fighting the others. They promised to deal with Baal, while the woman could heal the boy to prevent him from dying.